Thanks, John. Fan of Agatha Christie?
I certainly am. Which one today?
Well, now on Radio 4, a new adaptation of the Agatha Christie classic, Witness for the Prosecution.
Oh.
A tale of murder and deception set against the atmospheric backdrop of the dark netherworld of London immediately after the war.
This is the BBC Home Service. Here is the news. During the first few moments of this bulletin, war is coming to its official end.
Of course, I remember London before the war, with its palm court music, its flappers and its foggy charm suited me better than Paris or Vienna, but then everything changed. And going back is always difficult, especially if you're going home. It wasn't just that the city was different and hard to remember, but because of the bombing, the air was, I don't know, different as well. Strange to think of war as glamorous, but it was, you know. And that was what London lacked, glamour. Some went back to what they had before, but many of us couldn't settle. We became drifters, displaced people, so we hung together, sort of friends. Oh, I was going to tell you. Wait, I was going to tell you about Leonard. Leonard was one of them. Friends, I mean. A decent enough chap, you know, but a lost boy. Yes, Leonard drifted, poor chap, and drifting he became caught in a net, and the more he struggled, the deeper he was enmeshed. That was Leonard.
Those who have any business before the Central Criminal Court in the case of the Crown versus Vole, draw near and give your attendance. God save the King.
Oh, God. Somebody please help me.
You are Leonard James Vole.
Yes?
Leonard Vole, you are charged with the murder of Emily Wilton French on the night of April the 23rd, 1947. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
He insinuated himself into her life. He took advantage of her age. He was after her money.
Witness for the Prosecution by Agatha Christie, with Howell Bennett, Miriam Margolyes, Stephen Moore, and Anthony Bate.
Watch yourself, missus!
What's that bus?
Oh, good God!
Leave the parcels, missus! Mind the bus!
Stop! Stop!
Is she all right?
I think so.
I dropped my parcels. How silly.
I'll fetch them.
You sure you're all right?
Yes, yes, thank you. I'm quite all right.
You should thank that young man there.
Tea's awfully good, I think, when you've had a shock.
I'm so silly, really. Trying to carry too much. I got flustered.
Look, will you be all right getting home?
Oh, yes. You have been awfully kind.
Please, it was nothing.
There we are. And I don't know your name.
Vole. Leonard Vole.
I am Miss French.
Miss French.
Why don't you come for tea? On Sunday.
Well...
Oh, I insist. I mean, I must thank you properly.
Leonard, darling, what are you doing sitting out here? I was worried you'd catch a cold.
Does it matter?
To me, of course, darling.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Darling, please.
What can I give you, I'm broke. No prospects.
I survived Vienna.
I know.
Leonard, the war is over. Things will change. Come home. Be warm.
I love you.
You must call me Emily, Leonard.
Well, if you... Right.
Right. Yes?
Will you require anything else, ma'am?
No. Thank you, Flora.
You should have your afternoon rest.
But I'm enjoying agreeable company, Flora.
Aye, ma'am.
Oh, go on, another pint. I'm buying.
Decent of you, George.
2 pints at best. So she's taken a fancy to you.
Oh, steady on. She must be 60. She just, I don't know, keeps inviting me, and you know me. Can't say no to anyone.
Which is why you always find yourself in trouble. Well, here we are. Cheers.
Believe it or not, I've grown rather fond of her. She reminds me of my aunt, the one who brought me up.
Strangely enough, I knew the family.
Oh?
Well, the nephew, bit of a waster. Wasted enough of her money.
Money?
Oh, don't be fooled by the faded genteel. She has oodles of it. Rationing won't hurt her. I think she showed him the door. Don't know where he is now. Her only relative. Cat's home will probably get it. Shame, eh? Drink up. The war's over.
Flora?
Mr. Vole, I'll take your coat. I wonder you don't bring your wife sometimes on your visits, sir. She will be most welcome.
We're not seeing each other. Haven't for a long time.
Ah, is that so?
Is that Leonard? Bring him in. Don't leave him standing, Flora. Honestly.
Yes, ma'am. After you, Mr. Vole.
I'm glad you're able to take some profit.
As long as I'm helping.
I wouldn't know where to begin with investments. Stocks, bonds. These days it's all so difficult.
I know.
I have no skill in business, and you are so clever about it.
Lucky, I think.
Well, I rely on you. And I do want you to prosper. It can be difficult for a young man to make his way. If I had a son, I'd do the same. Now, you are going to come and see me on the 23rd in the evening, aren't you? I shall be upset if you don't.
Of course.
Flora will be out, seeing a friend or something. For once, she won't be harumphing round the place.
She does rather harumph.
It's the Celt in her. It's built into the accent. A natural lilt of disapproval, don't you think?
I'm afraid she does rather disapprove of me.
Yes, well, pay no attention. I always want to see you.
The 23rd, then. Damn! Come on, Flora! Oh, she's out. Of course. Hello? Emily! It looks rather bad for me, doesn't it?
Well, we'll see. Now, what you need's a brandy.
What I need's a miracle. Thank you.
I think I'm pretty clear about your relationship with Miss French. Sit down, old one. What I'd like to do, I think, now is go over again your movements on the night.
Look, I've said...
I know. But what concerns me for you, frankly, is the presence of this new will.
Will? What will?
Her will. You didn't know about it.
No, I didn't.
The new will Emily French made on the 20th, naming you principal beneficiary.
Oh, God. She left it all to me. God almighty.
Thing is, you honestly claim you know nothing of it.
There's no claim about it. I didn't know.
Flora Mackenzie will testify that you did, old man.
Yes, well...
She says that Miss French told you of her intention. The fact that you never tried to take a dishonest advantage in handling her finances is in your favor. But then again, why should you? I mean, if you stood to inherit...
Good God, this is awful. I feel as if I'm drowning. This is why the police were...
Yes, quite.
I swear to you, I went to the house at 8:30, as arranged. There was no answer. I mean, I knocked loudly. So I went home.
Did they tell you what else happened that night?
They wanted me to confess that I'd gone and killed her, but I didn't.
As it happens, I believe you.
Good God, Mayhern, you're my solicitor. If you don't, what hope do I have?
The matter of Flora Mackenzie's evidence is vital.
She never liked me.
Enough to lie about you?
No. No, I couldn't say that.
At least you're honest about it. Miss Mackenzie will say, I gather, that She came back to the house briefly that evening, something about a forgotten knitting pattern for her friend, and then went out again without disturbing Miss French because she heard her in her room in conversation with a man.
So when was this?
About 9:30.
I don't believe it.
Well, you may not, but...
No, I mean, I was at home. I was at home at 9:30. I'm saved.
Can anyone corroborate that?
My wife?
The wife you pretended to be separated from. Anyone else?
No, but I didn't do it. I couldn't have done it, could I?
Then who did, Leonard?
I don't know. A burglar. I mean, look, a window was forced. There was a crowbar by the body. Some valuables were missing. It was pretty obvious.
Think again, Leonard. Miss French was unlikely to have a friendly chat with a burglar.
Then I don't know. But they have to find him. I swear, I was at home at 9:30. I've an alibi. My wife will tell you, at least talk to her.
I intend to. Look here, old man, I have to ask you this. Are you fond of your wife?
Yes, I love her.
And she?
She's devoted to me. She'll save me. She'll do anything in the world for me.
I was rather afraid of that. 38, 40. Here it is, 42. Flat 3.
Cigarette, Mr. Mayhem? Best the black market can offer.
No, thank you. I know this must be very difficult for you.
Please, do not think to spare me. I want to know the worst. I must know the worst.
It is very serious.
I would like to walk in the park. We can be private.
By all means.
If I say he came back at 9:30, will that save him? Will it be enough, my testimony alone?
Well, it will help.
But not enough.
Mrs. Vole, I know what you must feel.
Do you?
In the circumstances.
In the circumstances, I intend to play a lone hand.
I'm sorry?
I can't worry about him.
But surely, being devoted to your husband...
He told you that? The truth is, I hate him. I would not care if he was hanged.
Mrs. Vole, you are overwrought. I understand.
Men are so stupid. Suppose I told you that he came back at 10:20 with blood on his coat. Huh? Suppose I told you that he confessed to what he had done. Suppose I told you that he knew all about the will. Suppose I said all that in court. What then?
A wife cannot be asked to give evidence against her own husband.
He is not my husband, Mr. Mayhem.
Do you mind if we sit down? I think you'd better explain.
I was an actress in Vienna. Quite a good one, actually. Then there was the war. My husband was put in a camp. It broke his health. But he's still alive in a sanatorium. I met Leonard when he was in the army. He was in supplies. The black market. He was a crook then. I came to England with him. Anything to escape Vienna.
Mrs. I'm sorry, whatever your name is. This bitterness for Leonard Vole. Where does it come from?
I have no need to tell you.
No, but...
I want to go home now.
Then I suppose there's no purpose in prolonging this. I will consult with my client, of course.
Tell me this.
What?
Did you believe him innocent before you came here today?
Yes, I did.
You poor man.
And I believe so still. Good day, madam.
I will see you in court.
Do I have to stay here?
Unless you can get the judge to change his mind, you do. No bail, he said. Aye, only 2 weeks. Then you get your big day in court. Get used to it, son.
I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Can anyone help me?
We might do something. Even so, the chap's character is all against him. I mean, if he'd had a good war, but procurement and supplies in Vienna, on the fiddle.
I know.
Then suddenly nothing to do, can't settle. I've seen a lot of them. You've a rogue on your hands, Mayhem.
But is he a guilty rogue?
Not for me to say. I shall certainly defend him as though he weren't.
I can't help but believe that he's the victim here of some plot that he's innocent.
Possible. We'll do our best, but proving it, well...
Oh, I don't know. Think, man, think. She must have known other men. Men she might have dined with, someone else.
I am thinking. It's going round and round in my head.
It's this business of motive.
Other men. No one of any importance. There was a nephew.
Nephew?
But... Yes.
How do you know? You've never mentioned him. No one has.
Why should they? She disowned him. Yes, it's coming back to me. It was just a casual conversation.
Who with?
With George Harvey.
George Harvey?
Write this down.
How I wish I could forget.
I hope you don't mind meeting in the club. I've got to be on duty. Care for a cocktail?
No, thank you.
Introduce you to a couple of the girls after, if you like. Now, what can I do to help poor old Leonard? He never had much sense. Knew him from the war. She's good, isn't she?
Miss French, you knew the family.
Only the nephew? Another good time, Johnny. In fact, that was his name, Johnny.
Where can I find him?
Oh, he's not been around for a long while. Sure you won't have a cocktail?
No,
we do a snorter called the cuckoo clock. That's what you start doing after 3 of them.
Johnny!
Oh, yeah, not sure I can help you. Give her a hand, old man. She deserves it. Come on, I'll introduce you to Ruth.
No, thanks.
Leonard, I'd like to help you. Don't like to see you here. Reminds me of Marylebone. Frightful hangovers in the morning, standing up before the beak.
I'm going mad.
Buck up. You should have said no to the Viennese pastry.
She was everything to me. She was my wife. As good as. You have to find Johnny.
He could be anywhere, old man. And you've got, what, less than 2 weeks?
Just find Johnny.
I'll try Brighton. Always a good place to start. Water! I'm leaving.
Here's the post, Mr. Mayhem.
Thank you.
There's one very odd one. I didn't read it. The handwriting's so bad, I doubt anyone could.
Oh, thank you.
Cup of tea?
Lovely.
Right,
Dear Mr... If you want that foreign hussy showed up, come to... Cost you £200? Mrs. Mogson, Stepney. Excuse me, Constable, I wonder if you could help.
Yes, sir.
Shaw's Rents. Do you have any idea where...
Shaw's Rents. That's an entry, sir, just up there on your left.
Thank you.
Not the most smartest of situations, sir. Not for a gentleman like yourself.
Oh, I'll be fine, thank you.
You mind how you go, sir?
I'm looking for a Mrs. Mogson.
Well, you should have said so.
Is she here?
Who's looking for her?
I have urgent business with Mrs. Mogson. I'm a solicitor. She's
Mr. Mayhem? Come in. The same.
Right. It's very dark in here, isn't it?
I can see you. And your suit and tie. I can't give you a drink.
I don't want a drink, thank you.
Might have some tea left.
Nothing, thanks. I received a letter.
A bastard. He was a bastard. Left me for her.
What?
Did this to me. So, I cover up my face. Stay in the dark. Hide me beauty. Here, have a look.
Good God.
Vitriol. Acid in my face. Scarred me for life. He did it. To go off with her.
Who?
Ah. Cost you 200 nickel, that to know.
Does this relate to the case of Leonard Vole?
Do you mean Helga, that Viennese tart?
What am I buying? Look here, I must have evidence. I mean, a story's worth nothing without...
200.
5, 10, 15. I'm showing you more. You must show me.
I got a letter.
Show me.
See for yourself. Love letters from her to him. Look at the date on the last one.
The day of the murder.
You ask her. Home after 10, you ask her.
How do you come by this information?
She took him from me. I followed them. He did this to me, but I followed them.
Revenge.
Maybe. And money.
Here's another 10.
Not enough.
Then I'll take it all back and leave.
Bastard.
Tell me what you know, and confine yourself to the truth.
I speak as I find. A tree is a tree is a tree, where I come from.
Go on.
The Cameo Cinema, Camden. You'll find somebody saw them there, her and him. 10 o'clock that night, the night of the murder. Time she said she was home.
How can I find this man? There's only a Christian name. Werner.
That's him, Werner.
Sorry?
Werner. That's the way they say it, them foreigners. He's Polish. Fought for you lot in the... fighter pilot. Bastard. You have to make her suffer like I suffered. She done it all for him.
Thank you.
Hey, the money. My 200 quid.
20, 25, and another. 30. Or I'll call you in as a public witness.
Walter, sorry.
George, I need your help.
Now Ruth is very good company.
No, I want you to find someone.
Not had much luck in that department.
A cinema commissionaire.
That's a little more my line. Tell me more about him.
We're doing all we can.
The trial is tomorrow.
Chin up, eh?
I'm drowning. I'm drowning here.
Shut it. Walter! It is Walter, isn't it? Find the sea air bracing, dear, down in
Get off me! Who are you?
Oh, well, these two chaps, don't worry about them. Friends of mine. Well, local acquaintances. Very helpful.
What do you want?
I want to show you a photograph of a beautiful lady.
Now, Mrs. Heilger, you are certain that after Leonard Vole had washed the blood from him, confessed to its cause, and threatened you if you did not keep silent about his murderous deeds of that night, you are absolutely sure that this was after 10 o'clock?
Yes, I'm quite sure.
In the flat both of you shared?
Yes, that is as I have told you.
I remind you that you are under oath. Mrs. Heilger, you do not wish to change any part of your evidence?
Why? Why should I? A tree is a tree is a tree. No?
Thank you, Mrs. Heilger.
Good God.
A tree is a tree is a tree, where I come from.
With your lordship's leave, the defense calls its next witness, Walter Swinley. And do you see here, in this courtroom, the woman who came to your cinema, the Cameo Cinema in Camden, on the night of the 23rd at 10 o'clock?
Yes.
Would you be good enough, please, to point to her?
That lady, Romaine Harger. You couldn't mistake a lady as lovely as that?
At 10 o'clock that night?
Yes, sir.
Accompanied by another man, not Leonard Vole.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Swinley. My lord, the defense wishes to recall Romaine Heilger.
Well done, old man. Always knew you didn't do it. Free and clear, eh?
I know. Hard to believe.
Never doubted it. Time for some fizz, I think. Wash the taste of that Viennese pastry out of your mouth.
Won't be a moment.
Job well done, I'd say, Mayhern. Close shave, but interesting. Come and see him.
The person I want to see is Romaine Heilger.
Yes. Not a woman I'd choose to encounter on a dark night.
I think I did. Oh, Mrs. Vole.
What?
That indeed. You are a consummate actress.
I have nothing to say to you.
I know. I know who you are.
As you say, an actress. But unfortunately, my English...
Please don't insult me. I know about you.
Meaning?
Oh, really, Mrs. Vole. The unsteady Cockney accent, the hiding in the shadows, the odd turn of phrase. I mean, a tree is a tree is a tree, wouldn't you say?
So, you guessed.
I see everything, I see nothing. Why, though?
Why did I play a lone hand?
I remember now, you said that.
I had to save Leonard, you see? The evidence of a woman devoted to him by itself would not be enough. I had to be discredited to save him.
And Werner?
Werner? A helpful friend. Oh, it's over, Mr. Mahan.
No. No, it is not. You will go to prison for perjury.
Oh, Mr. Mahan, what is that? After Vienna, he rescued me. I owed him everything, you see. What is a year or so compared to a lifetime?
But why such an elaborate comedy? I'm sure we could have proved him innocent.
You thought he was innocent?
Yes.
Thought?
Well, naturally, there's always a possibility.
As you say. Still, you were all I expected of an English gentleman.
Oh, of course, I see. Well, I suppose I can't blame you. After all, you knew he was innocent.
Oh, no, Mr. Mahan. No, no. I knew he was guilty. Goodbye.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
The wind was cold and bitter. It tore through the railway siding that dreary September day. The thick cluster of railway lines stretched out into the distance, looking as though they could go on forever. There were dozens of trucks loaded with coal, petrol, and livestock. But few people were about. In the signal huts, the men brewed strong tea and smacked their arms across their chests to generate some warmth. Then, running down the track towards the station was a man. Middle-aged and out of condition, he was panting desperately. He staggered and almost fell. And then, with a superhuman effort, he reached up and wedged himself between two goods trucks. He crouched back and listened.
He's here somewhere, Freddie.
That's right.
We've got to get him. Shoot on sight and shoot to kill.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel. The Avengers.
The man squeezed between the two railway trucks, held his breath, clutched at his briefcase, and waited. The wind roared through the station. He heard snatches of conversation wafted to and fro.
You take that side, I'll take this.
Look out for the trains. Could be hiding anywhere. The man guessed from the voices that it would only be a matter of time before he was discovered. He slipped from his hiding place, dashed across the track, and made for an empty wagon. Breathless and exhausted, he hauled himself into the wagon, carrying his jacket as he did so.
Done. I've done it.
He lay face downwards in the darkness, safe at last for a while. But the search went on. The man called Freddie kicked at an empty beer can. He swore incoherently.
What the devil is he?
The man in the wagon knew it was only a question of time. He stood up and quickly removed his tie, doubling it up and knotting it, prepared to use it to strangle anyone who attacked him. Freddie, moving down the line, paused.
What's this? I think the cloth torn from a jacket. And that means he's in here.
Freddie clambered into the truck, paused, and peered into the half-darkness. He reached into his pocket, withdrew a small automatic, but he had no opportunity of using it. The tie was thrown quickly around his throat.
Me or you? You want to kill? There's no chance.
In Mrs. Peel's apartment, John Steed had assembled a toy train on the carpet and was demonstrating the art of shunting two trains whilst allowing an express to roar around on its track.
You see, Mrs. Peel, it takes a bit of working out. The express doesn't stop. The other trains have to be moved from that siding to this one. Tricky.
But why?
Huh?
Well, why do we have to create the problem in the first place?
It's my nephew, Willie. He's retarded. This will give him something to concentrate on.
Well, if we can't do it, how can we expect a retarded child to?
That's a reasonably good point.
You didn't move the point, Steed. That's why the crash occurred.
Well, perhaps I'd better give him something a little more simple.
I think it would be a good idea. Oh, excuse me. Emma Peel?
Mrs. Peel, is John Steed with you?
Yes, he is. Who shall I say is calling?
Lucas. Just tell him it's Lucas. It's urgent.
All right. Steve, it's a man called Lucas. He wants to talk to you urgently. You better take it.
Of course. Hello, Steed here.
Steed, Mark Lucas. Look, I'm onto something big. I can't talk now, but you must meet me off the 8:10 train at Norbury. Got it? The 8:10 at Norbury.
Yes, I understand, Mark, but why...
I just killed a man, and I may have to kill again. But you must help me, Steed. You must.
Right. The 8:10 Norbury Station. I'll be there.
Trouble, Steve?
Sounds like it. We've got to stop playing at trains, Mrs. Peel, and start taking them. Come on.
And so, some hours later, Mrs. Peel and John Steed found themselves on Norbury Station. It was still cold.
Oh, this had better be important. Dragging a girl away from a fireside.
I agree. I think a bed, an electric blanket. I have no more idea of what it's all about than you have. I know that Mark Lucas isn't a man to over-dramatize. If he wants help, he wants help.
And who exactly is Mark Lucas?
One of our senior agents. He said he was on something big and that he'll be arriving on the 8:10.
You know, I don't really approve of them. Electric blankets. They make one so self-sufficient. Tell me more about Lucas.
Well, he's a brilliant linguist. Been all over the place, all around the world. Bounced about the empire.
When there was one.
When there was one. Each time the Union Jack came down, he was the last person in the gunboat. Eventually, of course...
There were no more gunboats.
Exactly.
And now, instead of fighting a magnificent last stand on the banks of some tropical river, he's speeding through the home counties on a very cold Thursday.
That's right. And as far as I'm concerned, he can't turn up too soon. Let's walk up and down the platform, Mrs. Peel. This may lead to monkey business. No brass monkey. Come on, step it out.
Way towards Norbury, Mark Lucas sat huddled in the compartment. He clutched his briefcase, swaying with the movement of the train. He was edgy, tense.
Norbury! Next stop, Norbury! Norbury!
The ticket collector moved along the corridor, calling the next stop.
Next stop, Norbury!
Mark Lucas rose unsteadily to his feet, emerged from the compartment, and moved along the corridor, following the ticket collector. It was then that he saw the man Bart approaching. This was the other man who had tried to kill him. Lucas didn't stop to think twice. He stepped sideways into the nearest compartment. It had on the door a sign which read, "Just Mary."
What the devil?
Really? Do you mind? We have got a reserve notice on the door.
I'm terribly sorry. I do beg your pardon. So sorry. Forgive me. Sorry.
Lucas realized that there was no time to lose. He left the newlyweds compartment and shot into the guard's van. It was empty. He hurriedly placed his briefcase amongst some luggage. The train screeched to a stop at the station. Lucas got out of the train. The train started up and pulled out of the station. Lucas looked about him. Rain was now falling in the wind. It was dark, deserted. Lucas pulled the collar of his overcoat up around his neck. The train faded away into the distance. Lucas realized that he was completely alone. He walked towards the shelter of the station waiting room, lighting a cigarette. His footsteps echoed out hollowly on the uneven flagstones. The lighter blew out. All was now still apart from the wind. Lucas walked the platform. The waiting room appeared derelict. Nothing happened. And then, the sound of whistling. Faint, but recognizable.
What the devil? Hello? Hello? Who's there? Who is it? Who are you?
Put your hands up, quickly, or this gun might go off. Come on now, do as I say. That's better. Stay like that. There's a train coming. Listen to it. Listen, Lucas. No, don't move. Don't move.
As the train screamed through the station, the revolver shot that killed Mark Lucas was not heard. Lucas sank to the platform. The man moved over to the sign that read Norborough. He reached up and removed it. Underneath was an old, battered sign. It read, Chase Halt. It creaked in the wind. The rain streamed down. Lucas lay face downwards. The puddle beneath him turned to scarlet. Eventually, even the wind died. On the real Norborough station, John Steed and Emma Peel paced up and down impatiently. The train arrived at last, drew in, and stopped.
Well, this is it, the A10. I don't see Lucas.
You think he might have missed it?
No, he was too definite. No one getting off at all. I think we'd better get on the train, Mrs. Beale. He may have fallen asleep. Come on.
Steed and Mrs. Peel walked the whole length of the corridor, peering into each compartment.
Can't see him. It's very strange.
You say he's about 50, balding, 6 feet and rather heavy?
That's right. No one like him. Very strange. What's their hunch, Mrs. Peel?
I'm trying to get them up, actually. What have you in mind?
The guard's van. The only place I haven't looked. What'd you say?
I'm very intrigued by that sign that reads just married. I didn't think people were into that kind of publicity these days. Very odd.
Mrs. Peel would have thought it even more odd had she heard what the bride was saying.
Now, look, you get away and keep your hands to yourself, Bart. I was engaged for the job, but there are limits. Don't go getting over-enthusiastic. My husband is a very jealous man.
John Steed had taken an urgent phone call from Mark Lucas, one of Britain's top secret agents. Lucas had told him that he was onto something big, but couldn't divulge more information over a telephone. He'd requested that they meet his train at Norborough at 8:10. Steed and Mrs. Peel kept the appointment, but Lucas didn't get off the train, and so Steed and Mrs. Peel got onto it. They had searched all along the corridors, but had had no luck. Steed was quite worried, as Mark Lucas wasn't the sort of man to ask for help unless he was in a very tight spot. Mrs. Peel, still intrigued by the just married sign on the compartment door, knocked smartly and entered.
Beg your pardon?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Wrong compartment. It has got a notice up, you know. Has it? I didn't see. Yes. Just married. We'd like to be alone if you don't mind. Oh, yes, of course. I'm so sorry. Oh, congratulations, by the way. Bye-bye. I wonder if that notice wasn't a mistake. Seems to attract people, not put them off.
You know who that woman is?
Never seen her before in my life.
She must have gone up Norborough. Better keep an eye out, for you've got trouble enough without prying eyes. If she comes back and causes trouble, let me know, right?
Right. Meantime, since it's supposed to be our honeymoon, couldn't we order just one bottle of champagne? Just for appearance's sake. Please, Bart?
In the restaurant car, Mrs. Peel chose a seat and looked around her.
Can I help you, madam?
Oh, thank you, but I'm waiting for someone. I can't understand it. This man said he'd be here 10 minutes ago. Perhaps you've seen him. He's about 50, 6 feet, rather heavily built, going bull.
No, madam, no. I'll see no one I can. Can I help? Oh, lady's lost her friend. Lost? Off the train? Well, your friend can't have gone far, can he?
Well, he isn't actually a friend, exactly.
Oh?
No, he seemed agitated, so I spoke to him, and, well, he said he was in trouble.
I see. And what else did he tell you?
Just that he was broke. That's why I lent him the money.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, £5. I gave him £5.
So that's why you're so anxious to find him. Yes, excuse me.
The ticket collector searched in his waistcoat pocket and withdrew a small bottle. He unclasped the lid and popped a lozenge into his mouth. And Mrs. Peel suppressed a smile and raised an eyebrow.
Tranquilizer. 20 years on the railway plays the very devil with one's stomach. I'm so sorry I can't help you, ma'am. He probably gave you the slip at Norborough. Yes, that's the most likely thing. Slipped off at Norborough. That's what he must have done.
The ticket collector disappeared from the restaurant car and headed for the guard's van. In the guard's van, Steed was making a quick search. There were several large packing cases and various crates.
All big enough to contain a body. Can't open up all of them. What the devil is this?
Steed turned to a large trestle table and lifted a sheet of tarpaulin.
An Egyptian mummy case. How extraordinary.
Steed managed to get the lid off without much difficulty.
How extraordinary. Empty. Just a paper bag. Sandwiches. Look rather tasty.
Steed helped himself to a sandwich, munching away delightedly when the ticket collector said,
"Well, bread's amazingly fresh. Liver sausage. It would have been more tasty on rye bread.
As it happens, I prefer white bread.
Oh, so sorry. I didn't realize it.
What are you doing in here, sir, if I may be so bold?
Well, I'm looking for someone.
In there?
Well, he always was a mummy's boy. Well...
It was at that moment that Steed noticed Mark Lucas's briefcase down amongst the luggage. Without batting an eyelid, he stooped, picked it up, and sauntered away, saying,
"Norborough was your only stop, wasn't it?"
That's right, sir.
Well, then he must still be on the train. Thank you.
Steed made his way back to the restaurant car. Mrs. Peel wasn't there. She'd found herself an empty compartment. As Steed started to walk past, she rapped on the glass.
Any luck?
Well, unless he's traveling incognito as a young bride, he isn't on the train.
I managed to pick this up in the guard's van.
Steed dropped the briefcase down on the seat. The little leather tag had the name Mark Lucas clearly printed upon it.
This means he is on the train.
Was. And he's in trouble. It's standard procedure. If an agent hits trouble and has to run, he has to leave something behind, something to identify.
But if this is true, then where did he run to? We know he didn't get off at Norborough. The train doesn't stop anyone else. Is the case locked?
Yes.
King's Cross! King's Cross! End of the line!
Come on, Mrs. Peel. We'll attend to this back at my place.
Excuse me, madam. A gentleman asked me to give you this.
The attendant handed Mrs. Peel a £5 note.
He said to apologize for the inconvenience. Bye.
You know, I really must try that one a bit more often.
As the train drew into the station, Mrs. Peel followed Steed along the corridor. As they passed the door with Just Mary on it, Bart and his so-called bride were picking up their things.
Oh, goodbye. Have a happy honeymoon. Thanks. Come on, dear, let's go.
Shh. Not so fast. Do you see what that man is carrying under his arm?
Just a briefcase.
Mark Lucas's briefcase. Must have picked it up here on the train.
What do we do?
Leave this to me.
Bart placed one hand underneath his coat, checking on the gun in its holster. Then, turning up the collar of his coat, made after Steed and Mrs. Peel, who were heading for a taxi rank. Watch it, Steed. The journey isn't over yet. In Steed's apartment, the briefcase presented little trouble to open.
Small automatic.
Wallet. A label marked 4767. Framed photo of a sweet old lady. His mother?
Auntie Maud.
Do you know her?
Maud. M-A-U-D. Microfilm and unciphered documents. Army issue pouch.
Agents for the use of.
Right. What else?
4767. 4th of July, 67. Independence Day?
Could be. Lots of papers. Take us some time to decipher these.
Steve, there's other photographs here. This one, Edward Salt. He was on the train. Personal secretary to Admiral Cartney.
You sure he was on the train?
Yes. Who's Admiral Cartney?
Big wig at the Admiralty. Might be worth looking into this while I tackle the paperwork.
Shall be done. First thing in the morning. Right now, I'm going to put the kettle on for coffee. I shan't be long.
Steed returned to the examination of the briefcase when...
All right, I'll get it.
Bart stood in the doorway, a newspaper in one hand, and behind the newspaper, a gun. Bart smiled, raised the newspaper, but Steed, sensing that something was very wrong, slammed the door shut. There was a shot. Steed waited, slowly and cautiously, opened the door. Bart fell into the room, dead. Mrs. Peel entered from the kitchen at speed.
Steve, what the... Whoops. You really are going to have trouble with your cleaning lady. She must be fed up with this sort of thing.
He tried to kill me.
Antisocial. But you ruined his honeymoon.
Eh?
This man, he was on the train, accompanied by a blushing bride. They were the ones I checked on.
Let's see what he was carrying on him. Wallet? Yeah, he was carrying a rail ticket. Chase Holt Station.
What's that?
About 3 stops down the line from Norborough, except that nothing stops there anymore.
Oh? Why?
Because Chase Holt closed down years ago. I think we shall have to take yet another train journey. Don't you, Mrs. Peel?
John Steed and Emma Peel had got off at Norborough Station to help Mark Lucas, a top-secret agent, who was in trouble. They'd missed him at the station, but picked up his briefcase on the train back to London. The contents of the case were extremely interesting. Most of the papers were in code and would take Steed some time to decipher. But there was also a photograph and information on Edward Salt, personal secretary to Admiral Cartney, a bigwig at the Admiralty. Before following through on the death of Bart and making a visit to Chase Holt, Mrs. Peel dropped in at the Admiralty. Her visit had been arranged nicely. She was now a journalist.
Well, thank you so much, Admiral, for the conducted tour. I really didn't think my readers warranted more than a junior aide.
Public relations, my dear lady, are most important. You write a good piece for us, and it helps recruitment, and we get a better choice of man. Good job all round, what?
Oh, that is true.
Yes, after all, your women readers want much the same thing as we want in the Admiralty.
Really?
More able-bodied men, what?
A few more questions.
Yes, far away.
What exactly do you do?
Oh, dear. I do wish you hadn't asked that.
But since I have?
Well, I'll tell you, but it does make me sound like a sort of travel agent. Me, who fought 5 major sea battles in the last war. Still, looking at it another way, it is important work.
What is?
Well, I take care of all the travel arrangements for VIPs, wherever they go, on land or sea. I don't mind the sea bit, but on land.
In other words, if someone important wants to go from A to B, you make sure they're comfortable.
No, more than that. I make sure they're secure, yes. Can't have people popping off half the government, you know. No, I have to make sure all is well and shipshape. Have to check every security arrangement. Oh, yes, which reminds me. Salt.
Yes, sir?
Pop this file back into top secret register.
Yeah, good, sir. By the way, sir, Mrs. Hamilton called.
Yes, I'll speak to her. See Mrs. Peel ashore, will you?
Certainly, sir.
Well, thank you, Admiral, for your cooperation.
Pleasure, my dear, pleasure.
They say, Mrs. Peel.
Good day, Admiral.
Hello, you gorgeous little sailor's friend. When are we going to splice the main brace, hey, you beauty, what?
It was later that day that Steed and Emma Peel got themselves to Chase Holt. It was another cold and windy day. The station building was deserted and filled with cobwebs. Old weighing machines and slot machines stood amongst the piles of rubbish. The windows were filthy. There was a general air of decay.
What's the smell?
Old refuse, decaying timetables, sunny seaside posters. Oh, look at this. Broken window pane and something that looks suspiciously like a bullet hole. Glass fell inwards, so if it is a bullet hole...
The gun was fired from the platform.
Right.
How'd you get on with the notes from the briefcase? Did you manage to decode anything important?
Well, it was a bit diffuse. It appears that Lucas had stumbled onto a plan to pop off a VIP. He couldn't say who or where.
A VIP? Now, that would make a link to friend Salt. His boss takes care of all the travel arrangements for VIPs. Cartney, the amorous admiral.
What was the amorous?
Oh, I can tell by the way he looks. So we don't know who the VIP will be.
Lucas hadn't found out when he drafted the papers.
Did he say who he suspected was going to do the job?
Nothing specific, just some splinter groups, fanatics. He managed to intercept some radio messages.
What was that?
Seems as though there's someone or something in the waiting room.
Steed walked swiftly across the platform and kicked in the door.
Hey, what's the idea? What are you doing? You're trespassing. You know that? This is my station.
Your station?
Well, I bought it. Well, I'm negotiating to buy it. Humble beginnings, you know. I have high hopes. One day, maybe, a mainline station.
King's Cross or Waterloo?
Oh, a terminus, yes. That's what I've got set my heart on.
You mean you live here?
Oh, that's right.
Well, isn't it noisy?
Well, does a Venetian complain of the sound of water?
Oh, I didn't realise it was quite the same thing.
My name is Crew. I live in the signal box down the line.
Do trains ever stop here?
Oh, not for the past 9 years.
Are you always here?
Always.
Were you here last night?
Of course.
You sure?
Yes, 100%. Whoa. Why do you ask?
Answer my question.
Well, last night. Yes, I had a phone call from a dealer with an 1892 water cistern. Jubilee commemorative issue. Mint condition. Now, at the price quoted, it was a giveaway. Absolute giveaway.
Did you get it?
No. When I got there, it was a practical joke. It was a final insult. I missed the last train and had to take a bus. A bus, I asked, yeah. Express. Get on, son. His name's Watkins. Wilson, very nice fella. Yeah, I got a good feel for playing to Wilson. Well, it's a pity about old Tate Holt, but then, I'll look after it best I can. Well, I wrote to the Queen, but she didn't answer. I must have got the wrong address. Loco spotters, are you?
Loco? Oh, yes.
Well, look, why not drop in the signal box for some refreshment?
Well, some other time.
Oh, well, suit yourself. I must get on now.
As the old man turned away, a long parcel wrapped in sacking crashed to the floor.
Oh, darn it. Practical jokers. Hey, look what I found in the ladies' waiting room.
The old man unwrapped the sacking. Steed and Emma Peel found themselves looking down at a nameplate, Norborough.
Station nameplate, Norborough.
Is this station identical with Norborough?
Oh, yes. Well, in almost every detail. It's the Scott Simon design. He was the architect, you see. Oh, there's about a couple of dozen of them up and down the country.
Very interesting. Thank you. Oh, 4767. Does that mean anything to you?
Oh, no, I can't say it does. Well, I must be getting along. Bye for now.
You think he's involved?
Very involved. Obsessed is a better word. Playing loco.
A nameplate. The 2 Norboroughs for the price of 1. Steve, you were saying something about Lucas intercepting some radio messages.
Yes, from their HQ, wherever that is, Lucas couldn't get a fix. As soon as he beamed in on their transmissions, they moved away. Packed up the whole HQ.
Doesn't make sense.
Steed had been wandering about the untidy waiting room. He walked across to a large toolbox, which read, "In case of fog." He opened it.
I don't see how an HQ could be moved all that easily. Well, perhaps Lucas will fill in all the gaps when we find him.
No, I don't think that's possible, Mrs. Peel. Look.
Mrs. Peel moved across and looked into the tool chest.
Lucas?
Yes. Shot. Except poor Lucas. Maybe this was their headquarters.
The oldest established permanent floating headquarters.
From one derelict railway station to another.
Could be. What now?
Well, first we'll get poor Lucas discreetly moved, and then we'll give friend Salt of the Admiralty some information. Some homemade information.
If he is the leech, and it's almost certain he is, then, well, we'll just see where he takes that information.
Exactly. We'll put some salt on his tail, in fact. Come on.
Later, in the Admiralty, the red scrambler phone rang.
Admiral Carter, RN. Yes, sir. Certainly. Salt? Yes, sir. Sir Rodney. Yes, Sir Rodney. I've got your coded signal in front of me. Periscope photographs. Yes, I like it. Like it very much.
Photographs, sir?
Thank you. Oh, yes, Sir Rodney. Oh, this is a scrambled call, isn't it? Yes, can't be too careful. Look, the Chief of the General Staff retiring. There's a collection. Oh, tell me, what do you think? 10 shillings or go mad and give him a £1? Huh? Okay, yes. I just wanted to clear it with you. Yes, I've got that. Don't worry. Top security. Well, Salt, action at last. Top secret maneuvers. A planned tour of the enemy's offshore installation. Just stand careful.
Was it stop at Nobra?
That's the one.
I'll meet you there.
Right.
Bye.
But also boarding the train for Liverpool were a newly married couple. The girl, slipping her arm through her husband's, suddenly halted.
Hey! Wait! Wait, see that man? The one in the front with the bowl and the umbrella? That's him. That's the one Bart went after.
What? You sure? Bart didn't report back, did he?
Missing. Believed dead. We'd better look into this, hadn't we?
More trouble coming up in the rear, Steve. John Steed and Emma Peel had found the body of Mark Lucas in a disused waiting room at Chase Holt. It was clear from duplicate nameplates that read Norborough that he'd been tricked into getting off the train and had been murdered. From a thorough investigation of Lucas's papers, John Steed had managed to learn that there was to be an assassination of a VIP. What the plan was, who were the killers, and even who was the chosen victim was still a mystery. But suspicion had fallen on Edward Salt, personal secretary to Admiral Cartney, and Steed had arranged to have some false information passed on to the Admiralty. It looked as though Salt had taken the bait. Steed followed him to the Liverpool train, having made sure that Mrs. Peel was fully in the picture. Salt boarded the train, entered a compartment, placed his case on the rack, and settled down behind a newspaper. Out in the corridor, Steed stopped and raised the handle of his umbrella to his lips. He clicked a small switch. A piece of the handle flew open. Steed spoke softly into the mesh of a concealed microphone.
I haven't let Salt out of my sight, and so far he hasn't made any attempt to contact anyone, nor has anyone attempted to contact him. I'm going to join him in the compartment. The train's just about to leave.
Chilly. Very. Tickets, please. Have your tickets ready, please. All tickets, please. First stop, Dover. Tickets, please. Thank you. Yours, sir? Here somewhere. Oh, yes. Here we are. Thank you. There is a diner on the train, isn't there? That's right, sir. 2 along the corridor. Do you do the journey often? Pretty often, yes.
Salt retired behind his newspaper. The 8:10 to Liverpool roared on into the night. When Salt went to dine in the restaurant car, so did Steed. He returned slightly ahead of Salt and sat deliberately in the wrong seat.
Oh, I say, would you mind if we changed seats? Mine was reserved. I find it makes me a bit sick if I have my back to the engine.
Oh, certainly, not at all.
As Steed moved to swap seats, he noticed the reserved note stuck above the seat.
Seat 4, compartment 7, carriage 67. 4767.
Out in the corridor, the groom left the just married compartment and sought out the ticket collector. Their conversation was brief and straight to the point.
I was just coming to look for you. That man seated in Salt's compartment. I think he's trouble. He was the man Bart went after.
Right. In that case, we'd better tip Salt off about it, hadn't we?
When Salt came out into the corridor to stretch his legs and have a smoke, the ticket collector drew him a little to one side. Minutes later, Salt entered the compartment again. Steed appeared to be dozing, leaning heavily on his umbrella. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself looking down the wrong end of a revolver.
Stay right where you are. Don't move. And don't speak.
But you'd better start that tape recorder in the umbrella going, hadn't you, Steve? On Norborough Station, Mrs. Peel, having driven down at top speed, paced the platform well wrapped up against the cold night air. In the train that was hurtling through the dark towards her, the bride and groom were talking.
Well, what's the news?
All taken care of, my love. All taken care of. Ah, Norborough.
Mrs. Peel hastily scanned the few passengers who alighted. No sign of John Steed. She moved swiftly up the platform, stepping back hurriedly when she recognized Salt, relaxing in his seat. She was about to move on when she noticed Steed's umbrella hanging from the rack. Salt left his seat and walked out into the corridor. Mrs. Peel nipped swiftly into the compartment and grabbed at the umbrella as it swung gently to and fro. Only just made it, Mrs. Peel. Later, in the just-married compartment, the bride and groom looked up as the door opened. The ticket collector entered.
Salt's just leaving next stop. Good. It isn't that message he brought us. Lies from beginning to end. Not a word of truth in it.
Sure.
Positive. Oh, dear. He'll be going back to his office sometime tonight.
In which case, I'd better be there to deal with him. Hadn't I?
Mrs. Peel headed for London and let herself into Steve's apartment.
Steve? Steve!
Forlorn hope, Mrs. Peel.
Now, why would Steve leave his umbrella? What did he say? An agent in trouble always leaves something behind as an identification. Let's see.
It didn't take Mrs. Peel long to find the secret in the handle.
Salt out of my sight, and so far he hasn't made contact with anyone, nor has anyone attempted to make contact with him. Next, join him in the compartment. The train's about to leave. Stay right where you are. Don't move, and don't speak.
Mrs. Peel stared at the umbrella, then hurried to the phone. Within minutes, she was talking to Admiral Cartney.
Admiral, Mrs. Peel, sorry to disturb you.
Always need to get a call from a lady in the evening, but it's long after 8 bells, you know.
Look, I'm sorry, but I have to see you. It's very important and concerns a security leak. And your secretary, Edward Salt.
Security? What the devil's it all about?
I'll tell you when we meet. Your office in half an hour, right?
Mrs. Peel wasn't the only one to visit the Admiralty that evening. The groom had beaten Salt back to town and was hiding behind the wall drapes, waiting his time. He didn't have long to wait. Salt entered the office swiftly and made for his own desk, switching on a small table lamp and pulling out drawers. The groom moved forward, fitting a silencer onto his gun. He was whistling quietly, rather appropriately, the wedding march.
What the devil? You! What do you want? Why are you pointing that at me? What have I done?
I think you've forgotten who pays you. The signal you gave us, it was a fake. The HMS Pyrocanthus in mothballs has been for years. So the General Staff won't be visiting enemy installations, will they?
Well, I got it from the Admiral. You've got to believe me.
You could be right. You could be telling the truth.
Well, then?
In that case, it means that you are under suspicion. Sorry, Salt. It's too close to the big day. Can't take risks, old boy. Sorry.
The groom bent over Salt to make sure the work was complete. He was still humming the wedding march. With a smile, he took the white carnation from his buttonhole and dropped it on the body, and hurried out of the room by one door, as Mrs. Peel and the Admiral entered by another.
Mrs. Peel, you haven't explained...
I will, given time, I promise. If we can just search his desk, I'm sure I can find something.
Hold on. A whiff of grape shot in the air.
The Admiral advanced to Salt's desk and found the body.
My dear girl, I do owe you the most sincere apology. There is something going on.
There was. Someone's beaten us to it.
Mrs. Peel stooped and picked up the buttonhole.
Until death do us part. Oh, sorry, just thinking aloud.
Oh, please don't. Not in that way. No. Those words send a cold shiver right through my timbers.
A sailor's fancy.
A sailor's fancy is fancy-free. I've spent my whole life avoiding the final splicing. Never dropped anchor in one port long enough to... didn't you say you want to search the place?
Admiral, is there any particular VIP about to travel anywhere at the moment?
There's always a VIP about to travel somewhere. Every waking minute of the day there's someone on the move. Why?
I was just thinking. Lucas was onto something. A VIP getting popped off.
Over my dead body?
Well, it could be. And what's this? London to Norborough, first-class return.
Oh, must be 100 of them. Man must have had an obsession about railways. Impertinence. Railways run on land. And to think that he used to sit in that office...
Look, Admiral, they're all punched.
Huh?
See? All punched neatly through the middle O in Norborough.
Blistering barnacles. I mean, the holes about the side.
Oh, that self-respecting microdot. Makes sense, doesn't it? Salt fills in the O with a microdot.
The ticket collector clips it out.
And bingo, the message is passed on.
Passed on to a ticket collector.
The ticket collector on the Norborough run who takes tranquilizers for his stomach. Well, he's going to need them in future.
That's fighting talk, Mrs. Peel. Mrs. Peel had lost John Steed. In checking up on Edward Salt, she'd raced to Norborough Station to keep an appointment with Steed. He wasn't there. Only his umbrella, swinging gently from the luggage rack. Mrs. Peel had managed to collect it and listen to the message Steed had recorded upon the secret apparatus in the handle, but it hadn't told her very much. She'd turned for help to Admiral Cartney, and they'd found Salt's body. Now, Mrs. Peel was sure she was on the right lines. Railway lines, which would take her to Chase Halt Station yet again. In the station was a train. The ticket collector opened a door. The man who was posing as a bridegroom climbed in.
How'd it go? Splendid. Mr. Salt is no more, and I've brought you a little keepsake. A memento. It's Salt's mini camera. Might be useful.
Good. Let's see how your worthy bride is getting along. Are you making progress?
Yes. Nearly finished.
The bride was working on the floor, installing a bomb under the corner window seat.
Just reassure me. How do we know that the vibrations of the train won't set it off?
You'll have to take my word.
She has a good list of trivets. It's all very fine, but never anyone as important. What triggers the bomb off?
A radio signal.
Where will it come from?
From this train.
Sounds dangerous. There should be at least a mile between us. We don't want to blow ourselves up as well.
We won't. At the moment it goes up, we'll be speeding away in the opposite direction. Now relax. We all have our problems.
What's yours?
Well, for instance, how do we get this carriage off this train and onto his train?
Easy. Here's your answer.
The ticket collector produced a series of very official stick labels. He showed them to the group. They all read,
"This carriage to be commandeered and prepared for VIP train."
Very important person.
Very.
I'll transfer this carriage tomorrow, and I'll attend to it personally. I'll be sorry to see it go.
Not to worry. You may be losing a carriage, but he is gaining a bomb.
Mrs. Peel arrived at the deserted Chase Halt station carrying Steed's umbrella. She immediately went to the tool chest where they had found Mark Lucas's body and was relieved to find it empty. Far up along the platform could be heard the querulous voice of old Crew. He was singing to himself as he went about his self-inflicted duty.
When I marry your daughter. Oh,
Mrs. Peel dodged back into the shadows as she heard footsteps approaching. A man approached, hand in coat pocket, clearly clutching a gun.
Are you Mr. Crew?
Oh, yes.
You live here?
Oh, I've got a little place in my signal box. Semi-detached. Here, further along the line.
You live alone?
Hey, what are the questions? Who are you?
The man was about to withdraw his hand from his pocket when Mrs. Peel moved like lightning. She grabbed his wrist. It wasn't a gun at all. It was an identification card.
Mrs. Peel.
I don't know you.
George Warren, I'm a friend of Steve.
Oh, yes? Then where does he buy his trilbies?
He doesn't. He wears bowlers and Bisons and St. James's. This is my identification card.
What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Ah, but I thought of it first.
Special security watch all along this railway line.
Oh? Someone important traveling along it?
Perhaps you don't understand me, Mrs. Peel. Special security. Can't divulge details to anyone. And I mean anyone. Now then, what about you? What are you doing here?
I wanted Mr. Crew's advice on a railway matter.
Oh, my experience is at your disposal, Mrs. Peel. But why don't we retire to my signal box? Talk over a nice cup of tea.
Splendid.
Now, what exactly is your problem?
Well, it's this umbrella. I want you to listen to it.
In the just-married compartment of the train, the ticket collector faced the bride and groom.
A mini camera of Salt's. There was a film in it.
A practical place to keep a film, I'd say.
I've just had it developed. It's details of security on this line. They're sending a special branch man to visit every station along the route.
Well, so what?
Don't you see that means Chase Holt? They'll find Lucas's body.
And that means the game is up. Unless I can get to the special branch man first. When do we reach Chase Holt?
Coming up in about 10 minutes.
The groom grinned and reached beneath the seat, producing a Tommy gun.
Splendid. An unscheduled stop is indicated, don't you think?
In the signal box, drinking hot, sweet tea, Mrs. Peel demonstrated the mechanism of the tape recorder in the umbrella and said,
You see, in the background is the clatter of the train. Now, is it possible for you to pinpoint the exact section of a rail which made that noise?
Noise, madam. Poetry. Pure poetry. Another stanza, please.
Look here, Mrs. Peel. This may be all very interesting, but what does it all mean?
Steve's disappeared. This is the only lead I have. If I can find just where he was when he was held up, then it's a step in the right direction. Well, Mr. Crewe?
Let me hear it again.
Move and don't speak.
Oh, sounds all wrong. Yeah. There are 2 sets of diddly bombs. Oh, it's impossible. A train can't be going fast and slow at the same time.
He's right. Diddly bomb. Diddly bomb.
Yes.
You know, I don't think this part of the train at all. Just a minute. Diddly bomb. Diddly bomb. It's the Mark V tapping code, a sort of trick Morse device so that man could communicate with each other in prisoner of war camps. Spool it back, Mrs. Peel. Give it to me again.
Right.
Debbage. That must mean Debbage Junction.
Yes. Well, Debbage Junction is on this line. 9 lines with close couple of points of Hampstead design. The original lines laid down in 1899. Further modifications carried out on April 25th. Hey, that's funny. Train stopped at the station. Nothing ever stops here. There's something very wrong here. Must be something very wrong.
Back in the station, the train had stopped. The groom slipped out onto the platform. He headed for the tool chest and was amazed to see that it no longer contained a body.
The elbow in the signal box. It must be him. Right.
Holding the Tommy gun at the ready, the groom hurried up the line. In the signal box, Mrs. Peel was insisting that she should be told the complete truth.
Look, if someone important is travelling on this line, I have a right to know. Now, is it today?
Tonight.
But who is travelling tonight? I must...
Mrs. Peel had leapt at old Crewe, knocking him over into safety. But George Warren lay on the floor, dying. Mrs. Peel crawled over to him.
Who is it, Warren? Who's travelling this line tonight?
The Prime Minister.
Mrs. Peel and old Crewe only just managed to get to the train before it started to pull out. In the corridor, they paused to get their breath.
I still don't see why you had to pull me along.
You're my only ally, the only one I can trust.
That's extremely kind of you, but...
Look, all the others are dead or missing.
My dear lady, I fear that my services would be to no avail at all.
You're getting a ride on a train, aren't you? How could you turn your back on that?
No, that is true, of course. Yes, this is a nice example of the 5//77 type carriage.
Yes, well, let's go into details later. We must find Steve. Come on. I'll start here. You follow the ticket collector.
Ticket collector? Then what?
Watch him. See what he does, where he goes. And come back and tell me. Off you go.
Did his best, but the ticket collector and the groom had retired beyond the restaurant car to the galley, which turned out to be more a chief operations room than anything else.
We'll keep this door locked from now on. Only those who give the correct signal are allowed in. Are you comfortable, Mr. Steed?
John Steed was handcuffed by one hand to a steel chair.
I have been worse. I thought you should witness the final phase. Thought it might amuse you. Oh, very decent of you. Yes, for me, really. A coup isn't a coup unless someone is there to see it. Someone to impress.
I'm afraid I shan't be able to applaud with these handcuffs on. Still, I can shout author, if that'll help.
The look in your eyes will be enough.
Apathy?
Agony. You see, I'm going to kill your Prime Minister.
But presumptuous. How do you know which way I voted?
I'm not considering your politics. Merely your patriotism.
It's greatly exaggerated.
I think not. Our trains will part at about 8:57, and then you will hear the Big Bang.
Mrs. Peel, searching for the missing John Steed, had called at Chase Halt to enlist the help of old Crewe, the self-appointed owner of the station. They hadn't got a lot further forward, and another special security man, George Warren, had been killed. But the train from Norbury had made an unscheduled stop at Chase Halt, and Mrs. Peel had bundled old Crewe aboard. They'd begun a systematic search of the train, hoping to find Steed. But Steed was held captive in the galley, firmly handcuffed to a steel chair. The ticket collector, who turned out to be the arch-villain of the piece, was explaining to Steed how he intended to kill the Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Steed, 8:57. At that time, we'll be running through Durbridge Station. Durbridge, population 2,413. A principal industry, manufacture of glass eyes for teddy bears. Fame, non-existent. But after tonight, there won't be a person in the civilized world who hasn't heard of it. After tonight. After I've pressed this button at 8:57.
The ticket collector's hand hovered over the button.
A bomb, Mr. Steed. Your Prime Minister is sitting on a bomb.
Activate it from this train. You press the button as the train starts.
At top speed. We shall be a mile away by the time it explodes. The end of a hard road, a long road. 21,214 miles to be exact, shuttling back and forth.
Mobile headquarters. Ingenious. Defies detection. Nice way to make contact as well.
Our agents merely board a train. What could be more innocent?
Very ingenious.
Just another few miles, Mr. Steed. That's all.
Old Crewe, out in the corridor, had been trying to find the ticket collector. He followed an attendant who approached the restaurant car and gave a knock that was obviously a signal. Old Crewe advanced, tried the handle of the door. It was locked. Crewe thought he'd better find Mrs. Peel and report. Whilst inside the restaurant car, the attendant walked through to the galley.
It could be trouble, sir.
What do you mean, trouble? We're almost there.
It's the woman who lost £5, sir.
What about her?
She's on the train, in compartment 4767.
I see. A friend of yours, Steve?
Yes, very good friend, actually.
Well, we must take care of her. The bride is still on the train, isn't she, Groom? Next compartment. Splendid. I'll talk to her.
The collector turned to some rather complicated mechanism that stood on a table near the bomb button, fiddled with it, and spoke into a small microphone. The bride, in her compartment, heard an urgent whisper from the air vent above her head.
We have an enemy in the next compartment. The woman who is always prying upon us. See to it. Kill her now.
The bride seemed to show no surprise at all. She merely got up, took an automatic from her handbag, and slipped into the corridor. Mrs. Peel appeared to be dozing when the door of her compartment slid open.
Oh, so it's you. It'll be a pleasure.
The bride levelled the gun. Mrs. Peel swung an elegant leg and kicked the gun out of her hand. As though with a continuation of the same movement, Mrs. Peel launched herself across the compartment, butting the bride squarely in the midriff with her head. Thoroughly winded, the bride collapsed. Mrs. Peel grabbed her and threw her into the corridor.
You would have done better to have stayed in your do not disturb compartment. I think if we tuck you under the seat, you might stay out of trouble.
In the operation galley of the train, the ticket collector had heard the sounds of the attack and realized that the bride had got the worst of it. John Steed grinned.
Hooray! Bravo! Oh, sorry. My patriotism got the better of me. I do apologize.
Groom, you better go and deal with things.
Be a pleasure. Nothing but a pleasure.
The groom left the galley, pausing only to pick up what looked like an innocent tray of tea things. Meanwhile, old Crewe had found Mrs. Peel storing the bride under a seat.
Mrs. Peel! There are rules about these things, you know.
Well, just keeping British Railways tidy.
What happened?
We had a difference of opinion. We didn't agree.
What about?
Well, whether she should shoot me or not. How are you, Crewe?
Oh, Mrs. Peel. Bum, diddy, bum, 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 bum.
I like it. It's catchy. I can't see it making the top 10.
No, you don't understand. The door to the restaurant, the one that leads through to the galley. It's locked, but there's a special knock to get in.
Don't tell me, let me guess. Boom diddy boom boom?
Boom boom.
Right, stay here. Keep an eye on the bride and leave this to me.
Mrs. Peel made it to the restaurant car in double quick time. She approached the door.
Boom diddy boom boom? Boom boom.
See? The groom stood in the doorway. He held a tray in one hand, the teapot on the tray with the other. The spout of the teapot pointed straight at Mrs. Peel.
A teapot gun. Dinky little things, really, isn't it? Very effective for hold-ups in cafes, trains, things where orthodox guns are a bit obvious. Do back up, dear lady. I'm afraid you've been the teeniest bit too inquisitive.
Shouldn't you be at a wedding or something?
Oh, that's just at the sky, the cover. They call me the groom. A session with me and people forever hold their peace, so to speak.
Fascinating.
I have a compulsive death wish. Other people's.
Really?
Mrs. Peel made a sudden movement backwards. The bullet from the teapot gun missed Mrs. Peel by a fraction of an inch. It shattered the glass of the window behind her.
Vandalism.
But it should show you that I mean business. Open the door.
The door?
Yes, that one, the outside one. Much nicer if your death looks like an accident, an unfortunate fall. Funny, really, being cast as the groom when at heart I'm really an undertaker. Now, let's get this over with.
Mrs. Peel appeared considerably affected. She swayed as though about to faint.
Oh, dear, the weaker sex.
What?
Mrs. Peel delivered a beautiful uppercut. The teapot gun flew out of the open doorway. The tray crashed to the floor. Mrs. Peel waded in. The groom grabbed, and through the struggle attempted to push Mrs. Peel through the door. She replied by bringing her knee up viciously. The groom doubled up, tried to regain his balance by reaching for the door. He missed, tottered on the brink, and fell out of the carriage into the night.
Best man, I think.
Mrs. Peel reached out and grabbed the door, pulling it closed.
Oh, Mrs. Peel, don't you know it's extremely dangerous to lean out of a train while it's in motion?
We're not quite finished with danger. The restaurant car.
They made their way to the restaurant car. The door had been left open. The train roared on into the night.
Do you happen to have the right time, Mr. Steve?
I make it 8:55.
Another couple of minutes and the two trains will pass. We're running right on time. Splendid.
The collector removed the cover from the bomb button. His fingers tapped on the table. He could hardly keep from pressing the button prematurely. Mrs. Peel, moving through the restaurant car to the galley, found herself facing one of the attendants. She said,
Evening?
and hit him.
Watch out, Steve! The other one's got a gun!
Kill them! Kill them! Kill them!
Steed gripped the steel chair with his handcuffed hand and swung it at the other attendant.
The train! The train is coming!
The button, Emma, the button, the bomb!
Emma Peel sprang forward, grabbed a wire mesh in tray, and inserted it over the button. The ticket collector thrust a finger through the mesh, trying to press the button.
Oh, no!
It's now! Now! The time is now!
John Steed got an arm round the ticket collector's throat and pulled him steadily away from the control panel. The other train roared by and vanished into the night.
Over. The danger's past.
The ticket collector collapsed in a heap. And at that point, Old Crew entered.
The communication cord! Pull the communication cord! Yeah! Oh!
Old Crew pulled that communication cord. About 10 yards of the stuff came away in his hand.
Oh, modern trains! They don't build them like they used to. Disgusting, I call it disgusting.
What a suburb, my dear Mrs. Peel.
Delightful, Steve. Plenty of traffic on the road.
Yes, people should drive more carefully in this wet weather. There you are. I mean, look at that idiot.
We could park the car over there at the railway siding. Look what that poster says. It's safer by rail.
read you my lead for tomorrow's column. At the door. Hold the line, Barry, while I see who it is.
Don't answer that way. Stay away from that door. Stay away from that door.
Oh. You. Look, I told you it's no use coming here. You're just wasting your time. My life's too short.
By transcription, Barry Craig.
Confidential Investigator, starring William Gargan.
Barry Craig speaking. It was one of those nights. I was sitting in my office with my feet hooked on the corner of my desk, trying to whip up some enthusiasm over an assignment to bodyguard a couple of tin coffee pots at a Long Island wedding when the telephone rang. I let it ring a few times before I reached out and snagged it off its hook. After all, when they're that anxious, they can be mighty worthwhile. Yeah, who's this?
Al White from the Chronicle. Remember me?
Oh, Al White, sure. How's the gossip column racket these days?
Warming up. I got a chore for you.
I'll bet you have.
Meaning what?
I've been reading that column of yours. Those cracks you've been making about Larry Slade throwing the big fight, they can't have made him very happy. I hear he's looking for you.
Yeah, so do I. I need a bodyguard.
You keep printing that Slade took a dive, and you're more likely to need an undertaker.
I was right about it, wasn't I? I even called around.
Sometimes there's something better to be than right.
Such as?
Alive. Something you're not likely to be if you keep needling Slade. He's big and sensitive.
My heart bleeds for him. Look, do you want this job or not?
All right, Al. Where do I start guarding the body?
The Casa Daily Bar. Midnight.
It wasn't the kind of case I'd like, but a private detective is like a doctor or a lawyer. He can't always pick and choose. Anyway, a few minutes short of midnight, I parked the car outside the Casa Daily. It was an old white-frame building that Ace Daly had converted into a plush boob trap. One of those joints where if they don't get your roll with the fancy prices at the bar, they got back rooms all rigged up with roulette wheels and crap tables where they do. I was holding down the bar with an elbow, squinting through the fog of blue-gray smoke when my client, Al White, walked in.
Waiting long?
Not very.
Seen Ace Daly?
Yeah, he went in the game room a little while ago.
Larry Slade with him?
Champ? No, why?
Just a hunch. He'll be here, too, before the night's over. Daly's in the game room now, huh?
Hey, why the interest in Ace Daly? I thought you were after Slade's hide.
Maybe I'm after both of them.
You think Ace had a hand in fixing that fight?
Yeah, and tonight I'm looking for proof. Any objection?
Sure skin, if you like to wear it with holes in it.
That's what I'm paying you to prevent.
Maybe we better make this one cash in advance.
Can't you trust me?
Oh, sure. I just don't want to have to go to the trouble of suing your estate to get my money.
Oh, very funny.
Hey, wait a minute. You must read tea leaves.
Huh?
Don't look now, but your old friend, the ex-champ, just came in.
Is he heading this way?
No, he's going on through into the gaming room.
Good.
What's good about it?
I had a tip Slade would be showing up for the payoff tonight. This settles it. He dumped the fight, and Daly paid him to do it.
You still haven't got any proof of a payoff.
With a little luck, we might even get that.
What are you going to do, follow Slade in?
Not yet. Give him a minute or two head start. He won't go direct to Daly's office. He'll probably waste a couple of minutes looking around in the gaming room, just to make sure he isn't being followed. Now, if we time it right, we may catch him in the act. And if we do, I'll have the biggest story of the year.
I only hope you live to write it.
I'll write it. Don't you worry about me.
All right, then. I'll worry about me. I only hope that I live to read it. We stayed at the bar, finished our drink, and listened while a tinny five-piece combo did unmentionable things to a popular ballad. Then Al White dropped a handful of silver on the bar and nodded he was ready. I led the way out of the bar to the disguised entrance of the roulette room. The door was presided over by a tuxedoed man with a broken nose. We stepped into a small vestibule, waited while he closed the door behind us. Then another door opened, and we stepped into the game room. A low buzz of conversation, spiced with the click of roulette balls, rolled out toward us. A dozen or more people were huddled around a huge roulette layout in the center. On the far side, a hot crap game was in session. Either Ace or Slade was in sight, so we ambled past a bank of slot machines toward a door marked private. From behind it, we could hear the sound of someone laughing.
Ready? All right, let's go.
And may your marriage be as happy as you are beautiful, my dear.
Hold it, Judge. We got company. Something just crawled out of the woodwork.
Something was wrong. Instead of a payoff, it looked like a party. Lifting a champagne glass with Ace Daly and Slade was the most gorgeous redhead I'd ever seen. And a tall, distinguished, white-haired man was just proposing a toast. It wasn't what we'd figured to find. But Al White didn't let that stop him. He walked right in like the life of the party. Or maybe the death of it.
Hello, Larry. Evening, folks.
I've been looking for you, White. I'm going to knock
Easy,
you...
chap, easy. My client doesn't like to be crowded.
Make it easy on yourself, and you keep at it.
Cut it out,
He's
chap.
got it coming. I'm going to... Okay. Okay, Ace.
You, White. On your way.
Daly, you could lose a lot of customers talking to them that way.
I didn't send for you. Get out.
Ace, who is this man?
Yeah, Ace. Why don't you introduce us? I'm Al White, Miss Adair. I write a column for the Chronicle.
How do you know my name?
Recognizing faces is part of my business. And how are you, Judge Adair? I thought you and Ace Daly were old political enemies. How nice to see that you've gotten together.
I think perhaps you'd better excuse us, Ace. Louise and I...
Sit down, Judge. I'll take care of White. He's just about to leave.
Don't mind if I do. Now. You see, I came here looking for a story in the Fight Fix the other night. Oh, it's small potatoes compared to a political fix.
What does he mean, Ace?
You and Ace, the happy couple.
Well, really?
And maybe if Ace helps the judge to get reelected, he can claim the bride as his reward. What a story.
Ace, he mustn't print that. Not before election. He'd ruin everything.
Don't worry,
Why,
Judge. He's not printing anything.
That's where you're wrong. I'm not only printing it, but I'm going to do a feature piece on it.
Don't push your luck too far. You're still healthy because nothing will happen to you in my place. Providing you're out of it in 5 minutes.
Just let me take him, Ace. Let me
Without
take
a
him.
rehearsal, champ? I thought you always rehearsed your fight.
Why, you little rat, I'll kill you. It's the last thing,
Look,
Ace.
champ, I don't have my hand in my pocket because it's cold. I told you the guy's my client.
Sit down, champ. As for you, Craig, put up the heater.
Ace, you've got to stop him. He mustn't print that. It would ruin us, all of us.
Don't worry, Louise. If he so much as hints at it in that rag of his, I'll not only be on the line of people who want to kill him, I'll be at the head of it.
As we weren't in any position to cop any popularity prizes at the moment, there didn't seem to be much point in hanging around the Casa Daily. We got out with about 2 minutes left of the head start Ace had given us. White insisted that I drop him off at the combination office and apartment where he worked. So I locked him in for the night, then headed for my own apartment and some long-delayed shut-eye. I didn't need anybody to rock me to sleep, as I was practically snoring by the time my head hit the pillow. So when the phone started to dance off its stand a couple of hours later, it took me a few minutes to locate it. Oh, stand still, will you? Yeah?
Al White.
What time is it?
Oh, about 4:30.
Oh, it's the middle of the night.
Not for me. These are my office hours. Just finishing up tomorrow's column. I want to read you an item.
I can wait until tomorrow to read it. Hey, what's that?
Oh, the doorbell. Who is it? Hold the line a minute.
White, don't answer that. White, stay away from that. White! White! Without stopping to think twice, I knew that whoever was paying that late call to Al White carried a peculiar calling card engraved in lead. I started dressing, made par for the course, and was headed for a cab in less than 6 minutes. A police cruiser outside of Al White's apartment house told me somebody else had heard the shots. When I finally got to his door, it was opened by Sergeant Marty Moran of Homicide.
Yeah, I might have known. What are you doing here?
White was my client.
Was?
Don't let's get cute, Marty. I was talking to him on the phone when he got it.
Oh, that accounts for the phone being off the hook.
Do I get in?
I suppose so. What were you talking about when it happened?
He wanted to read me an item out of tomorrow's column.
Column? You didn't find any column, just a few blank sheets in the typewriter, no column. Yeah, there he is. We haven't moved him yet. Yeah, me hasn't gotten here.
Got it in the back, huh?
All 5 of them.
Small caliber gun. 32 or less, I'd say.
Big enough to do the job.
Yeah. And you say there was no trace of a column?
No, just a few blank sheets of paper in his typewriter.
All right to handle?
Yeah, I guess so. Barry, what's on your mind?
Just a hunch. I'm wondering if Al White had the same habit most newspaper boys have of jamming 2 or 3 sheets into their machine at a time.
Gee, you got something there. If he did, we may be able to bring out the impression on the second sheet.
Well, that's worth a try.
There should be some dusting powder in the lab kit. Yeah, here's some. Let's have that second sheet.
Here you are.
Think that's enough dusting powder on it? Yeah, a little more, maybe. Shake it around. Well, what do you know? It worked.
Can you read it, Sergeant?
I think so. First, let's blow off the excess. Yep, there you are. Clear as a carbon copy.
Take your vows later. Uh-oh. Here it is. Listen. The mob is giggling over Ace Daly's payoff if the election goes right. Now, instead of fixing fights for sugar, the Ace is fixing elections for honey.
Ace Daly in this?
Yeah. He told White that if that item appeared, he'd kill him.
Well, why didn't you say so? That makes it easy. We put out a pickup on Ace, and we got it made.
Better pick up Larry Slade, too, Marty.
The champ?
Yeah, he got into the act, too. He promised to kill White if he mentioned fixed fights again in his column.
Oh, fine. First I have no suspects. Now I've got more than I have teeth of my own. How many other characters promised to make this creep a prospect for a headstone?
Offhand, I don't recall, but as I think of them, I'll keep you informed, Marty. I got away from Sergeant Moran as soon as I could. He was yelling pickup orders into the phone as I closed the door behind me. On the street, I grabbed a cab, told the cabbie to double back up a couple of streets to make sure there was no police trail on me, then gave the driver the address of the Adair home. It was an old converted brownstone house with a large brass knocker. Through the glass door, I saw the commoded figure of Louise Adair. Over her shoulder on the stairway, I could see her father, his white hair shining in the gloom.
What do you want?
I'd like to see you for a few minutes, Miss Adair.
Now? What about?
Murder.
Murder?
Yes, Al White, the columnist, a few hours ago.
I see. Perhaps you'd better come in.
What is it, Louise?
You go on to bed, Dad. This, gentleman wants to ask me a few questions.
Maybe your father ought to sit in on this.
Leave my father out of it.
Nonsense, Louise. Now, what's this all about?
Al White, the columnist you met last night at Ace Daly's, is dead. Murdered.
And this, gentleman, being a detective, has it figured out that Ace did it?
I didn't say that, Miss Adair. I said he had a motive. So did a lot of other people. You, for instance, or your father.
Ah.
Why not? If White printed that story about you and Ace, it might have cost your father the election. And it certainly wouldn't help your social standing.
Why, that's absurd. Ace and I were merely waiting for the proper time to announce our engagement.
After the election, I suppose, when it wouldn't be so embarrassing?
I can't have you making insinuations like that. I must ask you to leave.
Suit yourself, Judge. I was just trying to make it easy on you. White was my client.
And he's dead now.
Maybe so. But when a guy hires me to see that nothing happens to him and something does, I want the guy that made it happen.
But don't you see, we'll get dragged into it. The scandal will ruin Dad's chances of re-election.
That's unfair, Louise. How can we help?
Well, you can give me a fill-in on the time set-up last night. What time did you leave the Casa Daily?
About 4. We came home and went right to bed.
4, huh? That would give Ace plenty of time to do the job. Was the champ there when you left?
Mr. Slade? No, he left before we did. His lady friend dances in one of the clubs.
Lily DeVore.
If you can call it dancing.
He saw her last night, huh? That might be his out.
My father and I'd like to get some sleep. If you have any more questions, would you mind if we discuss them later in some more suitable time and place?
All right. Let's say 4 o'clock this afternoon in my office. Meanwhile, I think I'll drop by the Carteret Arms and have a chat with Lily DeVore. The Carteret Arms was a big, expensive-looking pile of rocks in the West 50s. By the time I got there, a heavy drizzle had started, and it didn't pep me up any to learn that Lily hadn't gotten home yet. I found a soggy cigarette in my jacket pocket, got it burning, and settled back to wait. The gleaming wet face of a jeweler's clock across the street said 10 after 2 when a cab skidded to a stop at the curb. Lily DeVore jumped out, ran for the protection of the lobby. I gave her 10 minutes to get settled, then crossed over. It took a two-spot and a lot of fast talk to get by unannounced. The two-spot was more effective than the talk. Anyway, I got up to 4D and knocked.
Yeah?
Message for Mr. Vaughan.
Coming. Okay, Buster, let's have... Say, what is this?
I want a little talk with you.
Get your foot out of that door.
Nice of you to ask me in.
You mean I had a choice? Look, I don't know what's on your mind, but you don't...
Don't be so modest, Lily. You know you're irresistible.
Yeah. And I know something else, too. You're liable to be unconscious when the champ hears about this.
I make it a policy never to worry unnecessarily.
And I make it a policy never to entertain strange men without a warrant. That goes double for private cops. Outside.
Okay. I just thought I'd help keep your champ out of the hot seat. But if that's the way you feel about it...
Look, you can't pin that killing on Larry Slade. You know he didn't do it.
That's not what the police think. Where is he, Lily?
I don't know. Hey, where do you think you're going?
Oh, just to have a look around.
Get out of here and leave me alone.
What's in there? I thought I heard something. Oh, mice, no doubt.
That's just a closet. Stay away from it. Stay away, I tell you.
As I moved Lily from in front of the closet door, I turned my back for a second. The door swung open behind me. I heard rather than saw the blow that knocked me to my knees. In that moment, the man in the closet made a break for it. He headed across the room for the bedroom door beyond. I was a little groggy, but I managed to follow him. By the time I got to the bedroom, I heard him go through the window to the fire escape beyond. I followed, stuck my head out. He snapped a shot at me from below. Gouged a chunk of windowsill a foot or so from my head. I pulled back fast. I wasn't that curious. Lily was still in the living room when I walked back. Okay, baby. Playtime is over. I lose my boyish smile when people use my skull for target practice. Who was it?
I don't know. A prowler, I guess.
If it was Slade, why did he run? You can alibi him for last night, can't you?
What? Sure.
Or can you?
Of course I can. We were together all morning.
He left Daly's before 4. When did he get to your place?
About 4. We left the club together, and then we...
You're lying, Lily, aren't you?
No!
If you are, I can check up at the club. You might as well admit it now.
Oh, all right. The director called a rehearsal on next week's show. Slade got bored and walked out on it about 4:15. We worked through.
In other words, he had time to knock off White. If he didn't do it, then why was he trying to hide here in your closet?
Slade wasn't in that closet.
Who was?
I don't know.
Who was it, Lily?
Oh, what's the use? Why should I cover for him? It was Ace Daly.
What was he doing here?
Same as you, looking for the champ.
To help him fix an alibi?
Slade doesn't need an alibi. He didn't do anything. Why don't you leave him alone?
Maybe I can help him. Where is he, Lily?
I told you I don't know, and I wouldn't tell you if I did.
That's what I thought. Just the same, if you want to see him get a break, you get to him and tell him to get to me. I didn't have long to wait. I'd just gotten back to the four walls and desk I laughingly call my office, shuffled the 2 ads and rent bill that represented my mail, and lit a cigarette when the phone rang. Hello?
Larry Slade. I hear you want to see me. What about?
I don't do business over the phone. Come in and...
Yeah, and walk right into a police stakeout?
Okay, so I'll come to see you. Where?
If it's a plant, you'll never walk away from it.
Where?
The end of Pier 6, East River. Make it 3:30 sharp.
I'll be there.
And come alone. Because if you don't, you'll have plenty of company when you leave. They'll be carrying you.
Pier 6 was a deserted strip that stretched out into the murky water of East River for a quarter of a mile. Anybody walking to the end would be visible for minutes before he reached the end, setting him up as a perfect target. The goose pimples and icicles running down my spine were caused by the cold wind, I think. The rain hadn't let up, and I was drenched by the time I reached the end of the pier. Larry Slade stepped from behind an old rotting shack that had been a watchman's shanty. He looked bigger than a Brahma bull and twice as nasty. Hello, champ.
What do you want?
The one who killed Al White. The cops think maybe you did.
I can read.
I don't think you did.
That's nice. So?
Give yourself up. I don't want you to take the fall for the killer if you didn't do it.
I don't take any falls for nobody.
You're set up for one right now and don't know it.
You're lying.
Why should I? Ace Daly's the only one got anything to gain by lying.
He wouldn't cross me.
Not unless he needed a fall guy, and he does.
Why don't you tell him that? Hey, Ace.
Busy little man, aren't you, Craig?
I tried to get around, only this time I didn't get around fast enough. Looks like you beat me to it, Ace.
Looks like I did.
He thinks you're trying to pin the murder on me, Ace.
Now, why would I want to do that, Larry? Why would I want to frame the guy who's giving me my alibi?
Your alibi? He hasn't even got one for himself. Not after he left Lily Duvall last night.
Oh, yes, he has. Larry came back to the Casa Daily. We were both there together at 4:30 this morning. Now, what do you say to that?
You've had time to cook up a nice little story, haven't you? But coming from the two principal suspects, I doubt if the police will take your word for it. You'll have to think of something better than that to prove you were really there.
Don't worry. We can. After he got home, Judge Adair called me up to talk things over.
That's funny. The judge didn't mention it to me. But then maybe you haven't had a chance to give him his briefing yet.
Don't worry, Craig. He'll back us up.
Will he, Ace? Aren't you forgetting something?
What?
You can't help him now. When the story of your little deal gets out and the papers tie it in with this murder, your support would be the kiss of death. His only chance of re-election now is to wash his hands of you as fast as he can and try to make hay on the other side.
Now, wait a minute.
Sorry, Ace, but I gotta go see the judge. I'd kind of like to hear what he has to say before he's had any coaching.
Stop him, Slade.
What do you want me to do?
You're the champ. Figure it out for yourself.
Larry Slade grinned, licked his lips. He hunched his left shoulder a bit. And I saw the punch start somewhere near the tip of his shoe, but I couldn't get my jaw out of the way fast enough. It landed like a ton of bricks, and the pier came up and slapped me in the face. I don't know how long I was out. Could have been minutes, probably. It was only seconds. Both Ace and Slade were gone when I opened my eyes. I couldn't find it in my heart to regret their going. All I could do was hope that they were going to the wrong place if they wanted to locate Judge Adair. I managed to get a cab and gave the driver my office address. When I got there, two people were at my door trying the knob. Even in the semi-gloom, I had no difficulty making out the sleek lines of Louise Adair as one. The other was her father. Looking for me?
Oh.
I thought you'd forgotten our 4 o'clock appointment. I've thought of something you should know.
Good. Let's go inside where we can talk. Make yourselves comfortable.
I suppose we really should have told the police, but Dad preferred to talk to you first.
Well, let's have it.
I think I know who killed your client.
I thought you might. Judge Adair, after you and your daughter got home this morning, did you phone the Casa Daily?
Why, how did you know about that?
Then you did make the call.
Why, yes, about 4:30.
Well, there goes the old ball game. I thought that Ace was lying.
But Ace wasn't there. No one answered the phone.
He didn't? Why didn't you tell me that this morning?
Well, Dad didn't want to get involved. It would cost him the election.
Cost a man his life.
I finally realized too late. When Daly tried to reach me today...
I see I got here just in time.
Ace!
No, don't shoot, Daly. I won't tell anything. Don't...
Oh, you dirty double-crossing old buzzard.
He's got a gun, Dad!
When the smoke cleared, Ace Daly was sprawled in my doorway. Louise Adair was doing a good job of trying to swallow her fist. The judge stood dazed, staring down at an old .22 target pistol that he still held in his hand. I managed to pin my eyeballs back in their sockets long enough to walk over to Ace. At that moment, the door to my office burst open, and Sergeant Marty Moran came tearing in.
What's going on here? Holy cow, Ace Daly. Who did it?
I'm afraid I did, Sergeant.
It was self-defense. Daly was going to kill both of us. Mr.
Judge shot him, all right.
Why should Daly want to kill you, Judge?
He wanted to keep me quiet. I knew that he'd killed Mr. White.
You were taking an awful chance going up against a pro like Daly with that pea shooter.
I couldn't keep quiet and see him get away with murder. Even if it does cost me the election, I couldn't do it.
Cost you the election? You kidding? You come out of this mess a hero. Delivered a killer all wrapped up. Just too bad Ace Daly didn't kill White.
Didn't kill him?
What do you mean?
Yeah, you better translate that for me, too, Barry.
Daly couldn't have killed White. I was talking to White when the killer knocked. He got up and let him into the apartment.
So?
He wouldn't hire me to hold his hand while he was talking to Daly in a public place, then let him into his apartment.
But Ace could have disguised his voice.
Won't wash, baby. White was shot in the back. That means he opened the door to the killer, then turned to lead the way into the apartment. He never would have turned his back on Daly.
In that case, I have a little surprise for you. Brian, bring Slade in. We picked up Slade waiting outside in Daly's car.
Ace, who did it? I'm afraid I did, Mr. Slade. I thought he killed White.
Which leaves us only one logical suspect.
Oh, I get it. I'm supposed to be the fall guy, eh? Why, you two-bit Seamus, I'm going to let you have it.
Right in the whiskers. You KO'd the champ.
I owed him that. Holy cow, so I did. Hey, he didn't throw that fight. He's got a glass jaw.
Well, I'll get him out of here and booked.
He didn't kill White either. He never would have used a gun. He'd get a bigger charge out of beating him to a pulp.
Well, if neither of them did kill White, who...
You did, Judge.
What?
And that wasn't self-defense when you shot Ace Daly in my office. It was murder.
That's fantastic. Why should my father kill either of them?
Because White was getting set to break a story that would have blasted your father's chances. Ace knew your father killed him and covered him for your sake. But your father knew when the heat was on, Daly would throw him to the wolves.
But to go up against Daly with a .22...
Ace was a sitting duck. The judge shot him before he knew he was being double-crossed, using me as a witness that it was self-defense.
Now, see here. This is ridiculous. I was in bed when White was killed.
Sorry, Judge. I went to your house an hour or more after the killing. You were supposed to be in bed, but your hair wasn't even mussed.
I won't listen to these lies. Tell them, Dad. Tell them.
What's the use, Louise? I took a long chance and lost. I killed them.
Well, they can't prove a thing.
Yes, they can, now that they know the story. I left too many traces.
Why did you kill White, Judge?
I had to. My only hope of escaping prosecution for malfeasance was to be re-elected to cover what I had done during my last term. I would have done anything to be re-elected. Even come to blows with a thug like Daly.
Don't talk, Dad. They can't prove a thing.
It's no use, my dear. I'm ready to make a full statement.
Okay, boys, take the judge out. We'll book him later. For murder, I guess. Barry? Well, we're waiting for the medical examiner. Tell me...
Not now, Marty. I've got an important date.
Anybody I know?
Lily DeVore.
You crazy? That's the champ's girl. He's plenty jealous.
Plenty jealous, but I just found out he's got a glass jaw. So long, Marty. So long, folks. See you next week.
You have just heard Barry Craig, Confidential Investigator, starring William Gargan. Next week, another exciting transcribed story starring America's #1 detective, William Gargan, as Barry Craig, Confidential Investigator. Tonight's script was written by Frank Kane and featured Santos Ortega as Ace Daly. Edward King directed. Your announcer is Don Pardo. All names and places mentioned in this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
Becker, Episode 1, A View of Mount Von Relling.
The Queen of the Rockies, a grand hotel. One of the jewels strung out across the rails from Halifax to Vancouver. She's an ancient Scottish castle, though she's less than a half-century old. And all the plumbing's indoors. About the last thing you'd expect to find in the Rockies in 1923. But then I may be the last thing you'd expect to find in a grand hotel. I suppose we're a marriage of opposites. And like any good marriage, we both have our roles to play. She attracts the tourists. I guard her from their attentions. Truth is, I spend most of my time guarding the tourists from each other. I'm the house detective. Becker's the name. Just Becker. I'm a pretty down-to-earth kind of man. Though, thanks to a fancy Eastern education, I can look presentable if necessary. I suppose that's the main reason they hired me. I don't stand out in the Princess of Wales dining room. And that suits me just fine.
So, I have fought my way through the storm, my friend. And such a storm would have killed a normal man. I have reached the summit, but the final act is still to come. And so, this is the truth. Do not doubt me, Kruger.
Niemals.
Never doubt the word of Von Relling. I raised my arm to heaven, and I drove my axe into the mountain. I sank to my knees, and thank God, I have been the first to conquer that peak.
And you, Countess? Do you fit into this scene?
Also on my knees, Herr Kruger.
Count Von Relling.
Ah, Captain West, we have not seen you so much this summer.
Save the chit-chat, Von Relling. You and I have business to attend to.
We do?
A matter of a mountain.
Ah, I see. Well, I take a cognac in the library before bed, Captain, if you would like to join me.
And me.
The mountains are not for women, madam.
Beg your pardon, Captain. You are drunk.
No, my friend. The captain is obviously unwell. So I will be there.
And I will be waiting.
Help! Help! Gott sei Dank. Du bist endlich da.
Hold it. Hold it. In English, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There has been a shot.
Where?
Here, in the library. I'm afraid we may already be too late.
Stand back.
Oh, no.
You recognize him?
Yeah, it is a count. What is that noise?
Only the curtains. The window's open.
Then I will close it.
What? Are you all right?
It is so far to the ground. I do not like heights. The count loves fresh air. He throws open the windows wherever he is.
Was.
He is dead then.
Nobody's gonna last long with a hole like that in his chest. You ever seen one of these before?
No. I am not a soldier.
Webley 455. Revolver. British Army.
Becker! Becker!
Someone is...
Mr. Hickey, the manager. In here.
What is going on, Becker? Oh, is he?
Yep. Shot himself by the look of it.
Don't play Detective Becker.
The door was locked from the inside. The key's over there on the desk. Window was open.
Yeah, but you'd have to be a bird to fly out that window. It's at least 50 feet straight down.
Yeah.
I think now I must go to the Countess. If you'll excuse me, gentlemen.
Yes, of course.
Just a second, sir. Would you mind telling me why you were wandering around?
Becker?
No, it is appropriate. I was wandering around because I cannot sleep. Now, if you will excuse me.
Of course. I'm terribly sorry you had to be involved in this here, Kruger.
Yeah, it is tragic. Good night.
You're not hired to grill the guests, Becker. You were hired to protect, not detect.
There's something missing.
But leave it to the police. Right now you have other responsibilities.
Like?
Well, you're about to discover one of the more unpleasant aspects of hotel life.
Becker, ma'am.
Becker?
The hotel detective.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Becker. I have been waiting.
The Count died earlier this evening.
Oh, no. I must go to him.
Perhaps I should call the housekeeper.
No. I must go now.
Perhaps a doctor?
I do not need a doctor.
Sit down, Mathilde.
No. I was raised in discipline. Now I must that discipline learn again. You can tell me what happened, Mr. Becker.
He was shot through the chest. It looks like your husband killed himself.
I hear in your voice you do not believe this.
It's not my decision to make.
Do you know the Count was to meet Captain West in the library tonight, Mr. Becker?
You think the captain...
The Count was a great man, Mr. Becker. The world is full of small men who would tear a great man down.
Well, sir, it doesn't seem likely to me that a man, whatever his size, would call out his enemy in front of a dining room full of people.
This amuses you?
No, ma'am, I just...
My husband was a hero, Mr. Becker.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I am sorry, too. Now, if you will excuse me, I must go to him.
I'll wait.
No, thank you, Mr. Becker. Mr. Kruger will bring me. One should not spend one's last moments together mid strangers.
Good night, Mr. Becker.
Yes. Good night, ma'am.
Becker? Becker!
Finally made it, did you, Sergeant?
So, where's this body, then?
In the library.
Let's go. Did you notice anything suspicious?
You look for yourself, Neil. There's something I have to do.
Are you going independent on me, Becker?
I'll catch up with you later.
Nothing you'd like to say to me first?
Yeah. Try to figure out what's not there.
Thanks. Oh, damn. Where's the library?
Yes? Becker! Becker, what are you doing here?
I'm the house detective now.
Oh, is it the noise? We've got to get some use out of this old axe. It's colder than an icebox in here.
That's not how it's done.
Nonsense. You bang the pipes and the stokers stoke. At least that's how things used to be.
Things change.
They do indeed. Well, sit down, sit down. I'll consider myself well and truly warned. Out of whiskey, I'm afraid. You don't drink, do you, Becker?
No.
How long's it been, then?
Almost 3 years.
Good boy. I'm proud of you.
I didn't come about the noise, Captain.
Oh, you didn't? To what do I owe the pleasure, then, Becker?
Von Relling's dead.
Right. I suppose it wasn't an accident?
It looks like he killed himself.
Did he leave a note?
We found him in the library.
Library? You're fishing, aren't you, Becker?
Would you mind telling me what you talked about?
Yes, I'd mind very much. Matter of honor, you see.
It isn't that simple, Captain. Count von Relling's dead. You may have to justify your actions.
Justify my actions? Listen, Jimmy, what lay between von Relling and me is confidential. The Count respected that, and so do I.
I don't see as how the Count's had a whole lot of choice in the matter. He was shot through the chest with a Webley .455, Army issue.
And you think I killed him?
I'm asking you.
By God, you're a grateful little swine, Jimmy. I pulled you out of your own vomit, and you accuse me.
I'm not accusing you of anything. I want to help you. There's no one I want to help more, but damn it, von Relling's dead, and I know... Don't ask me how I know, but I know it wasn't suicide. Something doesn't add up.
That's your problem, Jimmy.
The gun's your problem. Damn it, Captain, I don't believe you killed von Relling. Help me find out who did.
The man's dead, Jimmy. Go to bed, let a poor man rest. It's been a long day.
Look, I want to help you.
Then you'll have to figure it out for yourself, Becker. Because I can't help you.
Careful! Careful! The souffle, she is vulnerable.
Yes, sir.
Careful! Your breakfast is growing cold, my friend.
I'd like to shake the story out of him.
And who do you wish to shake?
West, the mystery man. What's he hiding? What does he owe to von Relling?
Perhaps the Countess?
Well, if she knows anything, she's not talking either.
She has a guest for breakfast. Perhaps she is talking to him?
Who?
That I do not know. But if you threaten me with shaking, I would say it was Herr Kruger.
Well, how would you know
Herr
that...
Kruger is the only guest who takes bitters with his orange juice.
If that's Hickey, I'm gone.
Ici Martel. Bonjour, Monsieur Hickey. No, he is just gone. A sneak thief? Oui, monsieur. Oui, monsieur, I will tell him when I see him.
She's a beauty, Whiskey Dan.
Ah, Becker. And how's it suiting you? The life of a dandy.
It has its moments. I hear you've been guiding Captain West.
You wouldn't be playing detective with me, would you, lad?
You're a suspicious man, Dan.
I heard Von Rillen was done last night.
You think West might have been involved in that?
I think I liked you more when you was a guide.
Yeah, I might agree with you about that. You think he was?
No, I don't think he was. And if he was, good for him, I'd say. He was a terrible man, Von Relling. Him with his axe, leaving it for the world to see, stuck into the top of them mountains he climbed.
What about the Countess?
Just as high and bloody mighty. She was tough, though. I'll give her that.
So what was it between West and Von Relling?
Look, Becker, I don't know what you're looking for, but I'm taking it on faith you're trying to help the captain.
I owe him a lot, Dan.
And don't you forget it, boy. Last summer... You sure you don't know about this?
I wasn't paying too much attention to anything last summer.
Right. You weren't, were you? Well, last summer, the captain led a party up the west face of Old Needle Point.
Mount Von Relling.
There's some call it that. Von Relling led another. A storm came up, bloody unexpected. A real blinder. The captain and his companions were pinned down on a ledge. Somehow, Von Relling got through and beat him to the top.
That's a hard loss, but I don't see...
They died, Becker. The captain's friends. We've spent the last 2 months looking for their remains.
You find anything?
No. Nothing we was looking for anyways. Now, some of us have work to do, Becker. Sorry if I stepped on your corns.
Did you ever see the Count without his axe?
Not for a moment. We figured they slept with it between them.
Becker! Mr. Hickey, sir. Right, the sneak thief. Give me a few minutes and I'll be on to him like salt on a bird's tail.
Mr. Becker.
I assure you, sir.
I thought you might like to know that Sergeant Drake is at this very moment attending your piratical friend, Captain...
West? Where?
His room, I would imagine. 729.
Well, why didn't you tell me?
Now, Captain West, can you identify...
What's going on?
Don't interfere, Becker.
That is my revolver.
And this revolver was used to shoot and kill Count Von Relling. Can you explain that?
You don't have to tell him a thing, Captain.
Oh, don't be so damn jealous, Jimmy. I'm not going to tell them anything I wouldn't tell you.
I'm afraid I have to ask you to accompany...
Am I under arrest?
Not yet.
Pack up my room, will you, Jimmy? I wouldn't want my equipment to go missing. You know what I mean.
You're not making it very easy, Captain.
Neither did you, Jimmy. Neither did you.
It's a beautiful view.
Yeah. You can just make out the peak of Mount Von Relling. It is hard not to cry. We will bury the Count beneath it. Ah, such fine music. I understand your friend Captain West has been arrested.
He's helping the police with their investigations.
Which means?
Which means Sergeant Drake thinks the captain knows more than he's saying.
And you, Mr. Becker?
I wonder if he's the only one with a secret.
Meaning?
Have you noticed your husband's axe is missing?
You have found it?
Not yet.
Oh, that is a pity. I told Sergeant Drake it was missing.
You reported it?
Yeah. I was hoping to bury him with it.
The Count was very
attached
attached
to... It never left his hand.
Can you describe it?
It was an axe like any other. Except that the handle was decorated with little silver triangles. 7 little silver triangles. Each one of them representing a mountain we conquered.
We, Countess?
I was always at my husband's side.
Impressive.
Are you condescending to me, Mr. Becker? Or do you believe, as your friend West, that the mountains are no place for women?
I have no beliefs about mountaineering, ma'am. Let's return to the axe for a moment. As I understand it, the Count left an axe stuck into the peak of every mountain you climbed.
Yeah, it was his ritual.
Each succeeding peak, a new axe with one more silver triangle?
That is correct.
So now there are 7 of your husband's axes littering the mountains.
If that is the way you wish to see it. I think now I must return to the arrangements.
Of course, of course. Oh, just one more question. Can you think of any reason your husband might have feared Captain West?
No. He thought West was annoying, but...
So West wouldn't have anything on the Count?
On the Count?
Something that might bring him down. Evidence.
Of what?
Well, that seems to be the problem. I promised to pack up the captain's room. I suppose I was wondering what to look for.
Are you asking me to accompany you?
I guess that's asking a bit much.
Let me give you some advice, Mr. Becker. My husband was a great man. Do not join the ranks of dwarfs who would attempt to tear him down.
What am I missing, Francois?
Relax, my friend. Have a brandy.
Tea.
I will boil the kettle.
Let's go through it once more. According to Kruger, the Count liked fresh air.
I think he had some trouble with his breathing.
How do you figure that?
He had bowls of balsam and boiling water brought to his room.
So, Kruger told the truth. Oh, which leaves us with the axe.
The axe?
Von Relling's axe.
Was there?
Was not there, but it should have been there. A good climber could have taken the axe and disappeared up the wall.
West?
West. Kruger, he's afraid of heights. He made a real point of telling me that. And then there's the Countess.
Oh, you do not think a woman...
No, this woman might. But West is still the most likely. But there's something else, something he won't talk about. If he tell me what it is, I might be able to protect him.
And you feel you must protect him?
He protected me once, Francois, with a lot less reason, believe me.
What if you discover that he is guilty?
I just don't believe that he is. Nobody calls out his rival in front of a dining room full of witnesses. No, it's the axe, Francois. Find the axe, and you find the killer.
Have you checked the captain's room?
No. No, but I was in his room right after... Oh, my God. The radiator. He was banging on the radiator.
You have remembered something.
Yeah. Yeah, something I wish I hadn't.
I don't like this, Becker.
If you see someone coming, knock on the door. Quietly.
If I see someone, they are going to see me.
Let's get a little light on the subject. That's better. Francois?
Don't turn around.
Becker, are you all right?
You know, I'd almost written you off, Kruger.
I said don't move.
Becker! Becker!
Give me the axe, Kruger.
Stay away from me.
Give me the axe.
You just had to be curious, didn't you, Mr. Becker?
Charge! Oh, mon Dieu!
Vocês! Oh!
What kept you so long?
Beg your pardon?
Thanks, Francois.
He's out like a match. That is what you are looking for?
That's it. You can tell by the triangles.
You think he was planning to plant this on Captain West?
Maybe he was, maybe he... Not this one he wasn't.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
6 triangles, Francois.
What?
6 lovely little triangles. We better call Drake.
Isn't it a little late for more questions, Mr. Becker?
I'm afraid I've come with more news.
Bad news?
For some. Mr. Kruger has confessed to the murder of your husband.
Franz? Franz, that's impossible.
I'm afraid he's confessed.
But why?
It seems he did it for you.
For me?
I don't quite know how to put this delicately. Was your husband aware of your relationship with Mr. Kruger?
Herr Kruger and I have a friendship, Mr. Becker. That is all.
Perhaps he hoped for more.
Poor Franz. Do you think it is my fault, Becker? I certainly didn't realize... Excuse me. It is hard to lose 2 men in so short a time.
I'll bet. Sergeant Drake will be around early tomorrow to take your deposition.
I am suspected?
I'm sure you'll be able to convince him that Kruger acted alone. Good night, Countess.
Good night, Mr. Becker. I'm not sure if I should thank you.
Oh, I forgot. I left something out here. The sergeant wanted to ask you to identify this.
You got this from Herr Kruger?
He attacked me with it. Is it...
Yeah, it is Otto's.
You're positive? You have to be absolutely sure.
Yeah, the little silver triangles. It is Otto's axe, for sure.
Kruger must have gone out the window, scaled the wall to another window, climbed in, and doubled back to discover the body.
Perhaps it is time to put your cards on the table, Mr. Becker. Let us see what you have.
6 triangles, Countess. 6 lovely silver triangles. Can you beat that?
I don't understand.
This axe, the one you just identified, has 6 silver triangles. Not 7. 6. You know what that means?
I don't know.
If I remember the ritual properly, Countess, this axe should be driven into the granite atop Mount Von Relling. It's my guess that Captain West found it hidden a good deal lower.
Your guess, Mr. Becker.
That axe never made it to the top, Countess, and your husband didn't either.
And what does that prove? Herr Kruger has already confessed.
Well, I ask myself, why would you identify that axe as the axe your husband took to the library? You knew that axe had one more triangle than the one you're holding. The triangle for Mount Von Relling. Why?
It's late. I'm tired. I may have...
Because you'd prefer to send Kruger to the gallows than allow a stain on your husband's reputation. Because it's my guess that if Sergeant Drake searches this suite, which he will, Countess, we'll find the second axe. The one you used to climb out the window of the library.
You believe you have all the answers, don't you?
Pretty well. But I'm still curious about one thing. Why would a great mountaineer like your husband...
A great mountaineer. How you men assume the best of each other. Von Relling didn't deserve a single one of his little silver trophies, Mr. Becker. I planted those axes. Von Relling told the stories. When the snow drove me back from the peak, it didn't matter to him. His myth demanded a victory, and he claimed it.
But you cooperated.
The Von Rellings are very conventional, Becker. I had to hide behind the Count's skirts if I wanted to climb.
And yet you killed him.
I arrived at the library at 11. Captain West had just left. Apparently he believed that Otto might prefer suicide to being unmasked as a cheat. He'd agreed to remain silent, and, like a gentleman, he'd left Otto with the means to accomplish the task.
A Webley 455.
Exactly. But like everybody else, he overestimated Otto. Otto didn't want to die. He'd prefer to confess, to dishonor both of us. Could I climb after that, Becker? He was taking the mountains away from me. So I shot him. Sometime later, there was a knocking on the door. Someone had heard the shot. I suppose I panicked. I grabbed the axe and let myself out the window.
And Kruger?
Kruger had nothing to do with it, until he looked out the window to find me hanging on the wall. You never believe how cold it was waiting for him to get away from you, Becker. He opened a window and pulled me in.
And what was he doing in West's room?
You did invite me to look for the evidence, Becker. I thought you might find something, so I sent an emissary. Ah, such a foolish man. Excuse me. I need another handkerchief. I suppose he loved me.
He did indeed.
A fantasy. He loved a woman he couldn't have. Von Relling loved a mountain he didn't climb. All fantasy. Men are all fantasy. I, however, am not a fantasy, Mr. Becker. I am not sentimental, and I will happily shoot you.
You won't escape.
As you've already discovered, Becker, there is a way. And as you've returned the axe...
And you'll run into Sergeant Drake and his forces.
What prevents me from shooting you? Or taking you hostage?
Your intelligence, I suspect. They rarely hang women in Canada. You may have a few chances to escape before you find out. This isn't one of them.
Then, for the moment, I must surrender. You may take the gun. Can you see the moon, Becker? Just there, almost lost behind the peak. If I do escape, Becker, they're going to call that mountain Mount Mathilde. I'm trusting you not to let anyone in on my plans. As a gentleman.
My lips are sealed.
Sergeant Drake?
And that was that. In the morning, there was a whole new crop of guests, a whole new set of problems. The Countess was arrested, and the next day Drake found the final axe, with 7 silver triangles set into its shaft. It was stuck in the hall stand behind a couple of canes and an umbrella. I walked past that stand at least 6 times in 24 hours. The following summer, West reached the peak of Mount Von Relling, but they refused to change the name. The tourists loved the story too much. West retired back to England in disgust. I don't know if the Countess ever escaped, but some nights when the air is clear and the moon tips the peak of her mountain, I truly hope she did.
You've just heard A View of Mount Von Relling, Episode 1 of Becker, written by Martin Kinch. Featured in the cast were Andy Mayton as Becker, Stephen Hare as Hickey, and David Lorraine as Francois. You heard Louis Negan as Von Relling, with David Everhart as Kruger and Pamela Brooke as the Countess. Brian Gromoff played West, while Daryl Shuttleworth was Drake, and Jack Aykroyd was Whiskey Dan. Period music for Becker is arranged by Miles Jackson, while the recording engineer is Bob Doble, with sound effects by Uta Schafland. The production assistant, Christine Story. Becker is produced and directed in Calgary by Martin Fishman. The series script consultant is James W. Nichol, and the executive producer in Toronto is Bill Howell. For the Mystery Project, I'm Bob Boving. See you next week.
Magic Detective, starring the world's greatest magician, Blackstone. He tells you the inside story of the Midway robberies. And right after the story, Blackstone will explain tricks that you yourself can perform. Reveal the guarded secrets of the world's greatest living magician. Stand by for Blackstone, Magic Detective.
What under the sun is that thing over there in the corner, Rhoda?
Don Hancock, you're speaking of the man I love.
Looks like a cross between a mummy and a suit of armor.
Oh, my feelings are hurt. I think he's beautiful.
Yeah, maybe I would, too, if you'd get over your girlish raptures and tell me what it's supposed to be.
That thing, as you call him, is Ajab Jr., a character very dear to my heart.
Oh, stop it, Rhoda. What is it?
Ajab Jr. is the man I love, and he's an automatic chess player.
Ajab, the automatic chess player. I've heard of one of those, but I've never seen one. Does it work?
Of course.
Does that dummy really play chess?
Oh, I'll thank you not to call the love of my life a dummy.
Sometimes, Rhoda, I want to wring your neck.
Oh, careful. Ajab Jr. wouldn't like that. He's very particular about who wrings my neck.
Rhoda Brent, you...
What's the matter, Don? Rhoda teasing you?
Well, I was asking her about that figure over there, the automatic chess player, and she...
Ajab Jr.?
Yes, Ajab Jr.
We're all very fond of him.
Oh, good grief. You too?
I'm sorry, Don. Ajab helped us solve a crime once, and we've got sort of attached to him.
You'd be, too, if he'd done as much for you as he has for us.
Maybe, but I still wouldn't think he was beautiful.
Oh, it's an acquired taste, Don, like olives.
What's the story, Mr. Blackstone? Or is it one that is so full of magician's secrets that you can't tell it?
Oh, I can tell this one all right. But first, come over here and meet Ajab Jr.
Well, I still think Ajab Jr. is mighty plain. What does he do, Blackstone? Can he really play chess?
So the story goes. Now, see, I would slide back the door here in the pedestal.
Ooh, look at all the machinery inside that guy.
And then I'll slide the other door on this side.
Wow, more machinery. Say, with all that stuff, he ought to be able to play a terrific game of chess.
You'd think so.
How does it work? What makes it play chess?
That's part of the story. Tell him, Blackstone.
Very well, I will. A friend of mine, Jed Tremor, ran the Midway at an amusement park not far from here. One night, Rhoda and I were driving out to see him.
Is this trip business, Blackstone, or have you suddenly developed a yen to see an amusement park?
Business, Rhoda, and pretty serious business.
Well, what do you mean?
You remember Jed Tremor?
Uh-huh.
Funny little man, very serious, rather fussy.
Well, don't tell me a fuss budget like that has committed a crime, Blackstone.
No, not Tremor. But crimes, robberies that is, are being committed on his Midway, and it's giving the place a bad name. People are staying away by the hundreds.
Any idea who's committing these crimes?
Well, everything points to a gypsy fortune teller he's got out there, a Madame LaBelle.
Well, do you think she's the guilty one?
She must be, and yet...
And yet what?
Every time a robbery's done, Madame LaBelle has a perfect alibi. It proves that she couldn't do the stealing.
Golly, it sounds funny, Blackstone.
It is funny. Well, here we are.
Oh, Blackstone.
Oh, Tremor.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Oh, things have been simply dreadful. I'm afraid I'll have to go out of business unless something can be done. Oh, dear me, I don't know what to do at all.
Now, easy there, Tremor. Take it easy. Come on, Rhoda, let's go inside.
I thought he wasn't going to stop talking long enough to let us get out of the car.
Oh, dear me. I should have been more thoughtful. Yes, indeed, I should. But my own troubles, you know. Of course, that's no excuse. Well, come with me, Blackstone, and we'll go inside, shall we?
So, at last I have the honor to meet Madame LaBelle, the great fortune teller.
Thank you so very much. It is privilege to meet world-famous Blackstone.
Thank you.
A lovely lady.
Oh, how do you do?
Let me read your palm, little lady. Ah, I can see great things for you. Great adventures. Love.
No, thanks. Give me back my hand. Some other time, perhaps, but right now...
Right now, you come to investigate the so unfortunate robberies. Is it not so?
What can you tell us about them, Madame LaBelle?
Nothing. Nothing at all. It so happens that every time one of these regrettable robberies has occurred, I have been elsewhere. Talking to Tremor, perhaps, or to one of the other people here on the Midway.
Tremor tells me that each of the robberies has occurred to someone whose fortune you've just read. Is that correct?
That is correct. They're not coincidences, is it not?
Very. Did you foretell disaster in any of the palms you saw?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
What's that?
Oh, my bracelet! My diamond bracelet! It's gone! It's gone!
Quick, this way. The scream is coming from over near the exit.
Oh, I was standing here, right here, and suddenly my bracelet was gone.
I beg your pardon, madam, but I may be able to help you.
The police. I want the police. My diamond bracelet.
Now, try to be a little calmer, madam, and tell Mr. Blackstone just what happened.
Well, I was standing here, right here with this automaton, and all of a sudden, just like that, my bracelet gone.
Sure it didn't slip off your wrist?
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, another robbery. I can't stand any more of this. My nerves are... Oh, dear,
You see, Mr. Blackstone, always I have an alibi, just like this one. Too bad, is it not? It is always the custom, I believe, to suspect gypsy fortune teller.
Looks like this time one fortune teller is in the clear, doesn't it, Blackstone?
Yes, of course.
You're not even listening.
Are you not going to try and help me retrieve my bracelet? After all, I should think you could do better than simply turn and stare at that automaton.
This is an automatic chess player, isn't it, Tremor?
Yes, that automaton is one of the most popular acts on the whole Midway.
I see. Where's the man who runs it?
Oh, well, that's one of the most fortunate things about the chess player. It runs itself. No labor problems. All I have to do is move it round from place to place and set up the chessboard. I wind it, of course, from time to time, but that's all.
I've always been intensely interested in these, Tremor. Intensely interested.
This is an outrage. My diamond bracelet is gone, and no one pays the slightest bit of attention.
I'm going for the police.
There's no need for you to rush for the police, madam. My assistant, Miss Brent, will be glad to go for you.
But Blackstone...
I hoped you'd be able to keep the police out of here, Blackstone. I hope that you, my friend, would be able to help me.
I suppose, Blackstone, that while I'm kiting off after the police, you're going to be sitting here playing a game of chess.
This is a very peculiar way of acting, Mr. Blackstone.
I am going to play a game of chess while Rhoda goes for the police.
But you can't do that. My business, our friendship. You just can't play chess, Mr. Blackstone. You can't.
Oh, but I can, and I will. You know, Tremor, nothing like a game of chess to settle the nerves. Wind up your automatic chess player, Tremor. I'm ready to play.
Well, I don't get it, Mr. Blackstone. I know you wouldn't let your friend down like that, and yet...
And yet you feel I did.
Well,
Tell him, Blackstone. We don't want his opinion of you to sink that low.
I knew a great deal about automata, Don. A great deal. And one of the things I knew without a shadow of doubt is that there's no such thing as an automatic chess player.
Yes, but Jab Jr., he's one.
He is a mechanical figure, yes, but he cannot play chess. Chess is a very intricate and elaborate and thoughtful game, as we all know. No one has ever perfected a figure that could automatically respond to all the millions of possible moves in a chess game.
But all that mechanism inside the figure.
Phony. Those doors that I slid open are so constructed as to hide an open space where a man could hide.
Could and does, Blackstone.
That's right. Could and does. You see, Don, that's the secret of an automatic chess player.
But the robberies, who committed them?
The man inside the chess player. He was in league with Madame Labelle, the gypsy fortune teller, and would steal the jewels from the rich women who came to consult her.
Mm-hmm. And you played that game of chess to hold the man inside the automaton while Rhoda went for the police. Is that it?
That's it, exactly, Don.
And so another trick was solved by magic. Well, what kind of a gag are you going to pull on us now, Blackstone?
A handkerchief trick ought to be appropriate, shouldn't it?
That could be taken two ways, Don.
Well, we'll see about that.
I'll have to borrow a match from someone.
Oh, that ought to be easy enough. Here you are.
No, I mean an ordinary kitchen match made of wood.
Oh, will this do?
Oh, yes, that's fine.
What's
Thanks.
that?
I'm going to wrap this match up in a handkerchief, let one of you break it, and when I open the handkerchief, the match will be whole again. As good as new.
Oh, that's impossible.
On the contrary. Now, just you watch. Here's my own handkerchief. I'll shake it out so you can see there's nothing concealed inside of it.
It's good enough for me.
Now, Rhoda, place the match in the center of the handkerchief. Fold it over several times so you'll be sure that it can't fall out.
All right. How's that?
That's fine. Now you're sure that the match is there. Now, may I have it, please?
Here you are.
You can feel the matchstick through the folds of the handkerchief, can't you? Here, try it yourself.
Yeah, I can feel it.
Now, break the match in half while I hold the rest of the handkerchief.
Break it?
That's right. All right, Don. I'll give you the handkerchief. Shake it loose, and you'll find your match just as good as new.
There it is, all in one piece.
But how in the world did you ever do it?
I'll be right back to tell you in a moment.
Well, Blackstone, we haven't guessed the secret of that one yet.
Well, as usual, it's very simple once you know how.
Oh, that's what you always say.
It's all in the handkerchief.
Really?
Yes. Did you notice anything particular about this handkerchief?
Oh, it has a lovely deep hem, I see.
And what else did you notice? Look carefully.
Well, there's some loose threads in the hem.
That's right. In this trick, you fool your public by putting a dummy match in the hem before you start.
Oh, I get it.
And when I take the handkerchief in order to let you break the match in the center, I see to it that it's the one in the hem that you break by just manipulating the folds a bit.
Then when the handkerchief is open, out drops the one I put in the center.
That's pretty good.
And the best part of it all is it works every time. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you like that trick. And now, until next time, this is Blackstone saying good magic and goodbye.
Be with us next time when the world's greatest living magician, Blackstone, tells us the story of the Frozen Lady and explains more tricks that you yourself can perform. Listen in again to Blackstone, the world's greatest living magician.
10 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Your dial is set at 660, WEAF, New York.
Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Municipal Tower to Transcontinental Flight 17. Municipal Tower to Transcontinental Flight 17. Over.
That's us, Tom. Check it.
Check. Transcontinental Flight 17 to Municipal Tower. Flight 17 to Municipal Power. Over.
Police instructions. Check and see if you have male passenger occupying seat 24. Passenger occupying seat 24. Wanted by police. Over.
I'm just checking my list, Joe. Yep, we got a man in 24. I'll tell him. Municipal Tower. We have a man in seat 24. The name he's traveling under is John J. Jones.
John J. Jones. Maybe that's his right name, but the police want him. They know him as Boston Blackie.
Maybe you've met Boston Blackie before on your local movie screen. In case some of you haven't, I think you'll soon be fast friends of his. And maybe you've already tried new Soapy Rich Rinso, too. In which case, you don't need me to tell you how good it is. But if you aren't using Rinso now, I can't think of a better time for you to start. Now, when summer is here, you certainly don't want to spend hours on wash day scrubbing and boiling clothes. Well, just keep in mind that Rinso gets out the dirt without hard scrubbing or boiling. A short soaking in Rinso's lively suds, a few quick finger rubs, and you'll be ready to hang out a Rinso whitewash. Try this on your clothesline and see if you don't start whistling while you wash. And now, meet Boston Blackie. Outside the law is no strange territory to Blackie, but never does he stray for personal reward, although the police, and notably Inspector Faraday, find no solace in his motives and only bewilderment in his ability to remain out of their reach. Meet Chester Morris as Boston Blackie, enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
You Chicago police have been very cooperative. Thanks a million.
Glad to help you, Inspector Faraday. When we send a man to New York, you can return the favor.
Glad to. Anytime, Captain.
There's the plane now, Inspector. See it? Blackie has got to be on it. We know he was on the plane when it left Detroit, and it hasn't made any stops.
Well, Blackie's liable to get out of anything, anytime. I remember once I had him in 2 sets of handcuffs, and the next minute...
No handcuffs.
No Blackie. Chances are I couldn't have made the charge stick anyhow. Never have been able to tie anything on him in 6 years.
You'll be able to arrest him now, won't you, Inspector?
You're sure Blackie's the man, are you, Miss Moray?
Oh, of course I'm sure. I was with my grandfather when he was robbed and the money stolen. The thief wore no mask, and I recognized him from the picture of Boston Blackie that was in the paper last year. Oh, I'm sure it was Blackie.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you keep asking me if I'm sure?
I just wanted to be certain, that's all. I've been waiting to get a witness to make a positive identification for a long time.
Oh, here comes the plane now. Do you think he'll have the money with him? I can't wait until I get my hands on it.
There's lots of money in this world, Miss Moray. What I can't wait to get my hands on is Boston Blackie. Go ahead in, Miss Moray. I've been keeping Blackie in my hotel room here until our plane leaves for New York. Talk to him yourself. I can't get anything out of him. Go ahead now. Monahan's in there guarding him, and I'll be right here outside the door.
All right, Inspector Faraday.
Blackie always was a soft touch for a girl. Here's hoping you get something out of him.
Oh, Inspector, you'll never know how important it is to me that I do. Hello?
He won't say a word, miss. Just sits there like he did all the time the inspector was questioning him.
Oh, I'll try. Blackie? Boston Blackie, would you talk to me?
About business or pleasure?
Maybe a little of both. Detective Monahan, could Mr. Blackie and I go over in the corner and talk?
Oh, sure. I don't know why not. I'll stroll over to the window.
Would you please come over here with me, Blackie?
Why, sure. I've been waiting for a chance like this to have a little chat with you, Miss Morey. You identified me as the man who stole $10,000 from your grandfather.
Yes, I did.
You know, you never saw me before in your life, Miss Morey.
I wish I had. Then I wouldn't be in such desperate trouble now.
You're in trouble. You had me arrested because you're in trouble? What is this, a new switch on the Share the Wealth plan?
Oh, please let me explain. From what I've heard of you, Blackie, you're the only man living who can help me. But I had no idea of where or how I could reach you.
Oh, so you made up the story of my stealing your grandfather's money, huh?
Yes, I did. I knew the police could trace your movements where I couldn't. And I knew you could get away from Inspector Faraday once I'd seen you.
Well, thanks for the confidence.
The very worst, I could have said I was mistaken in the identification, and then they would have had to let you go. Only by then it would be too late.
Say, look, let's get organized. Too late for what?
To recover the diamond that was stolen from me.
You've got the wrong boy, lady. If a diamond was stolen from you, let the police get it back. They're in that business.
But that diamond, Blackie, the rest of my life depends on it. I must have it back by tomorrow night. Oh, please help me.
Well, with these handcuffs on and 2 New York detectives guarding me, I couldn't be of very much help to anybody.
But those handcuffs, haven't I heard that you can get out of them whenever you want to?
Yes, but I've got to want to first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm more than sorry. I'm miserable. I knew I had to reach you, and I just messed up everything. No, I'll never...
Oh, wait a minute, Miss Morey. We'll figure some way out. Here, wipe your eyes with this handkerchief.
Thanks. But your hand. You got out of the handcuffs.
Shh. Okay, now. There, your eyes are nice and dry. Now blow. You feel better now?
Yes, I do.
All right, then. Let me have your bedtime story.
I don't know how I can laugh.
Oh, it's easy. You just open your mouth and close your eyes and think of Inspector Faraday. Never fails. Come on, Miss Morey. Tell me the whole story before Faraday gets restless.
Well, I'm engaged to George Atwater.
Yes?
We're to be married soon, and yesterday he brought me something to look at. The Jonathan diamond.
The Jonathan, huh? Oh, that's worth a fortune.
Well, George's father has millions.
Hey, Miss Murray, you all right over there?
Oh, yes, officer, thank you. I won't be a minute now. Blackie, the diamond belonged to George's father. George brought it over to show me, and then he had a little too much to drink, and I thought it safer if he left it with me. He agreed. And sometime during the night, it must have been stolen from my apartment.
I get it. If you don't produce the diamond, there'll be a mess. The police don't know anything about the diamond?
No. That's why I made up the story about my grandfather and the stolen money.
Well, when do you have to produce the Jonathan, Miss Morey?
Tomorrow night. George gets back from a trip then. He'll want it, and... Oh, Blackie.
Tomorrow night? Well, it doesn't give me much time to work, but I'll try. Call the detective over here.
All right, but why?
Shh, don't ask questions. Just get him over.
All right. Officer, would you come over here a minute, please?
Sure, Miss Fletcher. Well, did he tell you anything?
No, but I've got something to tell you, Monahan.
Indeed, and what's that?
This.
You shouldn't have done that, Blackie. You shouldn't have hit the officer.
You sure would have disappointed me if you hadn't said that. Now, listen. I'm going out the window and down the fire escape. As soon as I get moving, you scream for Faraday. Tell him what happened, that I socked Monahan and put the handcuffs on you. Here, I'd better do that now. Faraday's got the key. He'll open them later. There. Now, remember, you finally worked this handkerchief from around your mouth and screamed. Have you got that?
Yes. Oh, Blackie, please remember that getting back that diamond means my marriage and my whole life's happiness.
Okay. Well, I'm going to New York, and I'll do my best. If I get back the diamond, you get married. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if instead of Boston Blackie, from now on I'm known as Chicago Cupid. Shorty, listen. When a piece of ice like the Jonathan diamond is lifted, somebody's got to know something about it.
Look, Blackie, I've been out all night on it. Nobody knows nothing. All I could pick up was that a fella named Atwater owns it. None of the boys would touch it. That is, except Duke Walton. I'm telling you, it's as hot as a pistol, but Duke's been bragging that he'll grab it one of these days.
Yeah? Well, where can I find him?
Well, I checked that, too. He's out of town. That's definite. Yeah, he's been gone a week. Now, look, boss, why don't you lay off?
Shorty, I promised to get that diamond back. I chartered a plane out of Chicago last night after breaking out of that hotel room. Young Atwater isn't due back in town till tonight, so I still have a little time. I'm going to waste some of it on a visit to the Atwater house.
Ain't you a little out of your class up there, Blackie? You know they got an awful lot of dough, those Atwaters.
You know something, Shorty? After the way that Morey girl smiled at me in Chicago, I kind of feel like $1 million myself.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to see Mr. Atwater.
Who shall I say is calling, please?
Mr. Jones, Mr. John J. Jones. Mr. Atwater doesn't know me, but you can say it's about his son.
About Mr. George Atwater, Jr.?
That's right.
He's in, sir. Would you like to see him?
George is in? Well, I certainly would like to see him. When did he get back?
A little while ago, sir. He returned earlier than we expected. Come this way. He's in the library, right here. Shall I announce you?
No, thanks. I'll go right in.
Very good, sir.
Hello there. Mr. Atwater?
Yes, I'm George Atwater. Who are you?
Well, my name is Jones, Mr. Atwater. John J. Jones. I'm a friend of your fiancée's.
Oh, a friend of Lee's?
That's right. And if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, the night before last, when you left Miss Morey, you were a little,
Oh, what do you mean, a little? I was a lot.
Well, I don't mean to be personal, but did you stop off anywhere on your way home?
No, I got a cab and came right home.
Mr. Atwater, where do you usually keep the Jonathan Diamond?
I don't know what you're driving at, Mr. Jones, but, well, we keep it here in the library, in this wall safe. Only it's not here now.
Would you open the safe for me, please?
Well, now, Mr. Jones, you're a perfect stranger to me, even though you are a friend of Miss Morey's. Well, you could hardly expect... Oh. So, this is a holdup, huh?
I'm sorry I had to pull this gun on you, Mr. Atwater, but I want to see that safe. You don't mind if I lock the library door, do you?
I do mind, but I don't suppose that matters.
Not a bit. There we are. So the Jonathan was kept in this safe, huh? The combination, Mr. Atwater, and keep your hands where I can see them.
Sorry, Mr. Jones. I seem to have forgotten the combination.
Well, I haven't time to make you remember it. Oh, the safe doesn't look too tough. Come over here where I can watch you while I go to work on it.
All right. There's nothing inside the safe, but go ahead and open
Quiet.
it.
Take that watch off your wrist and put it in your pocket. It's making too much noise. I can't hear the tumblers drop. Come on, take it off.
All right.
I think I've got the first number. Now for the second one. This box of yours is pretty simple, Mr. Atwater. In fact, it's about the most unsafe safe I ever saw. There, that's the second number, all right? Do you want to be a good boy and tell me the last number? No? Okay, be a bad boy and watch me find it out for myself. There. Now, that ought to do it. I'll try the handle now. Well, made it.
My compliments.
Save them. Let's take a look in this jewelry box. Oh, so the Jonathan Diamond wasn't in the safe, huh? Well, what's this, then?
That's the Jonathan, all right. I meant to leave it at Miss Morey's apartment, but I changed my mind.
Open this door! Open it up! Open the door, Mr. Atwater! We're the police. Open up! Faraday, he must have had Shorty watched and trailed me here.
You don't mind if I close this safe door, do you, Mr. Jones? I want you to be caught with that diamond still in your hand. Well, this seems to be my day for unexpected visitors.
Now keep away from that door, Atwater.
You don't scare me. I'm going to open it. I'm coming.
I'm going.
You'll have to hurry. He's going through the window. Quick. He's got the Jonathan Diamond. He must still be in the garden.
I've got 2 men out there. Maybe I can spot him from here. Come on, Monahan. Blackie! Blackie, stop!
Shoot, we've got him.
And he's got the Jonathan Diamond.
At last. Boston Blackie caught red-handed.
Well, it does look as though Blackie is in for it now, but I have a hunch there's still plenty of action coming up. And shifting from Blackie to Whitey, that is Rinso White, I'd like to tell you about a completely different kind of action, the kind you get with Rinso suds in your washer. Yes, those Rinso suds are so peppy and lively, they get your clothes sparkling white and bright with as little as a 5-minute run per load. And when I say sparkling white, of course I really mean exactly, Rinso White. And there's no better way than that whistle to describe the special kind of white Rinso gets your clothes. That's because Rinso gets out more dirt. Simple, isn't it? No wonder Rinso is the only soap recommended by the makers of 33 leading washers. And, of course, a short run is not only easy on your washer, it's easy on your clothes. Keeps them new-looking longer. So next wash day, do yourself a big favor. Whistle up a Rinso White, Rinso Bright wash. And now, back to the adventures of Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
How do you like ourselves, Blackie? Air conditioning between the bars and everything. Comfortable enough for you?
Oh, sure. This one's wonderful. I wish you'd try sleeping on that mattress they have in here. I gave up in the middle of the night and slept on the stone floor. It was softer. Oh, come on, Faraday. How about a couple of pillows?
Oh, poor Blackie. Too bad I didn't hear you. I've suddenly gotten very deaf. Isn't that terrible?
You've suddenly gotten very deaf, and you've always been very dumb.
Oh, very funny, Blackie.
Yes, I know. New gag writer.
Last one have to go back to kindergarten?
Yes, and he told me how much all the other children miss you since you stopped going, Faraday.
Blackie, we had to grab you on that Morey girl's charge.
All right, so you grabbed me.
A $10,000 stick-up, Blackie. That isn't important now. We'll talk about that later. But where's the Jonathan diamond?
Jonathan Diamond? What's that?
Listen, Blackie, you've had that diamond in your hand. Now, you had it when we broke in. Atwater saw it there. Where is it now?
Now, you listen, Faraday. You've got to get me out of here in a couple of hours. You haven't a thing to hold me on.
No, breaking into the Atwater house.
I broke out of the house, not into it. Now, see if that's a crime, Inspector.
You opened the safe in the library and you stole the Jonathan diamond. How about that?
You sure I did? Does that safe look forced? Did you find the diamond on me?
No to all those things. But we've got George Atwater as a witness.
A witness to what? I was calling on him at the suggestion of a mutual friend, Inspector. We were having a chat when somebody started to pound on the door. I got scared and jumped through the window. You know, things like that happen, Inspector. People get scared and they jump.
Blackie, I'm telling you this man to man, we've got a case against you. Atwater's word against yours that you robbed his safe. And slugging Monahan in Chicago. The Morey girl's testimony that you robbed a grandfather. That'll add up to 10 years at least.
Go ahead, Inspector.
All right, I'll be honest, Blackie. Young Atwater screaming about his diamond. Says you had it 1 minute, we grabbed you the next minute, so it can't be missing. Only it is. All right, you tell us where you hid it, and I'll get him to drop all charges. I'll even talk to the Morey girl to get her to go easy if you return her dough. Now, how's that?
I don't know.
Oh, you must have it stashed somewhere. Give me your word of honor to deliver it back to me today, and I'll let you out. Your word's always been good with me, Blackie. Now, come on. Don't you want to get out of jail?
Well, I don't know now, Faraday. It's kind of a nice jail. You know, air conditioning between the bars.
Blackie, be a good guy.
Okay, Faraday. As a favor to you, I'll come out. And you'll have your diamond back 2 hours after I leave here. But I'm not to be bothered during that time by the cops. You understand?
Bothered? You'll be protected. And thanks a million, Blackie.
That's all right, Faraday. I'll get plenty of satisfaction every time I remember you begging me to get out of jail.
Hello?
Miss Morey, this is Blackie. Can you talk?
Oh, yes, of course. Nobody's here.
Did I get the diamond? Well, yes and no, Miss Morey. Nobody ever stole it from your apartment.
What?
Atwater says he took it with him when he left you the other night.
But that's impossible. He didn't. I know he didn't. I even looked at it after he left.
Well, Miss Morey, will you meet me by the shrubbery alongside the library window of the Atwater house in exactly a half an hour?
Well, all right, but what are we going to do?
We're going to rob a safe, Miss Morey, with police protection. Keep that flashlight steady, Miss Morey, please. If we're lucky, the safe won't be locked.
Why not?
Because nobody knows I put the diamond back in it when the police pounded on the door. And it was only slammed shut by young Atwater. Well, here it is. There, you see? It was open. And here's the box that holds the Jonathan diamond. Put your flashlight on it, and we'll take a quick look.
All right, there. But, the box is empty.
Uh-oh. Atwater must have seen me put it back and grabbed it. But why is he telling the police that I have it?
And see that I'm not disturbed.
Quick, that's Atwater now. Put out that flash and get back of these drapes. Hurry.
All right.
7, 6, 9.
What are you doing, Black?
I'm counting the clicks in the dial. 7, 3, 4, 2. Got it.
Hello. This is George Atwater. I got your message, but why did you call me here after I... Well, I don't care about that. We made a deal. I don't owe you a dime anymore, and you got what you wanted. Well, you have to expect it to be hot for a while. And look, remember this. I'm washed up with you and that crooked roulette wheel of yours. We're all square. And if you call me here again, I'll turn you over to the police. Yes. If I hear of anybody who wants to buy it, I'll let you know. You'll what? Don't be foolish. Who'd believe that? Goodbye.
I think I understand everything now, Miss Moray, but I've got to find the man Atwater just called.
How can you? He didn't mention any names.
No, but I counted the clicks as he was dialing that number. If my ears haven't let me down, I can call that number, too. Anyhow, I'm going to try.
You think that man has the Jonathan diamond?
Yes, I think so. But you don't have to worry about it from now on. You won't be blamed because it was missing from your apartment.
But you're in a mess now, aren't you?
Well, yes, kind of. You see, I promised Faraday that he'd have his diamond back in 2 hours, and I can't keep that promise. Well, I hope the OPA hasn't put a ceiling on tempers, because if they have, he'll hit it.
Hello? Police headquarters.
Inspector Faraday, please.
Just a minute.
Faraday speaking.
This is Blackie, Faraday.
Your time's up, Blackie. Have you got the Jonathan diamond?
Well, no, Inspector, I haven't.
You're stalling. Now, Blackie, you've crossed me for the last time. I'm going to have a dragnet out that'll have you down here before you know it, and you're going to stay in jail this time.
Yeah, but, Inspector, listen, He wouldn't listen, Shorty. I've got to work extra fast now.
Gee, Blackie, look, if there's anything
Hold
I
it,
can
Shorty. I'm going to try that number Atwater called.
Hello?
Hello, Atwater told me to call you.
Yeah? Who's this?
I've got cash I'd like to trade in for something you've got. Atwater says that...
Atwater says, huh? Okay. I'm in an old house, 632 West 100th Street. First door on the right as you come in. Get here fast and we'll talk business.
Okay, bye.
Worked, eh, Blackie?
I don't know. It was a little too easy. Come on, Shorty. We're going up there to get Faraday his diamond. Unless his dragnet gets me first.
Blackie, duck down. Duck down this hallway.
Okay, what is it, Shorty?
Prowl car just coming this way. I never saw so many cops as we pass on the way up here.
Never mind, Shorty. Stay flattened out against this door until it's time for what I told you to do.
Yeah, okay, Blackie. But who really stole the Jonathan diamond?
Nobody stole it, Shorty. Atwater left the stone at Lee Moray's apartment and then returned later that night and lifted it so that Miss Moray could report it stolen to the police.
Ixnay, boss. Coppers. Okay, now. Look, boss, why did Atwater want the day to report it?
So he wouldn't be involved. This guy I called up, the one who lives in this building, has something on Atwater and wanted the diamond as his price for clamming up. Atwater had to get it for him, see?
Oh, yeah, I get it. He stashed it in his own safe until he could reach this guy and turn it over to him. Only you opened the safe before he could do it. And he had to figure out a new story, huh, boss?
Sure. All he had to tell the cops then is that he was afraid that Jonathan wouldn't be safe at the girl's apartment and that he went back in to get it.
Oh.
I thought it was pretty cute when I put the diamond back in the safe, but Atwater must have seen me. Well, wish me luck, Shorty. And don't forget what I told you to do.
Yeah. Okay, boss. Quick. Come on, it's okay now.
So long.
Yeah? Who is it?
I called you a little while ago.
Okay.
Open up.
Okay.
Well, Duke Walton. Put that gun down, Duke. You and I can make a deal.
Think so?
Sure.
Lucky you're not as cute as you thought. I called Atwater back and found your call was a phony. Too bad for you. Now I gotta bump you.
Wait a minute, Duke.
I'm gonna wait a couple of minutes, Blackie. Some friends of mine are coming over with a car to take you on a little trip. Now sit down in that chair and put your arms behind your back. Go on, I ain't the patient type.
Okay, Duke. How's that?
That's better. Now I'm gonna tie you up nice and pretty like that. How do you like it? Too tight for your pretty hands to be tied?
Well, yes, if you really want to know.
I don't. I'll give it an extra yank just to make sure.
Hey, Duke.
Huh?
Duke, look under the door. That's smoke.
Where? Hey, that's right. Well, that makes things easier. This joint's a fire trap. I'll scram out of here and leave you tied up, Blackie. Blackie, I guess I was just born under a lucky star. Eh?
Maybe. But don't forget, Duke, sometimes stars have a habit of falling.
Yeah, okay, so I'm ducking right out of here.
Fire! Fire! The whole building's on fire! Come on, get out of here!
That does it. So long, Blackie. Me and the Jonathan Diamond are getting out of here, and both of us are nice and safe, which is more than I can say for you, pal.
Wait a minute, Duke. I've got a proposition.
Sure, but I got a date. No use trying to bust them ropes, boy. Maybe the fire will burn them through for you, huh? Hey, you did it. How'd you get out of them ropes?
Never mind, ain't gonna do you any good.
Oh, yes, it is, Duke. This place is on fire. Go on, try and get out.
I don't have to try. I'm getting.
Take a look at the door, Duke. It's locked.
Sure, it's locked, and I'm gonna open it right now. Hey, where'd the key go to?
I've got it, Duke, right here. I locked the door and removed the key when I had my back to the door after you got the drop on me.
Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. We'll both be burned to death.
Sure, Duke. Here it is. Catch.
Hey, don't throw it like... Hey, where'd it go? I gotta get it.
Sure, you're gonna get it, but good. You missed me, sucker.
I'll sucker you. I'll get you for this Blackie if it's takes a million. Oh, hey, you're breaking my wrist.
Drop that gun. Okay. Now, where's the diamond?
Never mind the diamond, Blackie. The fire will both be trapped.
Well, there's no fire, sucker.
Huh?
My pal Shorty burned some papers in the hall and pounded on the door.
But
Now, give her that diamond. You must have it on you. When you thought there was a fire, you'd have never left without it.
I ain't got it, Blackie. When I found your phone call was a phony, I give it to a guy to hold for
You're
me.
lying, Duke. I'm going to search you. Now, turn around with your back to me and keep your hands in the air.
Yeah, okay, but I tell you, I ain't got it on me.
Well, we'll see. It's not here. Not here. It's not here.
It's me, boss. Everything all right?
Okay, Shorty, I'll let you in. Wait till I pick up the key. Now, don't move, you.
Well, it worked, huh, boss?
Yeah, it worked, but do you recognize this guy, Shorty?
Sure. That's Duke Walton, the guy I was telling you about. It was bragged he'd have the Jonathan Diamond.
Well, he hasn't got it. I've searched him. He's clean, Shorty.
He's holding out, the dirty heel.
Yes, the dirty... Heel. Heel, huh? You know, Shorty, I think I've got something there. It's the one place I didn't look. Take off your shoes, Duke. Come on, take them off.
Yeah, you win, Blackie. The ice is in my right shoe. There's a slide in the heel. The diamond's inside.
Now, that's being very sensible, Duke. I'll just take the diamond out of that slot it's in and at the same time pull myself and Inspector Faraday out of a great big hole. Well, it's bargain day, Faraday. You've got your diamond, and I've got Miss Morey. Right, honey?
Well, for a while, Blackie. Then I've got to go back home to Wisconsin.
Oh, well, can we go now, Inspector?
Okay, Blackie. Go ahead. Beat it. You're in the clear. Only remember this. You make one slip, Blackie, and as sure as my name is Faraday, I'll be on your neck.
You'll be on my neck, huh? Okay, Inspector, but before Miss Morey leaves for Wisconsin, I hope I'll have her there for a little while first.
Oh, say, one more thing about Rinso. That same Rinso that's such a big help on wash day. I'd just like to add that it's also a mighty big help 3 times every day at dishwashing time. Even your greasiest roaster is a cinch to wash in those rich Rinso suds. And, of course, Rinso's grand for all the soap and water jobs around the house. Walls, floors, woodwork, windows, tiles. They all come sparkling bright and clean with Rinso on the job. So get Rinso tomorrow for dishwashing, for housework, and for a wash that's... And now a glimpse at next week's adventure of Boston Blackie.
I won't do it, I tell you. I can't do it.
Mr. Manletter, it's the only way your business can be saved.
I don't care about that. If the only way it can be saved is by risking the life of my friend Boston Blackie, well, I'd rather it were lost. I won't ask Blackie to keep that appointment. I don't even want to know about it.
All right, Mr. Manletter, if that's the way you want it.
I'm going out and try to raise the money. You'll hear from me later, and remember, I don't want Blackie to hear about this.
Hello, Mary. Get me Boston Blackie.
Be sure to listen at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris with Richard Lane as Inspector Faraday. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie on the screen at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Original music for this program by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Rinso and wishing you all a very pleasant good night.
And don't forget, tomorrow, when you ask your grocer for the new Rinso, buy a cake of Lifebuoy at the same time. Lifebuoy's rich, purifying lather goes right after dirt and perspiration, leaves you feeling extra clean. So use Lifebuoy daily in your bath or shower. Remember, it's the only soap specially made to stop B.O.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, Box 13, Box 13, Box 13, Box 13.
Well, this is great. Rain, rain, rain. I'll bet even the ducks wouldn't come out in weather like this. But me, I'm an idiot. I gotta go and take up a profession like being a writer. I couldn't take up something easy. Oh, no, not me. I gotta be a writer so I can be out on nice, cold, wet nights, beating my brains out, looking for an idea. Idea. Deadline. Oh, sure. Mustn't forget that ever-loving deadline. What a way to make a living. I could have stayed a reporter at the Star Times and had nice assignments, like listening to political speeches or covering the opening of a new manhole. Oh, no, but not me. I have to write fiction. Do it the hard way. Well, I might as well take the usual hand, open the usual door to the usual place, and hear the usual comments.
Hi, Mr. Holliday.
Hiya.
Copy, boy. Hiya, Dan.
What do you say, Ed?
Smith, editor wants you. How goes it, Holliday?
Oh, pretty good.
Where's the makeup on page 4? Hi, Mr. Holliday.
How are you?
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
Hello, Susie. Anything in box 13?
Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
What a character I am. Standing here in front of the want-ad counter in a newspaper office while the rain runs down off my coat collar into my shoes.
Mr. Holliday.
I gotta ruin my last pair of... Huh? What's that, Susie?
I said there's a message in box 13 for you. Here.
Oh. Thanks, Susie.
Don't mention it. Say, aren't you going to open it?
Sorry. Not here, Susie.
You know, you got all of us down here at the Star Times awful curious, Mr. Holliday, running that ad.
Have I?
You've been running it for months. Why don't you change it?
Well, I haven't read it for so long, I've forgotten the words. How's it go?
Don't you remember? Adventure wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. How about that?
I still like it.
You'd do a lot better with adventure if you ran your picture with the ad.
No, thanks. Just keep on running it the way it is.
But, gee, aren't you ever going to tell us what you do for a living? Why you keep running that ad?
Susie, same old question, same old answer. No. Well, if I'm not doing anything else, at least I've got the people at the Star Times curious. They'd think my brain cells were 10 feet off first base if they knew why I really run that ad. Maybe they are. You can help a person out of great trouble and gain an adventure for yourself if you call Chester 8945 and ask for Carla Williams. Chester 8945. Carla Williams. Sounds like an interesting name. Well, I hope she's home.
Hello?
Oh, this is the man from Box 13.
Oh. Tell me, are you serious or was that ad just a joke?
No joke, Miss Williams.
Are you willing to try anything?
Well, that depends. What's on your mind?
I can't discuss it over the phone. Will you meet me?
Of course.
There's a little French restaurant down on Ledge Street. Meet me there in the cocktail lounge.
What time?
Make it 10 o'clock tonight. Tell the bartender you want to speak to Carla Williams.
French restaurant on Ledge, 10 o'clock. Oh, what block number?
The 600 block. You won't fail me. You'll be there.
Lady, if it were winter, I'd come with bells on. This sounds like the beginning of a very interesting story. Beautiful woman in distress calls on struggling writer for help. Only she doesn't know I'm a writer, and I don't know she's beautiful.
What's yours, mister?
Oh, I'm looking for a Carla Williams.
Oh, yeah. She's sitting over there in that front booth.
Thanks. Carla Williams?
Yes.
Oh-ho. Carla Williams could be material for a love story or an adventure story. Or maybe both.
And, do you have a name?
Oh, yes. Dan Holliday.
Sit down.
Oh, thanks.
I'm, agreeably surprised. I didn't think a person would get such a satisfactory reply from a want ad.
And I didn't think I'd get such a nice replier.
You're wondering about me, aren't you? You're wondering why you're here.
Naturally.
Well, I'm being blackmailed.
That's a very nasty business.
I've been paying blackmail for 5 years, but tonight's the end. I'm to meet him in 15 minutes and make the final payment and get the letters.
Well, that sounds like the end of your troubles.
But is it? I can't be sure. That's why I need your help.
But what can I do?
Well, you can be there as a witness. You can make sure this is the end. You can see that I get the letters and get away safely.
Lady, you need the police.
Why? To make sure everything I've kept hidden for 5 years comes out in the open?
Maybe a friend could do it.
My friends would be the last ones on earth I'd want to know. Are you afraid?
No.
You advertised for adventure?
Blackmail isn't my idea of adventure.
I'm sorry if my trouble doesn't measure up to your expectations. It's the best I could do on such short notice.
Uh-oh. Well, I guess I had that coming.
Maybe this isn't your idea of adventure, but I do need help. I need help badly. Let's leave it at that.
Now, that might appeal to my early Boy Scout training.
Then you will?
I always help ladies across blackmail raps. What happens if your friend makes trouble?
We can't make any trouble.
He seems to have done all right for the past 5 years.
There won't be any trouble if you're along. Here, reach under the table. Take this.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This is a gun.
Put it in your pocket. Don't let anyone see it.
This is supposed to make everything all right?
Well, you won't need it, believe me. I thought it would make you feel better.
It makes me feel like a policeman. And I still think a policeman is what you want.
But you promised.
I said maybe.
I have to meet him in 15 minutes. Please help me.
Where do we go?
His apartment.
Far from here?
We can make it if we leave now. What do you say?
Maybe I should never have been a Boy Scout. I watch Carla Williams closely as we ride over to the apartment where she's to meet this man she's been talking about. She's perfectly groomed with a certain niceness about her, except for those twin furrows of worry between her eyes and a cold look of anxiety. I don't think I would like to have her angry at me, though.
That's funny. You should have been here 20 minutes ago. Huh.
Why don't you try the door?
It was unlocked.
Might as well wait inside. Unless you have any objections.
Not at all. There's a light switch on your right. The living room is straight ahead.
Say, you sound like you're familiar with the place.
Why not? I've been here many times before.
There's a light on in there. Suppose he might have fallen asleep?
Waiting for his money? Hardly.
Well, this is more like it. This spot is nicely furnished.
With my money. But at least we can sit down and make us... Oh, no.
Miss Williams, what's the matter? What happened?
On the floor by the desk, look.
You stay here.
Well...
You'd better call the police. He's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, he's been shot. Once. Through the heart.
I'm glad.
He's the one? The man who was blackmailing you?
Yes. Could you go through his pockets? He must have some of those letters with him. Look in his coat pocket.
Just a minute, Miss Williams. You don't understand. This man has been murdered. We've got to call the police.
Murdered? What makes you so sure?
There's no gun around any place.
Just the same before the police come. His pockets. Please, I've got to have those letters.
Okay. But it isn't right. Are these what you wanted?
Let me see. Yeah. They're all here.
Now, where's the telephone? We've got to get the police up here and fast.
There is no phone.
No? How do you know without looking unless...
I told you I've been here before.
Oh, yes, I forgot. We'll go downstairs. There's a payphone in the lobby. Tell the police to come up here right away. Then come back and we'll wait for them.
You're not planning to leave while I'm downstairs, are you?
No. Here's a nickel. Just dial 0 and tell the operator you want the police. Hurry.
But you'll be here.
Call, I said. I wanted adventure, so I put an ad in a newspaper. And I certainly found what I wanted. Only this isn't good. The man is lying dead on the floor of this apartment. And Carla Williams and I will have to get down to the police headquarters and answer 1,000,000 questions. All of them embarrassing. I hope she's made the calls. Say, that's funny. Why would there be a telephone directory in a place where there's no phone? Or maybe there is one. Of course, right here in the hallway. I wonder why she said there was no phone here. Maybe it's been disconnected.
Operator. This is the operator.
Oh, fine. I've written a dozen stories like this. And whenever I've reached this point, the hero always finds that he's been framed. Framed? The gun. Yeah, I gotta look at that gun. Gotta find out if it's been fired. One shot has been fired. And the police surgeon will probably find a bullet from this gun in that dead man's body. The police. Seems like little Carla took care of that. Me, I'm going to take care of something else. I'm leaving.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Once again, Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, right now I'm wishing I were half as smart as the heroes of some of my stories. I've got a murder, a strange woman, a strange apartment, and a strange feeling that this might not work out to a happy ending. What I need is a cab, a quick trip home, a short drink, and a long, long think.
Sure is a rotten night to be out.
Yeah, it sure is.
I never seen such rain.
Not so good.
Cops are sure busy tonight.
Sounds like it.
Wonder who they're after.
I wouldn't have any idea.
Could be a murderer, you know.
Yeah, just could be.
Just a night for a murder.
Perfect.
How come you got so wet?
It's raining.
I know, but how come?
My umbrella needs recovering.
You want the Normandy arms?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's your building up ahead, but it looks like you got lots of company.
What do you mean?
Them's prowl cars, mister. All over the place.
Oh, this is very nice. Carla Williams called the police and must have mentioned my name in passing. I'm the type of interesting young fellow that any cop would like to meet, especially with a murder weapon in my pocket. Tonight, Mr. Holliday, I think you will sleep elsewhere.
Want me to pull right in where all them cops are?
No, they look busy, so maybe we'd better not bother them. Just keep on driving.
But this is where you live, ain't it?
I don't feel like going home tonight.
I could shove them cops aside, you know. This is legitimate hack.
That would be fun, but don't bother.
And you're the boss, mister. Where to?
There's a place down on Franklin Avenue. 1612, I think.
I know that place. That's the cheapest hotel in town.
Yes, I believe it is.
Hey, how do you know about a place like that?
I got information there for a story.
But a joint like that? What are you going there tonight for?
To sleep.
You writing another story?
I'm living one.
Living one?
Yes, I left my typewriter at home.
Well, Mr. Holliday, to what do we owe this great pleasure?
Maybe you're just lucky.
More research on the seamier side of life?
No, not tonight. I'm looking for a room.
A room? Might I remind you, Mr. Holliday, this ain't the Roney Plaza.
Have you got a room?
Any particular exposure you might like?
The less, the better.
I'm sure we can fix you up. That is, if you're willing to pay in advance.
Buck and a half, how much?
$25, Mr. Holliday.
$25.
And if you committed the murder, it'll be $50, Mr. Holliday.
Come on, talk straight.
I don't want any trouble with the police.
What makes you think I'll cause you trouble with the police?
Little box called the radio, police calls. They're a lot of fun to listen to, Mr. Holliday.
Yeah, I'll bet they are.
You'll be comfortable here and safe.
I'm beginning to wonder if I could afford it.
With your money? Don't make me laugh.
I wasn't trying to. Where's your phone?
The one on the wall costs a nickel.
Thanks.
You're staying tonight, Mr. Holliday?
Hello?
You got back there in a hurry.
You. Where are you?
Still in town. What about the police? They with you?
What do you think?
Thanks for putting in a good word for me.
I had to. They made me. Look, I want to talk to you.
I know that feeling. I want to talk to you, too.
I can explain everything.
Like a gun with one bullet fired?
Yes.
A missing telephone that wasn't?
That, too.
Oh. Then you're just a little girl I want to have words with.
Can you come over here right away?
Are the police there?
Oh, that's right. Name a place, I'll meet you.
The corner of 6th and Victor, 10 minutes.
Right.
Follow me, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, where to?
Your room. This ain't the Roney Plaza, but the service is just the same.
I've changed my mind.
You're not staying?
Your rates are too high. I'll drop in again after I've made a fortune. Now I know how the fox feels when the hounds are closing in. Someday I'll have to write a story about a fox. Put that guy Burgess and his Peter Rabbit out of business. Hey, cab!
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, I get around, don't I?
I thought you were set for the night.
No running ice water. 6th and Victor.
Where did you say you wanted to go?
6th and Victor.
But there ain't no place to sleep there.
Oh, I'm not sleepy. I just want to examine a fire hydrant.
Okay, mister. I'm glad it's your money and not mine.
If we keep on, it will be your money.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Say, is that tonight's extra lying up there?
Sure. Want to take a look at it?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
That picture they got of you on the front page is lousy.
What picture?
You look like you was facing the camera through a screen door.
Yeah, let me see that. Well, this is just wonderful. Prominent writer named by police. Carla Williams accuses Dan Holliday of the murder of Harry Granger. Grief-stricken girl witnessed the murder of her fiancé. Well, nice going, Carla. It's your word against mine, plus the evidence against me. Now I know why they wrote that song, I Get Along Without You Very Well.
Well, there's Six and Victor.
Cruise on by.
You ain't gonna stop?
I haven't made up my mind.
Looks like a couple of cops waiting around for somebody.
It's the way it looks to me.
That might be the law.
Yes, they might be.
What do you want to do now?
Get away from here and find a city directory. A chap by the name of Harry Granger should have a home, and he should have stayed in it. I'm either just ahead of the police or right behind them. And if this game keeps up much longer, I'll be right with them.
Yeah?
Oh, Harry Granger live here?
He did. You the police?
Well, no, not exactly.
A reporter?
I used to be.
Come here, you. I wonder if you're one of them blackmailers.
Just a minute, friend. My coat rips easy.
No, I guess not. If you were, you wouldn't be here.
Mind if I step in?
Come in, come in. This whole thing's got me all upset.
You don't say. Oh, you said something about a blackmailer.
That's what I'm here for. I came to help Harry get rid of those rats.
You mean he was being blackmailed?
For 5 years. I lent him most of the money to pay off with. I told him he was a sucker, but it looks like I got here too late.
You heard what happened?
Saw it in the papers on my way from the station.
Have you told the police?
Not yet, but I'm going to. Who did you say you were?
I didn't say.
You know something about this?
I think I do now. I began to see the light when the city directory listed this place as Granger's apartment.
Can I help?
You might get into trouble.
Well, how?
Breaking into a woman's apartment. After this, I'll use a fire escape and more of my stories are the most interesting things about a building. The man from homicide will be out in the hall seeing that no one comes in here. You'll have to work fast, Holloway. You'll have to find something that the police weren't looking for. There must be something. Bills, letters, cards, that's no good. Look for the obvious. That's what I always have my hero doing. Let's see, what's the obvious? Oh, the living room. Now, let's see. That's where the body was. Nothing obvious there. On the desk. No. The table. No. The fireplace. Hello. A small frame snapshot. And I think it might be just what I'm looking for. My old friend, the bartender, and Carla Williams. And with your arms around each other. You know, you two make a nice couple, a wonderful couple. I wonder if they'll let you have your arms around each other in the electric chair.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, I finally made it. I'm down at police headquarters in the office of a tall, gangly character named Lieutenant Kling. Of course, a few things have happened. Carla and the bartender were brought in, too. And so much cooler than I am. Oh, those cell bars give you such fine ventilation.
Holiday.
What's that, Lieutenant?
I said you were a very lucky citizen. After what Carla Williams told us, we thought you were guilty.
If she'd have told me that story, I'd have believed it myself. But proving that she and the bartender were married put a crimp in her act as the injured fiancé.
Yeah, you showed it up as the same old racket. Smart woman teams up with smart man to blackmail innocent citizen. But just the same, I think you should stick to your writing and let police work alone.
Lieutenant, I'll have that printed and framed in blonde walnut.
And hang it on the wall?
No, around my neck.
I'm glad to hear you say that. You may not always have a guy like this Grant who backed up your story.
Oh, Granger's friend?
That's the one.
Say, he's a nice fella. Wants me to visit him on his ranch.
Why don't you do that?
Riding the range all day when I could be cooking in town?
Pardon me. Homicide, Lieutenant Kling. Oh, yes, he's here. It's for you, Holliday.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Mr. Holliday, this is Susie.
Yes, Susie.
Can you come down to the Star Times right away?
Well, what's the matter?
There's another letter for you in box 13.
Oh, no.
Should I open it and read it to you?
Oh, not now, Susie. I've got enough material to last me for a month. 3 weeks of which will be a rest.
Tell me where. Maybe I can come down and help you.
You really want to help me?
Sure I do, Mr. Holliday.
Then put that letter back in box 13.
But, Mr. Holliday...
Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. Original music composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Broadway, where a pale and hungry girl walks like a queen because Broadway's a dream street. Where a fat man stands with begging eyes because he knows his dreams will never come true. It's a cry or a laugh, but nothing in between. Either way, it's My Beat. On special detail, there are no special hours. Don was at the window of my office at police headquarters when I scribbled my last report. An out-of-town school teacher was trying to beat the heat by using Columbus Circle for a burlesque runway. I buried that one behind a convenient fan, bid the boys a fond bonjour, and started home out the side entrance. I didn't make it. All I saw of sunrise was in an alley, the alley reserved for police ambulances coming home to the morgue. A voice stopped me and invited me in.
Danny, come here.
The man who stood silhouetted in the slice of light was a man who called himself K-Peck, a freelance photographer who hung around headquarters. You never knew he was there, but he always was.
The quality of dawn, Danny. Who can hold it? Who can imprison it? It is the eternal enigma for a photographer.
Why don't you go home then, K-Peck? What keeps you here?
That ambulance, perhaps.
Huh?
You see, creative men like me have a devotion. It is always the same. Perfection. Everything neat and perfection.
Oh, so that's what it is.
Watch that stretcher, Joe.
Yeah, okay.
Hiya, Danny.
Hi, what do you got, boys?
Suicide. Guy jumped in front of an 8th Avenue subway.
I didn't know anything about it.
Well, not your department, Danny. See you later.
See what I mean, Danny? Neat and perfection. The man they're bringing in, for instance.
What's neat about him?
That was Jimmy Dorn, a Cinderella man who only the other day won $17,000 on the Irish sweepstakes.
What?
You must have read about him, how no newspaper, no newsreel could get a picture of him.
Yeah, I remember. He was shy. I liked him for that.
But I have a picture of him.
Oh? Dead or alive?
Alive, of course. Dead is for any hack with a brownie.
Got it with you? Mind if I see it?
No harm. I've already sold it to the news. Here, look at it, Danny. Note the delicate play of light and shadow, the exquisite...
This guy looks happy. I never seen anybody look that happy.
Because Capek took it at the moment of Jimmy Dorn's greatest joy, the supreme ecstasy of winning $17,000.
Yeah, to each his own. How did you get it when no one else could?
The famous Capek pact. It cost me $50 to arrange it. But the news paid me twice that.
That much, huh?
When Mr. Dorn committed suicide, it raised the price. You see in the newspaper game one must know.
Excuse me, Quebec. Danny Clover, give me the dope on a suicide name of Jimmy Dorn. Yeah, I know it's not my department. I'm nosy. Yeah. Lily Dorn, 3rd Avenue. Okay, that's enough.
You have the look, Danny. You smell something, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Be with you in a second, Quebec. Hello, Benny. Danny Clover. That Jimmy Dorn suicide. Tell the chief I'm going to look into it. Yeah, Benny, yeah, I know, but it bothers me. Sure, I'll grab some sleep on the subway.
I asked you, Danny, you smell something, maybe?
Why should a guy let a subway train make his wife a widow with $17,000 orphan dollars? Why should all that sudden dough make him want to commit suicide?
Is it such a secret why men destroy themselves?
Yeah, to me. It's not neat, K-Bank. It just ain't neat. 3rd Avenue is a tenement 5 stories high and miles long. At 9 o'clock in the morning, it was going full blast. The elevated, housewives hunched in open windows, kids flipping pennies against the wall, and every 7 minutes it screamed. Somewhere between Sam Chu's hand laundry, special attention paid to pleated dress shirts, and the Blue Star delicatessen, cream soda and hot pastrami 2 bits, somewhere between there was a doorbell. I pushed it.
Yeah? What do you want?
My name's Danny Clover. I want to see Mrs. Dorn.
Suddenly, everybody wants to see Mrs. Dorn. Suddenly, I'm a popular lady. Suddenly,
I'm from the police, Mrs. Dorn.
You guys don't quit, do you? All right. Come on in. You want to know how it is to win $17,000? Is that what you want to know?
Look, Mrs. Dorn, I'm sorry about your husband.
Oh, sure. You can feel any way you like.
Tell me about your husband.
Jimmy?
Yeah.
I'll tell you about him. Jimmy didn't like people. He got afraid of them once, and he never got over it.
Why?
You know, I don't know. He was always running, and I ran with him. I was his wife, Mr. Clover. I didn't need to know any more than that.
But maybe you understood why he refused to see any reporters when he won all that money.
Listen, my husband was a frightened little man who won a sweepstakes. It bought him an obituary.
Well, that doesn't tell me much. This room tells me more.
This rat hole. This room says that, doesn't it? Rat hole.
I didn't say that, Mrs. Dorn. I'm talking about that circus poster on the wall. Patsy Mack presents the 3 whirling tornadoes. Was your husband a whirling tornado?
You can go now, policeman. You said your questions. Now go.
Brody, please. Why didn't you stay in that room? They can't do anything with us now.
Come right on in, mister. Who are you?
I'm a clever boy. I don't win sweepstakes, but I stay alive.
Yeah, real clever. Now, what about this circus poster?
It covers the cracks in the plaster.
3 whirling tornadoes. 3 men riding motorcycles in a barrel. Mrs. Dorn, for a frightened man, your husband made a dangerous dollar.
Look, I told you all I know. Maybe you ought to get out of here.
Why should a poster come between us, Mrs. Dorn? We were getting along fine.
You heard the lady, copper. She's saying she's finished talking.
That's right, Mrs. Dorn?
Yeah.
What did you say?
I said that's right.
Maybe I should have let it alone, got some sleep. But it kept eating at me. When I found out Jimmy Dorn rode a motorcycle in a barrel, everybody got unhappy. I don't like it when it gets unhappy. So I took a walk and found myself on Broadway in front of a tired building that has a lot of names. You take your choice. You walk up 4 flights and you get 4 offers. You're perfect for a fairy tale ballet that's opening in Newark. You make a stunning cover on a muscle magazine. Can you play first trumpet with a Bob Hawaiian outfit? If you got a song that's trying to be published, call it a slight fee, of course. And on the 5th floor, you find what you were looking for. the office of Patsy Mack, promoter, entrepreneur, and a dollar guy.
Well, it isn't Danny Clover.
Hi, Patsy.
You still pounding the stem, Danny? Aren't you ever going to be promoted?
Promotion means a desk job away from Broadway. Who wants that?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Can I give you something?
Grape juice would be keen.
I've got 3 fingers left of a bottle given me by a bearded lady who was enamored of my social standing. It'll bring a smile to your lips.
You drink it, Patsy, and thank her from me, Patsy. Send her a dozen blue roses, or is it red roses for a bearded lady?
Yeah, I'll do that. She'll appreciate it. She loves delicacy.
Don't they all? Patsy, tell me a story.
Okay. Now let me see. Oh, have you heard the one
Yeah,
about...
tell me the one about the 3 whirling tornadoes.
The 3 tornadoes? What fond corner of your memory clutched onto them?
Tell me about them.
Well, I don't remember much about them, Danny. They've been out of the business a long time. The 3 tornadoes, huh? Well, there were 3 of them.
Thanks. There was no one else connected with them.
Oh, no. The tornadoes ran their own carny. Toured the villages and the metropolises.
Patsy, you got a reputation for remembering every act that ever played a circus or carnival. What were their names?
Oh, you put me on my metal, boy. Now, let me see. There was Jimmy Dorn.
Dorn?
Yeah, I think. Oh, could he be the one who ended up under a subway this morning?
I'll look into it. Who were the others, Patsy?
Well, there was a fellow named, let me see now, a Russian kind of a name, Danilov. Yeah, that's it, Joe Danilov.
Joe Danilov. And the third?
Oh, now you're pressing me, boy. The third was a man named, let me see, Brady? No. That wasn't it.
Could it have been Brody?
Brody, that's it. Well, how'd you know, Danny?
Brady, it's a short jump. I'll try real hard. You sure there was no one else connected with the act?
Well, now come to think of it, there was another guy.
Yeah?
He backed the show, I think. His name doesn't register, Danny.
This guy whose name doesn't register. Was it you?
Oh, are you kidding? I had nothing to do with the tornado.
Well, thanks a lot. You're a gentleman and a scholar, Patsy. And a liar. I left Patsy there waving his jaw at nothing, which was about what I had. Nothing. An ex-carnival performer wins $17,000 and dies under the wheels of a subway train. They say he jumped. Why should he do a fatal thing like that? Why should Patsy lie to me? A one-sheet poster said, Patsy Mack presents the 3 whirling tornadoes. Patsy had just told me he had nothing to do with the tornadoes. Well, there's another guy I know, in another place I know. His name's Pop, and he takes care of the file room of a magazine. Magazine that tells a lot about people, especially if the people are show people. The file room was deserted except for Pop.
What you doing down here, Danny?
Wrangling, Pop. Oh, you don't have to hide that comic book from me.
My wife packs it with my lunch, Dan. Now, you take this one.
Yeah.
Sandra, the Jungle Queen. Ain't she a honey? Makes a man with me.
Yeah, she's keen. What are you holding on a guy named Joe Danilov, Pop?
Take a second to find out. How was that name again?
Danilov, Pop. D for doll, A for avenue, N for...
Avenue N?
Yeah, avenue N, Pop.
Yeah, got it. Only, you didn't spell it right, Danny.
You didn't let me finish.
Didn't need to. Here's the file on Joe Danilov, all right. Only it's D for dead.
Let me see that. Joe Danilov, ex-carnival performer, a member of the 3 tornadoes, was found dead today at the bottom of an elevator shaft. Danilov left no survivors, his wife having died a year ago. Hey, how about this?
How about what?
Listen, a week before his death, Danilov came out of obscurity to win a cross-country motorcycle race with a purse of $1,000.
So he made funeral expenses. That's hot news, huh?
Last night, another man, a man named Jimmy Dorn, came out of obscurity to win a lot of money. He died, too. 2 whirling tornadoes all played out, one after another.
You know something, Danny?
What?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, sorry, Pop. I was playing with a jigsaw puzzle.
Well, you sit right down there and do just that. I'm going upstairs for some coffee. You want some? Coffee, Daddy. Want some?
Yeah, your coffee. Be nice, Pop.
I'll just be a few minutes. Don't let anybody kidnap Sandra, the Jungle.
Yeah. 2 whirling tornadoes. The third one named Brody. Maybe you'll blow away, too. Brody and the bitter widow Dawn, and Patsy Mack, the sweet guy who told lies. That you, Pop? Oh. I never knew what it was that slugged me on the back of my head. It wasn't a comic book. And whoever did it wasn't Pop. Just before I hit the floor, I had a flash. It wasn't Sandra, the Jungle Queen, either. listening to Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. A number of paying guests mysteriously disappear. Two elderly spinsters who entertain them have a suspiciously rising bank account. And it's a murder farm story for Casey, crime photographer, to explore on CBS Tonight. Also on CBS Tonight, you'll hear the network's famous series, Escape, in place of Suspense, while Suspense is on summer leave of absence. Tonight's opener on Escape will be John Russell's famous story, The Fourth Man, a tale of a Pacific Islander adrift on a raft with three murderous companions. Be sure to hear Murder Farm on Crime Photographer and The Fourth Man on Escape tonight. They come to you on most of these same CBS stations. And now back to Broadway's My Beat. You win a lot of money or die violently or do both, and Broadway will know all about you. You get your name and your picture in the morning editions. Then Broadway won't care anymore. But I care. Maybe it's because I've got a cop's curious mind, but it bothered me why Jimmy Dorn died. So I made it my personal business. And so far, business was rotten. I was on my back when Pop brought me to. It took a little longer to find out that the press clippings I was looking at weren't around. That's a new one. Rolled for some old press clippings. This needed thinking. To think, a cop's got to eat. To eat, there's a classy sidewalk cafe on the corner of Broadway and 47th where you stand up to a hot dog and a cup of coffee that dares you. I threw a lump of sugar at it when someone tapped me on the shoulder.
Hello, Danny. Mind if I join you?
Oh, K-Peg, not at all. Grab a napkin.
Danny, somehow you look unsymmetrical today. What happened to your head?
I had it done over.
Oh, you detectives, always intruding yourselves into violence and danger. Who did it, Danny?
Person or persons unknown.
Well, you should go home and get some rest.
Yeah, what about you, K-Peg? Don't you get any sleep either?
I am a vain man, Danny. I've been waiting for the noon edition of the news to come out. It has the picture I took of Jimmy Dorn. Look at it, Danny.
Yeah.
Is it not a magnificent reproduction?
Yeah, it's quite a picture. How'd you catch the expression?
For an artist like me, it is a matter of precise timing. But somehow, I feel the caption beneath this picture is not right.
What do you mean?
I feel the caption should not read suicide. It should read murder.
Oh? Makes you say that?
I have captured death in my pictures for a long time, Danny. This is the face of a man whom death was about to touch with murder, not with suicide.
You talk prettier, but you think like a cop.
The elements for murder are three, Danny. A widow with $17,000, perhaps a boyfriend, and... Wait a minute, Danny. Where are you going? You haven't touched your...
I've got to make a call.
So you can't eat first?
Who calls on a rich widow with onions in his breath? Hey, you up there. You at the window.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Mrs. Dorn, isn't she home?
You want somebody, mister?
Mrs. Dorn, I've been ringing your bell. Where is she?
Oh.
You know where Mrs. Dorn went? There's no light downstairs.
Her?
Yeah, her.
Oh, sure, she had a date for across the street.
What?
For across the street, mister. The Eagle Tavern. I saw her go in there with a guy.
The Eagle Tavern took up 40 front feet of sidewalk, and its insides were designed to take up thousands of man-hours of loneliness. Right now, there were only three lonely people. The bartender, Mrs. Dorn, and Brody. Mrs. Dorn and Brody were standing at the end of the bar trying real hard. I hated to do it, but I decided to ruin their evening for them.
You don't know when to quit, do you, Clover? Why do you keep coming around?
Like I was saying, Mrs. Dorn.
What are you drinking, Mac?
Nothing at all.
Yeah, you can nurse that a long time.
Mr. Clover, look. Please, we don't want any trouble. We got all the
It's this way, Mrs. Dorn. A long time ago, a man named Joe Daniloff fell down an elevator shaft and was killed. Seems like he was nobody until he won a motorcycle race. Then he got his name in the papers. Then he died. What does that do to you?
What should it do to her?
I'll try a refresher. Joe Daniloff was a whirling tornado. He belonged in your husband's act, Mrs. Dorn. Try to react on that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You got your reaction, Clover. Now blow.
Mrs. Dorn, you know your husband just might have been murdered.
No.
Try it, Mrs. Dorn. Consider it.
You've got no manners at all. All you've got is a loose mouth.
Wait a minute, Brody. The man said somebody might have killed Jimmy. Do you think so, Brody?
This guy's trying to put poison in your brain, Lily. Don't listen to him.
You think I shouldn't, huh?
Why should you listen to you, Brody?
Go read a book, copper. Go read a book and find out why I should hang around a woman who's married to my best friend, Jimmy Dawn.
Maybe you're waiting for him to die.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah. I never thought of it before. Jimmy's dead, and that makes you number one boy to a lady who just inherited $17,000.
That'll teach you, Lily. That'll teach you not to talk like that.
Talking a woman's easy, Brody. This will be a little... Hey,
what are you doing? You can't play in here.
Stop it!
I'm running a decent joint.
Stop it! Stop it!
Lily, I'm sorry. Don't cry, Lily. Please don't.
Talk to him, Brody. Tell him what he wants to know. Tell him what you never told me. What happened back there 10 years ago? Why were you and Jimmy always fighting? Tell him, Brody. Tell him.
Take off, copper. You've done your bit. Take off and feel filthy about the whole thing.
Sure, only you fascinate me, Brody. If you didn't shove Jimmy Dawn in front of a subway train, what keeps you alive? First Joe Danilov, then Jimmy. There's hardly a breeze left of the three whirling tornadoes. What's keeping you alive, Brody? Now there was a guy I just had to see. Capex. There was a chance he had taken more than one picture of Dawn. Maybe in the background I'd see a familiar face. Out in Sea Beach near Coney Island, I found the door with Capex's name on it.
Oh, it's you, Danny. Come in, come in,
I didn't
come
want to
in.
disturb you, Capex, but I just wondered if you took any more pictures of Dawn besides the one that ran in the news.
Oh, I am not like other photographers, Danny, who take dozens of pictures to get one good one. I take only one, and it is always perfection.
So the one in the news is the only one?
Yes. It is important that there should be other ones?
It might have been. Well, it's quite a gallery you have on the wall.
Yes, yes. Come look, Danny, come look. This one, Danny. This girl who looks like a tired angel on a lonesome street.
Yeah, nice.
And look, and this one, a derelict asleep in the gutter. It has the texture and the lighting of a Rembrandt, no?
Now, Capex, a man of your talent could live in a penthouse with dancing. Why do you live here?
I get some of my best results here.
Yeah, everybody gets some. Hey, you must have got there fast for this picture.
Oh, that one, yes. Well, you know my deal with the police. The minute anything violent happens, I go out with you. I get a picture. You get a body.
Who was it?
That is a man who was once Joe Danilov.
Danilov, huh?
Yes. I took this picture just after he fell down the elevator shaft. The mood of finality was magnificent.
Very dramatic, Capex. Danilov was one of the three whirling tornadoes. Did you know that?
So? Well, to me, Danilov was simply a man who fell down into space and died. The picture captures the sensation, don't you think? The down-sweeping lines, the shadows like a dark caress, the broken form like some grotesque passion, everything neat, everything...
I don't think Capex even saw me open the door and leave. It's a long subway ride and a transfer back to Broadway. Coming up from an underground of naked concrete into the blare of 49th Street, well, there's a magic to it. I didn't have time to enjoy it. I had a job to do and a chance to take. And the chance paid off. Patsy Mack was in his office working late.
Okay, Danny, so I lied to you about my connection with the tornadoes. And why not? First Joe Danilov, then Jimmy Dawn. Next, maybe me. Why should I take a chance?
They were accidents, the people say.
Oh, not just accidents. Danny, not that kind.
Tell me, Patsy, why do you think you'll be next?
I don't know. Just looks like everybody connected with the tornadoes is written down in a little black book.
Tell me more, Patsy.
This time I'm leveling, Danny. Once I managed the tornadoes, but I dropped them like they were a basket of snakes.
Why? What did they do?
Remember, I told you there was another guy, their backer?
Yeah.
Well, he got sick. He went to a sanitarium. While he was there, the tornadoes robbed him of everything he ever had.
All three of them did that? Huh?
Yes. Danilov, Brody, and Jimmy Dawn.
Danilov and Dawn are gone. That leaves only Brody, plus the widow Dawn and $17,000. Were you ever in a sanitarium, Patsy?
No. But they might put me away for slugging a cop. Oh, what do you want me to do, Danny? Cross my heart and hope to die?
Nothing easier than that. Use your phone for me.
Anything for a friend, Danny. But you are my friend, aren't you, Danny?
Call Billboard for me.
Oh, what?
Personal ad, Patsy. A personal ad on the front page where a guy in the show business would be sure to see it. you phrase it.
Phrase what?
Just this. Anyone connected with the act, the Whirling Tornadoes, meet at the entrance to Crescent Midway on Coney Island tomorrow night at 11. Have information to wind up affairs of the tornadoes. Phone that in, Patsy.
Because you say so, friend?
Because the police say so. And Patsy.
Yeah?
Sign your name to it. So I had it all set up. This case had murder in it, and I was pretty sure I knew who the murderer was. It was a matter of supplying a pigeon. That was me. The next day, two things happened. The ad was on the front page of Billboard, and rain came. When I hit Coney Island 10:30 that night, it was a wet desert. Neon reflections and stragglers and empty rides. The place was shadows on field paint and shadows on shadows. I had to spot the killer before he spotted me. So I picked one of the darkest places under the framework of the roller coaster and walked into it. I really walked into it.
Danny, there's such a night you picked to enjoy Coney Island. On a night like this, it is a dismal alley.
I'm in a dismal mood, K-Peck, and that gun you're holding doesn't make it any brighter.
It gives me the bravery to give orders to a policeman.
You shoot me, you'll be out of character, K-Peck. How are you going to make it look like an accident?
I have other ideas. First, I put my gun in my hand in my pocket. Now I say to you, let's go. Walk, Danny, walk.
You know, K-Peck, I think you loused up the job. A long time ago, you told me everything was neat and perfection. You forgot to tell me you put up the dough for the Whirling Tornadoes before you went to the sanitarium.
So?
So you killed Danilov and Dorn. But Brody gets away, huh?
Brody in time, policeman. But first you and I take a ride on a roller coaster.
Yeah. I was wondering how you'd manage it.
Neat and perfection, Danny. Now get on. I'll pay for the tickets when the ride is over. In here, Danny. You get in the first car. I'll sit in the car behind you.
How are you going to work this, K-Peck? You going to slug me and heave me over? Like I said, you can't shoot me. Then it wouldn't look like an accident.
In a few seconds, when we get to the top, you will see. And I'll keep your hands to your sides, Danny. That's better.
Going to get a picture of this one, too, K-Peck?
When we get to the top, you will see.
The top was 2 seconds away.
Now, Danny, stand up. Stand up.
I stood up. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him rise,
See
too.
how I'm
Take the
making
gun out
it
of his
look like
pocket,
an
its
accident,
barrel in
Danny?
his fist. His arm came up in a wide arc, and that was the break I was waiting for. His body arched forward to strike. I twisted, grabbed his hand and elbow, and threw.
Let go of me, Danny!
How long can a roller coaster ride last? Long enough. Long enough to piece together the jagged edges of some frightened lives. Danilov and Dorn murdered. Murdered because they'd crossed a twisted man named K-Peck. Brody and Patsy Mack hugging the shadows because they were afraid of K-Peck's revenge. And Lily Dorn with a handful of dust and dollars.
You pay for the ride here, mister. Hey, you didn't take that ride all by yourself.
Yeah. A little while later, an ambulance came and picked up the dead, broken body of K-Peck. They took a picture of him, too. I caught a ride back to Broadway in a prowl car. It stretches out in front of you, this street called Broadway, like a midway to some cruel and fantastic circus. And you're the performer. You can walk the high wire or play it safe in a cage. Me? I guess my dodge is the wire. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, is produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with script by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Musical direction is by Lud Bluffkin. Be sure to join us again next week, same time, same station, for Broadway's My Beat. in just a few minutes on most of these same CBS stations, you'll be hearing the familiar strains of Someday I'll Find You. And the action, as you know, starts with Mr. Keene, the famed tracer of lost persons. A top-rating detective throughout radio's fall, winter, and spring seasons, Mr. Keene will be on hand all summer. So don't miss one of his great cases these Thursday nights on CBS. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Out of the fog, out of the night, and into his American adventures comes Bulldog Drummond.
Once a year, there comes into every man's life, even a detective's, the time when he recaptures the spirit of his boyhood.
Hurry, hurry, hurry! This way to the main entrance to the big top.
This is the time when the greatest show on earth, the circus, has come to town. In the magic wonderland of a sawdust earth and a canvas sky, the years roll back to the springtime of life. And thus it was that Denny and I were on the midway, headed for the big top. We came to the circus in our yearly search for the thrills of lost youth. But we found murder.
Captain Drummond, just a moment, please.
What now, Denny?
That popcorn stand over there. We still have ample time for the main show.
Again. Denny, you're worse than a child. 3 hot dogs, 2 ice cream cones, 4 bags of peanuts.
Only 2 bags for myself, sir. I shared them with the elephant.
Very well, 2 bags of peanuts. And now popcorn. Denny, you'll get sick just like a child who overeats during his day at the circus.
Oh, good, sir. Then I'll feel like a child again.
Oh, well, what's the use? Very well, popcorn it'll be.
Now, really, sir. Oh, I say.
I'm sorry.
Well, young lady, I suggest that you watch where you're going. You nearly knocked me
I said
in.
I'm sorry.
Apparently, this is your pocketbook.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Come along, Denny.
Just a minute, please.
Yes?
Would you do me a favor?
What?
A very special favor. It's terribly important.
Why do you keep looking around?
Please don't ask me questions now. Just put your arms around me quickly.
What?
Now, look here, young
Put
lady.
your arms around me. He's coming this way. Please, please.
All right. Like this?
Yes.
Really, sir?
Hold me closer. Here he comes.
Closer?
Yes, please. You mustn't see me.
Like this?
Yes.
Be careful, sir. She
Don't
might...
trust me, honestly. It'll only be for a moment.
Frankly, it's a rather pleasant moment.
Captain Drummond, to say the least, this is quite unusual.
To say the least, it is, Denny. It is. Am I holding you too tightly, Miss...
No.
I didn't get your name.
Please, you mustn't ask me questions.
I warn you, sir, she's up to something.
He's gone. You can let me go now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I was carried away with my work.
I don't know how to thank you. Perhaps I could pay you for your trouble.
Oh, no, thank you. The pleasure was mine.
You've been very kind. Goodbye.
Oh, she's running off, sir. Quick, we must follow her.
No, just a minute,
But,
Denny.
sir, she may have...
She may have what?
Well, I don't know, but a young lady just doesn't ask a stranger to embrace her unless she's up to something.
Or in trouble, which is apparently the case in which Miss X has found herself.
Oh, and now she's disappeared into the crowd and we know nothing about her.
Perhaps we can find out something.
How? By looking for the needle in the haystack?
No, Denny, by looking for the man who pursued Miss X through the crowd here.
And where do you expect to find him?
About 20 feet from the spot where we're standing.
What?
Come along. He's right over there, still looking for Miss X. There, you see, that circus attendant? He's the one.
How do you know, sir?
Because our young lady in distress fairly shuddered in my arms when he passed by. Now, I'll do the talking, Denny.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yeah?
Are you looking for someone?
What's it to you?
I can help you.
Go on, beat it.
You're looking for a young lady. I'd say she's about 25, blonde, very attractive.
Say, how do you know?
Knowing things is my business.
Where is she?
Why?
Because it's important.
To whom?
Now listen, I gotta find her and find her quick, so come on, give.
As soon as you tell me why you're finding her is so important.
Because, Nosy, that dame is Marion Morris of the Flying Morrises, the star trapeze act in this circus. The act goes on in 15 minutes, and we've been trying to find her. Now tell me, where is she?
I don't know.
What? Say, Bud, what are you giving me?
The last time I saw the young lady, she was headed for the big tent.
Get out of my way. I gotta find that dame before I lose my job.
So, our mysterious Miss X is Marion Morris, Denny.
Of the Flying Morrises. And she certainly had us up in the air.
Quite. But now that we're down to earth again, we're going to look her up.
Good. Frankly, sir, I'm curious as to why she was hiding from that man.
And, Denny, I'm especially curious as to this.
Why, sir, it's a gun. Where did you get it?
While I was doing Marion Morris the favor of embracing her, she slipped this revolver into my topcoat pocket. There's their dressing room wagon, Denny.
Oh, the Flying Morrises, continental death-defying aerialists.
Come on.
Oh, why must these things always happen to us? Now we'll miss the main show and all the circus excitement.
We still have 10 minutes. Besides, I have a feeling we're in for some private excitement outside the sawdust rings. Here's the wagon.
Yes?
We're looking for Marion Morris.
What you want?
Oh, it's a personal matter. I should like to see her alone.
She not here. What you want from Marion?
I said it was a personal matter. When did you see her last?
I do not answer strangers' questions.
Well, you'd better answer ours if you know what's good for you. This gentleman is Captain Hugh Drummond.
You are police?
Semi-officially. Now...
Marion would do nothing wrong. She is a good girl. I bring her up since time she was so big. I, Santos Gomez, teach her always to do right. Please, you tell me why you here?
First, where is Marion now?
She in main tent with Paul.
Paul?
Yes, her husband and Chris Adams. The three of them. They are the great Flying Morrises. They do their act in 5 minutes. Please, now you tell me what kind of trouble Marion need.
I didn't say she was in trouble. But from the looks of things, she's headed straight for it.
What do you mean?
This revolver.
Yeah. Where do you get it?
You recognize it?
I know someday it bring trouble. Gun bring only disaster. I tell him only wicked man have need of gun. I tell him.
This revolver isn't Marion's.
No. Marion is good girl. He make trouble. He have gone to kill. I know.
Come on. Who is he supposed to be? If this revolver isn't Marion's, whose is it?
That gun is his. Her husband, Paul. I tell him gun only make trouble.
Here. Give me your hand, Marion. I'll help you up. Come on. That's it.
Chris Adams, the gallant young man on the flying trapeze.
Oh. I was just being helpful.
You're too helpful, Adams. I don't like it. I told you 100 times, Marion's my wife.
Then why don't you treat her decently, as a wife should be?
And I don't like your concern about my manners toward my wife.
Now, listen, you...
Chris, please, not now.
And where were you two before showtime? I know you're sneaking off to meet each other.
That's a lie.
It's no use, Chris. You won't believe anything we say. Let's not argue now.
Why, Mrs. Morris? Do you object to our audience below?
This isn't part of the show.
Can't we wait till later?
There may not be later. One slip from up here and down and out goes one of us. This trio could very easily become a doubles act. I suppose that's occurred to you two many times, how simple it would be to get rid of me.
Oh, stop it.
Very well. Some fool once said the show must go on. But I've often wondered why.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I call your attention to the high trapezes, suspended 70 and 80 feet above in midair. I call your attention to the Flying Morrises, the greatest aerial act of the century.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the unhappy Flying Morrises.
Oh, please stop.
Let's get ready. May I have the rosin bag? My hands are damp.
Of course, here. But, well, I'm sorry. Now, how did that happen?
Paul, you dropped that rosin bag purposely.
Did I?
Paul, Chris, he's trying to...
Never mind, Marion. This towel will do.
Let's get going. Mustn't keep our audience waiting. Oh, by the way, Chris, I'll go first today.
But what...
You'll do my routine, including the double flip.
Paul, you can't do that to Chris.
I said he'll do the double flip.
Chris hasn't done it in months. He might be killed.
Yes. That's right, Marion, dear. If Chris does that double flip in my place, he might be killed.
Paul, you can't do a thing like
Well,
that.
here I go. So long, and good luck, Chris.
Chris,
Don't worry, Marion. I can handle it.
I don't know what's got into him.
This is my last day with the act. It's better that way.
He'll be back in a few seconds.
It's my turn now.
Carefully.
I'll be okay. Here he comes.
All right, Chris, get into your act.
Here goes nothing.
True words were never spoken.
Paul, you're trying to have Chris kill himself.
Really, Marion, such
Oh,
concern.
please, you must believe it. There's nothing between Chris and me.
Of course. And you love me, don't you? Don't you love me?
How could I?
There's your precious Chris. Now let's see how he comes out on the double flip.
He made it! He made it!
Yes, he made it. Well, now we can have that little talk later after all. I'll get up to the next platform. Give Chris my congratulations.
Oh, well, I did it.
Thank goodness.
Ready for your swing?
Yes.
Ready down there?
Ready?
There he goes. Now get set.
I'm set.
Marion, wait! Look!
Help! Help!
Paul!
Help!
His trapeze is
He's
broken!
getting Chris. He can't hold on. Paul!
I'll be back in a moment to continue our story. The greatest show on earth unfolds a drama packed with thrills and excitement. But on a trapeze platform 70 feet above the sawdust rings, a private drama went on. The result, a man is killed.
Oh, Santos. Santos, it was terrible. He didn't have a chance. He didn't.
No, Marion. You must not cry like that, my child.
But he just didn't have a chance. I don't know how it happened.
Now you listen to me. It was perhaps for the best,
What?
you know. Yes, he was wicked, and the wicked are punished.
Oh, no. Santos, you mustn't say that. It's not...
Now, Marion, you must rest. You hear me? You rest. I will not let you be disturbed. You rest now. Yes?
I should like to speak to Mrs. Morris.
I will not let her be disturbed. Later you come back.
Who is it, Santos?
Pardon me. Now, wait. Wait a minute. I say you come later, Marion.
You?
My sympathy, Mrs. Morris.
You? Oh, what are you doing here?
This man is Captain Drummond, Marion.
Oh.
Yes, he say that you put Paul's gun in his pocket.
Mrs. Morris is quite aware of the details.
Captain Drummond, I can explain that. I wanted to get rid of that gun. I was afraid that my husband would...
That your husband would what, Mrs. Morris?
That he would kill Chris Adams with that gun. Captain Drummond, Paul was jealous. He was insanely jealous. And there was no reason for it. You must believe me. I had to get rid of that gun before something terrible happened.
Marion, tell truth. I know.
Oh, yes, undoubtedly.
Yes, it is the truth. Captain Drummond, it is. You must believe it. Hey,
you leave Marion alone. She has great tragedy when her husband died in accident.
But Paul Morris's death wasn't an accident.
What are you saying? It wasn't an accident.
Both ropes supporting his trapeze had been filed down to give way under heavy strain.
What you say?
I say Paul Morris was the victim of a planned, deliberate murder.
Over here, Denny. Over here. No sign of Chris Adams anywhere, sir. I searched the entire circus area. What about you?
No luck either. I've been spotting his dressing wagon over there for the past hour. He hasn't shown up. Denny, it's about time we had a look into that tent. Come on, we're through waiting.
Well, in the vernacular, sir, Adams has taken it on the leg of mutton.
On the lamb, Denny.
Well, whatever it is, sir, he's gone. There's no doubt in my mind that he's the murderer. He's the one who filed those trapeze ropes.
That's a valid possibility.
Possibility? It's a certainty, sir. The motive is well established. He hated Paul Morris.
So did Santos. And don't forget that Santos was in charge of packing and setting up the axe equipment. As a matter of fact, Denny, Mrs. Morris doesn't escape my suspicion either.
But neither Santos nor Mrs. Morris ran away. That much is in their favor.
Yes, that and nothing more. All right, come on in. We'll see what this dressing room has to offer. Pull on that light over there.
I say, sir, what if Adams should return and find us here?
But, Denny, you're the one who's convinced he's flown the coop.
Yes, but, you know, sir, just in case.
Then his presence will be most welcome. In the meantime, let's have a look around. See what you can find in that trunk over there. I'll look into this one.
Yes, sir. Nothing in here, sir. Nothing but his circus attire.
There's a valise over there near the dressing table. Check on that. Well,
what is it, sir?
come here, Denny. Look at this.
Captain Drummond.
Is this what the well-equipped aerialist carries about?
A carpenter's file. Well-equipped murderer is more like it. I told you all along, sir. Adams is the murderer. There's Exhibit A.
So it seems.
Don't move. You're both covered.
Why, sir,
I said don't move.
It's the circus attendant who pursued Mrs. Morris through the crowd this evening.
So it is. You know, Denny, we've quite forgotten to take this gentleman into consideration.
All right, cut the jabber, you two. What are you doing here?
We might ask you the same question.
Yeah, you might. Only me and this shooter asking the questions. Hey, what's that you got in your hands?
As if the gentleman didn't know, Denny.
Cut the act. What is it?
A carpenter's file.
And a murder weapon.
Murder weapon?
The gentleman appears genuinely surprised.
Come on, give.
If you insist, this file was evidently used in bringing about the death of Paul Morris this evening.
And you found it here in Adams' tent?
That's the general idea.
Hey, what are you two doing mixed up in this business?
The name is Drummond. I specialize in this type of business.
Your name's what?
Captain Drummond. And I'm Denny.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask. Does it make any difference?
Oh, it doesn't make any difference. I'm tailing this guy Adams myself for the Acme Insurance Company. Name's Al Monahan.
You're a detective.
Yeah. This guy Adams had a trapeze act with a dame in another show last year. The dame's a nice kid named Evelyn Roberts. So one night Evelyn takes a 60-foot dive and she's out of this world. To the cops, everything looks legit. And Adams collects the insurance on the act. But Acme don't like the way the case smells, so they retain me to bloodhound Adams, which I do. So Adams ties up with the Morrises
I told you, sir. Adams was the killer.
Go on, Monahan.
So he ties up with the Morrises. The way I see it, he makes a play for the dame, which ain't hard on account of she ain't so hot for a ball and chain anyway. So Adams is in solid. Morris takes a nosedive thanks to Adams. The dame knows from nothing.
And Adams works her for a grab of the insurance dough.
Well, aren't you going to tell Mrs. Morris?
You crazy. The dame's in love with the guy. She might even give him the tip-off. No, I just sit and wait for Adams.
I say, imagine that, sir. He expects to capture a killer just by sitting and waiting.
Sure, it's easy. I keep an open eye on the dame. Now she's the cheese in my trap. Adams is hungry for that insurance dough, and when she gets it, the rat comes out of his hole for the nibble, and Monahan's got him.
Take the car around back to the garage, Denny. I'll go up to the apartment a while.
Yes, sir.
Captain Drummond.
Adams.
I thought you'd never get here. I've been waiting outside your house for hours.
And I've been looking for you.
I know it, but it had to be this way. I've got to talk to you.
All right, you can talk to me down at police headquarters.
No, you don't understand. You've got to help me.
The way you helped Paul Morris?
Believe me, I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, yes. It was an accident. Like Evelyn Roberts' death.
Evelyn?
I know all about it.
Evelyn's death was an accident. I was completely exonerated.
It won't be that simple this time. Now you're up against an open and shut case of murder.
But I don't...
With evidence complete, down to the murder weapon. The carpenter's file found in your trunk.
But that's impossible. Don't you see? That murder wasn't planned for Paul Morris.
What?
Paul made me switch parts with him tonight. He was doing my routine. I perform on the upper trapeze. That murder was planned for me.
Now, Adams, you understand what you're supposed to do.
Yes. I'm to walk in as if I knew nothing. I'm to play for time.
Right. And play it to the hilt.
Thank you, sir. I don't understand all this, letting Mr. Adams walk into a trap, probably to certain death.
He'll be protected.
May I ask how?
You'll see, Denny.
Oh, really, sir? It's as if you didn't trust me.
Why, Denny.
Well, it's true. And that telegram you received this morning, you were secretive about that, too.
Denny, you'll learn everything in due time, if things work out to my expectations.
Please, sir, do you mind giving Mr. Adams and me just a slight idea of what you expect to happen?
I'm borrowing from the detective Monahan.
But it's obvious now that Monahan's conclusions were wrong.
Oh, it's not his conclusions. It's his method of trapping the killer that appeals to me. I think it'll work out. At any rate, we'll soon find out. Here's Marion Morris's dressing wagon. Adams, you go first.
All right.
Yes, come in. Chris!
Hello, Marion.
Chris, where have you been? Oh, Captain Drummond.
We came along. I've some news for you.
You found my husband's murderer. I knew Chris didn't do it. I knew it.
Where is Santos?
Oh, no, it isn't Santos. He wouldn't...
I suggest that you answer Captain Drummond's question. Where is he?
Why, he's packing our equipment away.
Shall I get him, sir?
In a moment,
Oh,
Denny.
Santos didn't do it. Please believe me, he wouldn't.
Then perhaps you, Mrs. Morris.
Me? Kill my husband?
Now, sir, we've got her dead to rights. She's lying.
Marion, you knew that I was to use the upper trapeze.
That your husband switched routines at the last minute.
Switched routines?
Yes, and you knew it. Stop acting, Mrs. Morris.
Paul switched routines with Chris. Yes. Yes, that's right. Paul did switch routines with Chris.
Marion, you wanted to kill me.
No, Chris, no,
What? Captain Drummond, what was that?
My expectations. Come on, Denny. You two wait here.
Captain Drummond, I have him.
Why, sir, it's Santos and Monahan.
Good work, Santos.
Drummond, I should have knocked you off last night.
Why, then, sir, it was Monahan all the time.
He tried to kill, like you say, Captain Drummond. I stop him in time. I grab gun, the shot, it go into the air.
You can let him go now, Santos. I have him covered.
But, sir, whom was he shooting at?
Chris Adams.
Yeah, and I would have gotten him if you...
By the way, Monahan, your sleuth act went well. I believed you up to a point.
Then he isn't a private detective after all?
No, Denny. That telegram I received this morning, the one about which you were so curious, came from the Acme Insurance Company in answer to an inquiry of mine. They had no detective trailing Adams, not even one named Monahan.
Well, then who is he?
Roberts. That's who I am, Al Roberts.
Robert? Evelyn Roberts.
Chris Adams' former partner, the one who fell to her death.
The one they murdered, my sister. They lied. The cops, all of them, they lied. He murdered her. I'll get him yet.
As usual, sir, I'm surprised at the outcome. How did you know that Monahan, or rather Roberts, was the killer?
I didn't. I was just curious as to where he fitted in this case.
But what prompted you to check on him in the first place?
Just a hunch, Denny. And also his philosophy of sitting and waiting for a killer.
What do you mean, sir?
A good detective just doesn't sit and wait for things to happen.
Oh, on the contrary, sir, I consider you the finest of detectives.
Thank you, Denny.
And I was about to suggest, after we deliver Roberts here to the police, that you join me in some sitting and waiting.
Denny, what are you talking about?
The big top over there, sir. I suggest that we sit down peacefully in the stands in the big top and quietly wait for the circus to begin.
I'll be back in a moment to tell you about next week's story. Mysterious phone call arouses my curiosity. And so Denny and I are off on a strange story that begins with a stabbing and ends in murder. I call this story The Deadly Stand-In. Be sure to listen, won't you?
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Do you have a little unsolved murder in your home? Got some blackmail you want to unload? Are you the victim of some vulgar extortionist? I know a girl you should meet. She may not be the greatest private eye in the world, so what if it does cost you $300 or $400? She sure is sweet. She's Candy Matson. Like to meet her?
Hello.
Candy Matson?
Well, I wasn't sure when I looked in the mirror this morning.
Had a rough night, eh?
Oh, there have been rougher ones. Look, boys, before you get caught with my receiver down, who are you and what do you want?
As to who I am, you'll find out very shortly. What I want is you.
How romantic, and over the phone yet.
Let me finish. What I want is you to lay off that cable car business.
Oh, that. Well, I'm afraid I can't. You see, I was sitting beside him when they discovered his transfer had been punched sort of permanently. That's how things happen with me. I get into the craziest routines. You see, I used to be a model. I've been told I have the proper displacement for such a career. But I found there wasn't enough money in it. A girl has to maintain a nice apartment on Telegraph Hill, keep enough clothes to highlight the displacement I mentioned, and also eat, doesn't she? Sure. So I turned private eye. You meet a better class of people. mostly named Rigor or Mortis. Now take this cable car deal. It's positively fantastic. But after all, this is radio, isn't it? Like to hear how the whole thing happened? Leave us trip along to Act 1. I wanted to get downtown that morning, but I couldn't take the F car on Stockton. They were ripping up about 87th Street, which is par for the course. So I walked down Telegraph Hill and up to Mason. That's where the Bay and Powell cable car stops.
All aboard! Come on, Lana, show that shapely ankle. We gotta make the Fairmont by Whitsuntide.
The car was loaded, and so was the character next to me. I tried to budge into the seat between him and a Fisherman's Wharf dowager, but I couldn't quite make it. I'd forgotten my shoehorn. Say, pardon me, but would you mind reading your Wall Street Journal over that-a-way a bit? I'd like to sit in here.
Oh, if you insist.
A knight of old. He budged his hips a quarter of an inch, and I slipped in, ready for my rocket ride over the hill and down into town. The trip, as usual, was uneventful. 3 smashed fenders and several choice words I'd never heard before, but I wrote them down. By the time our prairie schooner reached the turntable at Market Street, the crowd on the car had thinned out. But Buster was still beside me, his head buried in common and preferred.
Market Street.
I started to get down.
Hey, lady, take your boyfriend with you. We're heading back up the hill.
Boyfriend? I'll sue. He looks like the advance man for Lewis and Clark.
How do you like that? He fell asleep over his stocks and bonds.
I looked again. Hipsy wasn't asleep. Hipsy was stone cold dead on Market. What a twist. I, who always went on the prowl for a whodunit, get one literally tossed into my lap. He just hadn't gone out of this world serene-like. Oh, no. There was a steady slurp of blood trickling down his vest just north by northeast of the equator. After a half-hour wait full of questioning by homicide legmen, I knew my morning shopping tour was rained out. And after all, I was only going to buy an emerald clip to match the glint in my eye. Well, that would have to wait. I knew the next step. I grabbed a cab home. I wasn't long in waiting. Right on cue. And if it was the right cue, it would be Lieutenant Ray Mallard from headquarters, daintily pressing his cuticles against my apartment buzzer. I was right.
What?
I've been expecting you. Come on in, Mallard.
You've been expecting me. Why, Candy?
Naive little rover boy, you. Have a drink?
No, I'm not in the mood. Just make it a double.
Sit down, Mallard, and let's be civilized. Take off your hat.
It is off.
Oh?
Candy, for once I'm puzzled.
You're just saying that.
Yeah, because it's true. I've checked and rechecked. No matter how many loose ends I tie together, I still get no connection between you and Dwight Ellsworth.
Dwight Who'sworth?
Ellsworth, your extremely limp traveling companion on the cable this morning?
Mallard, I can give you an angle on that.
Yeah?
Yeah. The angle being that I didn't know him from Adam.
Level?
Straight. Oh, look, honeypot, this mediocre dialogue is getting us nowhere. What did you haul your size 11s in here for?
Oh, frankly, I don't know. Here, fill it up, will you?
Well, you're not just going around in circles, Mallard. You're going around in doubles.
Yeah. Like I've said before, Candy, you've got a pretty view from here.
Oh? Wait till I turn around.
I mean from your window. Look at that ship down there, just docking.
Where?
Down there. There's romance for you. Probably just in from the Far East.
Here's your drink.
Oh, thanks.
You know, it is sort of romantic. Don't you think it'd be fun to jump on a tramp like that and whisk off to the South Seas?
Hmm?
On a honeymoon?
No.
That's what I thought. South Seas. Mallard.
Don't call me Mallard.
Why not? We're just playing for ducks, aren't we?
Very crisp. Playing for ducks. No, Candy, we aren't. Not in this case. We've got a dead man in our hands. Rudy Toot shot right through the heart. And you were sitting next to him.
Sure. Go on now. Get out of here.
What?
You heard me. Lift your hindquarters and get back to headquarters.
Candy, I don't like that look. You've got something on your mind.
Yeah, but you wouldn't recognize it if I told you about it.
One word of warning. Don't dabble. You're in deep enough. Got it?
Got it. Here's your hat. Grab it. So long, Mallard. See you around a jailhouse sometime. By Fo-fum. 'Twas then I smelled a big fat fee. That great, big, kind of attractive mallard. He missed the boat. Oh, he saw it, but he missed it. It was that ship he saw docking. That was the first time I came out of the dark since my Tunerville ride down the hill in the morning. I needed help, so I called an old friend of mine, if you can call that help. Rembrandt Watson was his name. He was a photographer and other things. He spent most of his life in the darkroom dabbling with bottles. His negatives and prints were sharp. His thought processes, not quite. But he'd given me assistance in the past, so I called him.
Rembrandt Watson speaking. Photography, portraits, and camera work.
Yes, Rembrandt, I know.
Also available for gardening, janitorial service, and babysitting.
Rembrandt, it's Candy.
Especially if they're over 21. Who? Candy?
Now you're tuned in.
How dare you, baggage. I was experimenting with a new type of formula.
90 proof for 100.
100. And Candy, it works beautifully. There's a delightful little pixie in a pink ballet skirt in my living room.
Well, leave her there and get over here immediately to my place. Take a cab. I'll pay for it.
I'd much rather have a handsome carriage with a brace of chestnuts.
You've got 'em in your head. Now just do as I say and get over here. Float in, Rembrandt.
Gadfrey. Where's the man to take me cloak, gloves, and topper?
You're wearing a sport coat and slacks, and you know I have no man.
And therein lies your basic trouble, my dear. You have no man.
Now, Rembrandt.
Every man should have a woman. Every woman should have a man. It's the incontrovertible law of the universe. Candy, you should have a man.
You?
Sure. I'm no longer a man. I'm a sprite transcending the world.
Well, stop transcending a moment and come down to earth. We've got a job to do.
How poetic. How idyllic. We've got a job to do. For money?
Eventually.
Oh, one of those. Very well, my dear. Bring me up to date.
Well, I don't really know if I can or not.
Good. And I shall leave and return to me formula.
Oh, no. What I mean is, the whole story's so fantastic you'd never believe it.
I might. Try me, Candy.
Well, I get on a cable car and sit next to a character reading the Wall Street Journal.
A strange coupling. A cable car and the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah. And when we get to the end of the line, my friend next to me is dead.
Probably the ride down the hill frightened him to death.
Uh-uh. He looked like a used punch board. He had a neat little bullet hole through his heart.
Candy, my little ballerina friend in the pink skirt is more believable than what you just told me.
I told you it was fantastic, but none of how it happened. Now, sooner or later, Mallard is going to come out of his fog. And when he does, I'm going to be out of a fee.
A fee that so far doesn't exist, my pretty.
It will, if my hunch is right. Now, here's what I want you to do. Go down to the Chronicle and get all the back files you can on Southern Islands Steamship Company.
The Chronicle? A pleasure. I have a few questionable companions there who indulge in formulas.
Stay away from those companions and just do as I ask.
Very well, my dove. I go, but entirely against my will. And where will you be?
Around town, Rembrandt. I've got to do some legwork.
Let me assure you, Candy, you have just the right equipment for it, too.
What a joint. I'll bet they mount slit gullets on the walls instead of deer heads. Well, come on, Candy. Get your tools out and screw up your courage.
Yeah, miss, what'll it be?
Nothing right at the moment except information.
Information, water, both free. What do you want to know?
Well, I'm looking for the purser off the Dwight Sonia. I hear he does his shore duty in here.
That's right. Name Campbell. That head on the table over there belongs to him.
Thanks. Hello, sailor. Hey, Campbell. Wake up.
Oh, leave me alone.
Come on, snap out of it.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name is Candy Matson. I want to ask a question.
Oh, I'm only drinking. Go away.
Not until I find out what I want to know. Dwight Ellsworth was murdered this morning.
What?
I thought that would bring you to.
Well, that's the nicest news I've heard since VJ Day. What do you want to know?
Where does his brother live?
That stooge. He's got about as much spine as a water eel.
Never mind. I want to find him. He seems to keep his whereabouts as secret as an atomic stockpile.
The whole family ought to be knocked off. He lives out in Seacliff, 25 Dashel Road.
Good. Bartender, buy my friend a little reward. And one for yourself, too. Well, so far, so good. Oh, how did I know about Campbell, the purser? Well, you see, I have quite a few friends, most of whom my pal Mallard doesn't approve. So I grabbed a cab and navigated the driver out toward Seacliff. It was so foggy I couldn't see the meter. But I paid him anyway, gave him a neutral tip, and dismissed him. There it was, 25 Dashel Road. An austere-looking cabana, one that dared you to ring the front doorbell. I dared. I had the awful feeling I should have been around at the side door delivering hand laundry.
Good evening.
Well, except for the fog, yes. Is Mr. Ellsworth in?
Yes, he is. But I'm afraid I must ask you to leave. There's been a death in the family.
I know. That's why I'm here.
Come in, please.
Thank you.
Walk this way, please.
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't, even if I lived to be 100.
Mind your tongue, young lady. You're in the house of an Ellsworth.
Oh, hoity-toity. The old babe had delusions of grandeur. Well, no need to get uppity with me. I've mingled with royalty. I once played a bit part in a Rita Hayworth picture. But this old gal was really something. She couldn't have been more than 45, yet looked like something out of the Barretts of Wimpole Street. She ushered me into a large-ceilinged living room, and there on the divan was my boy, his head lowered into his hands and quite obviously touched. Quite obviously.
Roger, this young lady is here to see you. I don't believe you mentioned your name.
Candy Matson.
Matson? You in shipping, too?
Of a sort.
Oh, this is my wife, Miss Matson. You'll pardon me if I don't seem hospitable, but my brother was murdered this morning.
I know. I was sitting next to him when it happened.
You were?
Don't talk to her, Roger. I don't trust her. This whole thing is a threat of some kind.
No, it's not a threat. It's a business proposition. I'll come right to the point. You see, I'm a private detective.
Oh, one of those persons.
Put your nose back down, Mrs. Ellsworth. I want to get the show on the road. Yes, I'm a private detective, and I'm in a spot, too. The police think I'm connected with the case in some way, so I'm here for a double purpose.
I'm listening, Miss Matson.
Roger, I forbid you to speak with this woman.
Too late, Mrs. Ellsworth. Now, this is it. I'm in this business to make money. Give me a check now for $300, and I'll find out who killed your brother. And I'll also clear myself.
Roger, I'm warning you.
Naturally, you want to see the killer of your brother brought to justice, don't you, Mr. Ellsworth? Don't you?
Yes. Here, I'll make a check out right now.
Thank you. Just make it out to Candy Matson. Payable today. A lovely collection of guns you have, Mr. Ellsworth. You hunt much?
Oh, yes. My wife and I are quite fond of shooting. She's an excellent shot. There you are.
Thank you. I'll be in touch with you sometime tomorrow. Mr. Reed didn't say a word. She just stood there against the fireplace and shot sparks through me. After I waved the check in the air a few times to dry the ink, she showed me to the door.
Very clever, aren't you? Taking advantage of a weak-willed man.
I wonder who made him that way.
Don't cash that check. I mean it. Don't cash that check.
Mrs. Ellsworth, $300. I need the money, badly. I need some new rolls for my player piano. I buzzed back downtown. I wanted to cash that check in a hurry. I knew of only one person who would give me the crisp green at that hour of the night. Uncle Charlie, the honest miller who ran the chase room. Uncle Charlie, in the strict sense of the word, was a gentleman. So with a tender little pat on my cheek, he cashed the check, and I went up Telegraph Hill and home. All of a sudden, my eyes did a couple of inverted loops. Oh, my lights were on. Who's in here? All right, speak up.
Oh, Candy, the light of my life. Come join our party.
Oh, Rembrandt, you gave me a scare.
You don't scare easy
What?
either, Candy. Got something on your mind?
And Mallard. Well, how ducky, a midnight soiree. What goes on here?
Well, that chicken you had in the icebox is delicious.
Was delicious. Looks like you've done everything but eat the bone.
Your vintage is superb, too, Candy. Have a little formula?
No. Now, come on, what gives?
That's my line, Candy. What gives? You're in on something, and I want to know about it.
Oh, Mellard, believe me, it's nothing. I'm just trying to parlay a couple of hunches.
Tall hunches. Look at all those clippings on the South Sea Island Steamship Company. What are they for?
I meant to tell you, Candy, I had remarkable success down at the Chronicle. There's everything you want on that steamship line.
Oh, Rembrandt, did you have to tell the whole world?
Candy, you chide me unnecessarily. I merely had the clippings on the table when Hawkshaw here walks in on me.
Okay, Candy, take it from there.
I can't tell you yet, Mellard. Nothing makes sense yet. I've got about 4 loose ends that need tying off.
If I'd only put 2 men to following you, I'd save myself a lot of grief.
2 days, that's all, Mellard. Just give me 2 days. I think I'll have it for you.
All right. But don't forget, the boys down at Kearney Street headquarters don't love you the way I do. 2 days. No more or less. I gotta go. Thanks for the fowl, chicken.
Very gay. Here, Rembrandt, here's $50 for you.
50? My word. What's all this talk about a recession?
Go on and take it. Go someplace and stabilize the economy. I whipped through the old newspaper clipping. It was all there. Fire at sea on Ellsworth ship. 2 seamen lost off Ellsworth ship near Honolulu. South Sea Island line ship loses rudder in storm. On and on it went over a period of 3 years. I threw the papers back on the table, helped myself to some of Rembrandt's formula, turned down the lights and went out on the porch. The bay was dark except for an occasional path of light from a passing freighter. I sat down to think and think. Then, click, just like that, 2 little tumblers in my mind fell into place. Only one thing to do, and that was to do it the hard way. The next morning, just as the ferry building siren was announcing 8 o'clock to downtown San Francisco, I got Rembrandt on the phone.
Candy, what on earth are you calling me for at this hour?
Can't help it. There's work to be done.
I did my work last night so extremely well that I'm just going to bed now.
Sorry, you'll just have to delay your sack time. Meet me at the corner of Mason and Union in 10 minutes, right where the cable car stops.
Now, what are we going to do?
We're going to take a cable car ride.
What? One of those bouncing, jerky little contraptions? Not the way I feel this morning.
Oh, yes, you are. Union and Mason in 10 minutes. All right, Rembrandt, get on.
This is the silliest thing you've ever done, Candy.
Maybe. We'll see. Dwight Ellsworth was already on the car when I got on here, and alive.
How could you tell?
He mumbled something when I asked him to move over.
Sounds logical. Although I once remember stumbling into a corpse who mumbled for hours after it had been liquidated.
Rembrandt was in one of his rambling moods, so I let him alone. The car pulled over Mason Street, down Washington, and then swung on to Powell and up the hill. Now I watched the buildings and apartments carefully. There was a little red brick building, now a big apartment house, a woman's residence club, and so on. Then over the hill, more apartments, and the possibilities petered out at Bush. Well, only one thing to do. Canvass all those blocks between Washington and Bush. Okay, Rembrandt. Off the car.
Strangest corpse I ever did see. What'd you say, Candy?
Off the car. Come on.
Now what? I just want to get to bed.
Well, not for a long time, Boy Blue. Now, here's the pitch. You take this building, and I'll take the next. We'll alternate as we go along. Ask if a tall woman with a horsey face and dressed something like Queen Victoria ever lived around here.
Oh, Candy.
I know it sounds wild, but it's got to be done.
A horse with a tall face and dressed something like...
Oh, Rembrandt, look at me. Get that smoke out of your brain. A tall woman with a horsey face and dressed something like Queen Victoria. You got it?
Got it.
Okay, get going. It was slow and tiresome. And the answers I got.
A tall gal dressed like Queen Victoria? Oh, sister!
That was about par.
Nope, nobody like that ever lived here.
Are you positive?
A dame who fits that description? Yeah, I'm positive.
The morning wore on, and so did we. We were over on the other side of California Street now, so we stopped and had a bite to eat. I had pickles with mine, and Rembrandt had olives on toothpicks in a glass. And again, we picked up the hunt. My heart was suddenly making with a rumba. There, just on the other side of Clay, in front of a 3-story red brick house, was a police squad car. There was a little knot of people gathered around. Daintily lifting my crinoline, I did a Mel Patton down the block and up the front steps. I didn't have any trouble finding the room. The door was wide open, and there was a body on the floor. 4 representatives of the law were buzzing back and forth. One of the buzzees was Mallard.
Well, my little ambassador of violence. Why is it you're always around the extremely dead, Candy?
I've got no time to brandy the ad-libs, Mallard. Who is it?
I don't know yet. No identification.
Let me see.
Oh, a pen pal, maybe.
I was right. I knew it.
Knew it? Knew what?
You're right, he was a pen pal. He wrote me a check last night for $300. His name is Roger Ellsworth.
Very interesting. Must be open season on Ellsworth. Okay, Candy. Time you filled in the blanks. Start.
Wait a minute. I want to look at the window over here. Mallard, there are a couple of younger Ellsworths living around town here. I'm sure you'd like to see them stay healthy.
Yeah?
Get out to 25 Dashiell Road and pick up an old crone also named Ellsworth. 5 will get you 20. She's the one you're after.
All right. But you get back to your place and stay put, understand? I want to have a more illuminating chat with you.
Oh, Mallard, I'm just like putty in your hands. The moon was coming up over Diablo and spraying a path of silver on the bay. Still no Mallard. I wondered what could be wrong. Well, this was it. This was the showdown.
Have you seen a tall face with a horsey woman?
Oh, Rembrandt.
Candy, I'm so mad at you I could... Oh, what's the use?
Now what's the matter?
What's the matter, she says. I've been roving all over Powell Street ringing doorbells. Where did you go, you traitor?
Oh, Rembrandt, I'm sorry. And in the excitement, I forgot all about you.
What excitement?
There's been another murder.
In a moment, there's going to be another. I'm looking right at you, Candy.
Oh, cool off. Have some formula and stop snorting steam. What was that?
Your window, Candy. It just shattered.
What? Oh, wait a minute. That window didn't shatter by itself. Quick, get the lights, Rembrandt. Now duck down here.
What sort of a silly game are we playing now?
This isn't a game, believe me.
Candy! Candy, are you all right?
Yikes, it's the gumshoe.
Yes, I'm all right. Where are you, Mallard?
Over here, 2 houses over. We've got your girlfriend trapped on the roof next to you. Don't move and stay covered.
Okay.
All right, Mrs. Ellsworth. Are you coming down peacefully, or do we have to play cops and robbers?
I'm not coming down until I get that Candy Max. She did it. She forced me to kill my own brother-in-law.
Have it your own way. Okay, loosen her up a bit, boys.
Better than the 4th of July.
Keep your head down, Rembrandt.
Oh, is that what was up?
Ready to come down, Mrs. Ellsworth?
No, I'm not. That hateful woman. She's ruined my whole life. All my plans. Just because of her snooping and prying. She's going to die, I tell you.
It was a miracle, Candy. You must have moved slightly just as she shot at you.
Well, it was too close, I can tell you. She's dead?
Oh, decidedly. I think she was dead before she hit the ground. That one shot got her. We went out to her house, and she was just driving off when we got there. We trailed her up to North Beach, lost her for a block, and then spotted her car at the top of the hill here. We arrived just as she was getting on the roof next door. Okay, now you tell me your little dream.
Well, it was that ship docking that set my wheels going around. The name Ellsworth started burning in back somewhere. You saw the clippings we dug up.
Yeah.
The South Sea Island steamship lines were slowly being sabotaged. I did some checking, and I found that the insurance companies weren't going to renew.
Yeah. I don't know why I didn't tie that in sooner.
Oh, it's just that you have too many things on your mind, Mallard, dear. I went out to the place on Dashiell Road, and when I left, I was pretty sure the old girl had knocked off her brother-in-law.
Why?
Well, for several reasons. One, she was a venomous old witch. 2, you've never seen such a collection of guns in all your life. And her husband admitted she was a darn good shot. I also saw one little pot gun that was very interesting. It had a silencer on it.
Uh-huh. That was the one she used on you tonight.
And also the one she used on Dwight Ellsworth from the window of that apartment where you found her husband.
How do you know?
Go back there. You'll see a nice little bullet hole in the curtain with burned powder all around it.
Now, don't tell me that...
Yes, I'm telling you that she rented that place knowing that her brother-in-law always went downtown on a certain cable car. She waited that morning until we were riding by, and she plugged him.
I have now heard everything.
And the reason? Dwight Ellsworth, rather than fighting the insurance companies, had decided to sell his steamship line. But the old gal thought she'd beat him to the punch by knocking him off. The steamship company would then fall into her husband's hands.
Yeah. What about her husband?
Well, after he gave me the check and I left, they evidently had a fearful row, and she spilled the beans. Somehow she lured him down to that place on Powell and gave him some lead poisoning, too. And that's all there is to it.
Candy, I wish you'd have told me all these things earlier. We might have been able to save the life of Roger Ellsworth.
No, it wouldn't do any good. Because if she hadn't killed him, I was going to.
What?
Mm-hmm. While I was waiting for you to get here, the phone rang. It was Uncle Charlie, the honest miller. That no-good Roger Ellsworth. His check bounced like a brand-new golf ball. What's so funny, Mallard?
Listen in again to the further adventures of Candy Matson, Girl Sucker.
Well, that's the way it goes. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. In this case, nobody did, except Rembrandt. He'd stocked his darkroom with $50 worth of formula, and not the kind you use on negatives either. Let's see. Murder on a cable car, Dwight and Roger Ellsworth done in as well as the old gal. One check that bounced. It really does sound fantastic, doesn't it? But I told you this was radio, didn't I? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I did come out ahead at that. On the way out, Mallard leaned down and kissed me. The first time it ever happened. You know, at times it's kind of fun to be in the arms of the law.
Listen again next week at the same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Helen Cleve, Jack Cahill, and Harry Bechtel, Jack Thomas as Rembrandt, and Henry Leff as Mallard. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and produced by Monty Masters. This has been a presentation of NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown. We take pride in bringing you the first of a new series, the program drawn from the celebrated books by Carter Brown, which have sold more than 10 million copies and continue to sell at the rate of over 1 million copies a year. Each week you'll hear a complete story dramatized in the smooth, modern style which has been responsible for Carter Brown's enormous popularity both in Australia and abroad. And here, to introduce the Carter Brown Mystery Theater, is Carter Brown himself.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I'm very pleased indeed, and I must admit flattered, too, to have been asked to present my stories to you.
Mr. Brown, I know you've led a pretty adventurous life yourself. You've traveled around the world as a salesman, publicity writer, film technician, and now, finally, as a best-selling author. And quite a number of people seem to think that the heroes in your stories are really yourself. Now, is that true?
No, it's not. And if I sound very definite about that, it's because my wife's listening to me, and I don't think she'd like the idea of my running into so many gorgeous blondes, brunettes, and redheads as the gentlemen in my books do.
No, nor, I suppose, into as much trouble as they do.
No, I don't think she'd like that either, I hope.
Yes, your heroes certainly do wind up in strife, don't they? Like Johnny Lane, for instance. Johnny's a newspaper columnist, and they've got a premium on problems. Not that they all run into the same kind of bother as Johnny. They wouldn't want to. Well, he's a cocky character with an eye for a beautiful babe and printer's ink instead of blood. But suppose you find out for yourselves. Here's Johnny Lane to tell the story which we've titled Call for a Columnist.
I was feeling pretty pleased with myself and hence with the world. I had the best table in Jules' night spot, courtesy of Monsieur Jules himself, and on the table was my favorite drink and my favorite reading matter, a copy of the news, open at the best part of the paper, my own column, Dynamite with Johnny Lane, syndicated in 68 newspapers throughout the United States with an estimated 4 million readers. Yes, as far as I was concerned, life was a great big rosy bubble with Johnny Lane riding on top of it. Then the bubble burst.
Excuse me, Monsieur Lane.
Yes, Jules, my friend, what is it?
There are two gentlemen to see you, monsieur, in my private office.
Jules, I never see anyone in your private office, you know that.
These gentlemen are from the police.
Oh, well, that makes a difference.
Monsieur Lane, I would not like any trouble.
Don't worry, I'll handle them. You stick with your customers.
Thank you, Monsieur Lane.
Well, well. I feel honored, gentlemen. Chief of Police O'Byrne and Captain Stanger in person. And together. Whose piggy bank has been robbed?
Cut the clowning, Lane. This is serious.
Oh, you intrigue me, Captain. Tell me more.
We wanted to talk about your column, Johnny.
A subject I am always happy to discuss, Chief.
It's about the item concerning Albert Ferraro. I've got a copy here.
Uh-huh.
You said, mobster Happy Albert Ferraro won't get around much anymore. Not since he had unexpected visitors at 2 a.m. this morning. Rumor had it that Albert was going to sing to Senator Rowland's committee investigating vice and allied rackets in our fair city. This morbid columnist is betting that Albert sang his swan song in the small hours to an unsympathetic audience, with a hay and a hoe and no flowers by request. Who is the Mr. Big who's worried by Senator Rowland's questions? Keep reading this column, folks, and I'll let you know just as soon as I find out.
Not bad, Chief. You really haven't got the style for it. Or the voice.
This paper was out on the streets at 3 a.m., just 1 hour after Ferraro had his unexpected visitors. It takes more than an hour to print your paper, Johnny. And that means you put that item in before it happened.
Just a hunch, Chief. If I'd been proved wrong, I'd have had to wriggle out of it in tomorrow's column.
But you haven't been proved wrong, Johnny.
As soon as we read your item, we called on Albert. Guess what? He was at home, with a nylon stocking wound round his throat. Tight.
Oh, that's what you get for sticking your neck out.
Maybe you should see things the way we do, Johnny. We have to take Senator Rowland's investigation seriously. The more he uncovers on the vice activities in this city, the worse it looks for the police. Sure, we bust up a lot of small stuff, but the big stuff still goes on, and we can't get a lead. So, when we read our paper, we find that the one lead which might really have opened things up for us was never given to us, until it was too late.
Oh, come, gentlemen, let's be fair. You got the same opportunities as I have for getting information. Better. If I happen to have outsmarted you on this one, it's no use feeling sore about it, is it? You'll just have to do better next time.
Chief, let me bust him on the jaw, just once.
It wouldn't look good to his 4 million readers. Johnny, all I want to know is where you got your information from.
Sorry, Chief, that's confidential. Now, look, I've got more than 100 people in this city who hand me information. 2 things they're always sure of. Their money and my discretion. What happens if I tell you where the whisper about Albert came from? Word goes around that Lane can't be trusted. My column gets shot to heck.
Okay, Johnny. I guess we'll just have to plug on with our own plotting methods. I see you're going to let us know pretty soon who the Mr. Big is. We'll be really interested in that. You got any life insurance, Johnny?
Life insurance? What?
I was just hoping you got plenty, because I don't think you'll find anybody willing to give you more. You're a bad risk now.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
If we're interested in your story about Ferraro, how much more interested do you think Mr. Big is going to be? And when he gets around to asking you about it, I don't think he'll take that confidential routine as an answer. Let's go, Captain. So long, Johnny. Or should it be goodbye?
I'm not a nervous character, but as O'Byrne and Stanger walked out, I suddenly found myself dabbing my forehead with a handkerchief. There ought to be a law against policemen going around frightening people. Well, I decided I could use a drink back at my table. Didn't waste time apologizing to the people I knocked over to get there.
Monsieur Lane, everything was all right?
Yeah, sure, Jules. Don't give it another thought.
Oh, I am grateful. Monsieur Lane, there is someone who would like to say hello to you.
I never say hello to anyone. That's one of my principles.
Hello, Mr. Lane.
I turned to look at her, a startlingly beautiful face framed by close-cropped black hair and a set of curves that had sent a racing car driver dizzy. My principal shot through the ceiling. Well, hello.
This is the feminine half of the new act I am presenting. The Adagio dancers, Simon and Simone. You saw them last night, Mr. Lane.
Oh, yeah.
Did you like it, Mr. Lane?
You bet. Especially the end of it, where he throws you across the floor and you spin out of sight on your, where you spin out of sight.
Effective, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's a good way to test the floor for splinters. Will you join me?
I'd love to.
You will excuse me, I'm sure.
I hope your husband isn't going to take exception to you having a drink with me.
My husband? Oh, Simon, he is not my husband.
Oh, that makes it worse.
He is just my partner.
That makes it better.
I want to say how much I admire you, Mr. Lane, for what you're doing now.
You mean holding your hand?
Of course not. I mean in exposing the criminal elements in the town, helping Senator Rhoda.
Oh, that's nothing. I'll pour you a drink.
I think you are a very brave man. I imagine you carry your life in your hands this very minute.
Well, what makes you say that?
It's obvious. I'm sure that most of the underworld must get mad at the mere mention of your name. Their only logical solution to stop you printing these revelations is to remove you, isn't it?
No.
I can't see any other alternative.
Oh, I guess you can't.
Still, you must know all this, Johnny. I shouldn't be worrying you with it. But I just wanted you to know how much I admire your courage in doing it. Oh, I'll have to go. We're on in 15 minutes. Maybe we could continue this conversation after my act is over.
Well, I've got to get home and get out my column. Can I take a rain check for some other night?
Any night, Johnny. Say, tomorrow?
My customary cab was waiting outside the night spot. Part of the service for a celebrity. I got in, gave the driver the address, my penthouse. It made about 2 blocks when I noticed he was studying my face in the rear vision mirror. What's the matter, driver? Have I got smallpox?
You're Johnny Lane, aren't you? Newspaper guy.
Yeah, that's right. Want my autograph?
No, I never get past the funnies. But my wife reads your column.
Oh, she like it?
Well, I don't know whether she likes it. She don't ever say, but remember they published your photo a couple of months ago?
Oh, I believe they did. I asked them not to, but they told me they were sick and tired of the letters demanding to know was I as handsome as they imagined me to be.
Yeah, well, the old lady sees it, and she don't believe it.
It happened to be a good likeness, that's all.
That's what I'm going to tell her when I get home. She said she didn't believe any guy could look as dumb as that. Here we are.
How much do I owe you?
We got 98 cents on the clock, Mr. Lane.
Here's $1. You can keep the change.
Hey, what do I do with the 2 cents?
Endow an orphanage. I rode the elevator to the top floor and reached my keys as I moved down the passageway to the penthouse door. I could hear the phone ringing inside, and I opened the door in a hurry. Hello?
Is that Johnny Lane?
None other. Who's that?
I'm so glad you published that item I gave you about Albert.
Yeah, well, it's got me into a lot of trouble with the police. They want to know how I knew what was going to happen before it happened.
Did you tell them?
Well, how could I? I don't know myself. All I know is you keep calling me up. You won't tell me who you are. All you do is give me tips for the column.
Think how it impresses your 4 million readers.
I have no ambition to spend a few years behind bars for the sake of impressing my readers.
Don't kid me, Johnny Lane. You'd dive off the Statue of Liberty into the Hudson wearing a bikini if you thought it'd get you another 10,000 circulation.
I'll let that pass.
I've got another news item for you if you're interested. interested?
I'm interested.
There's a honky-tonk down on Sloane Street called the Blue Diamond, run by Lou Prager. If the good Senator Rowland would like to know, that's the distribution center for goofballs. So long, Johnny.
Hey, wait a minute. It's time you tell me who you are. How can I tell the police my information comes from an anonymous phone call? They just as soon believe people go to see Marilyn Monroe because they like to hear her sing. What the...
Hey, hang on to yourself, kid. It's under the door. Okay, I'm coming.
Just move back quietly, Mr. Lane, and we'll close the door.
Hey, that's a gun!
Your eyesight's 20/20, Mr. Lane. So get inside where we'll be nice and private.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
You'd think people would have a little more respect for my position, not to say my feelings. After all, 4 million readers turn regularly every day to my column to the headline, Dynamite with Johnny Lane. I'm somebody in this town. And what happens? Just because I print a hint in my column about a mobster's imminent demise, a hint thrown my way by an anonymous female phone call, I'm suddenly everybody's favorite focus of attention. The wrong kind of attention. Like the guy at my penthouse door shoving a gun into my stomach and telling me to get inside.
That's bitter, Mr. Lane. Now we can get down to business.
Now, look, I got no business with anyone like you. I'm just a newspaper columnist.
You printed that item about Albert Ferraro's murder, didn't you? Before it happened.
Yeah, but look, O'Byrne, the chief of police, and the captain of his Stanger, they wanted to know about it, too. But I didn't tell them anything, so you and your friends don't need to be nervous.
No, but you do. You're gonna need protection, friend. I just proved it.
What?
You're a sitting duck, Mr. Lane. I could have blown your head off, and who was to stop me?
But who are you?
My card.
What? Leon Arts, private detective, missing persons, trace bodyguard supply.
And that's just what you need, a bodyguard. Now, I can supply one. Our rates are $35 a day and expenses. That's not too much to save your life, is it, Mr. Lane?
No, I guess not, but...
No buts, Mr. Lane. Now, suppose I'd been one of these criminals you've been ridiculing in your column. You would have been dead by now.
Okay, you sold me.
Oh, fine. Now, got one of our standard agreements here. If you'll sign it, I'll spend the night on your sofa, and in the morning I'll assign a regular bodyguard to you.
Who'll that be?
Oh, Tony Spencer, my best operative.
Okay. I don't know that I approve of your methods, Mr. Arch, but you got a deal. The comforting reassurance of the private eye's presence on the sofa in the other room gave me 8 hours solid slumber. But when I yawned the morning in, I nearly dislocated my jaw halfway through the yawn. The sofa was empty. Then I remembered. Arch must have gone out to arrange about Tony Spencer, my permanent bodyguard. And Police Chief O'Byrne's threats of the night before disappeared in the thought of constant protection from some nice, hefty ex-heavyweight. The percolator was bubbling and soft music from the radio was cheering the morning when the buzzer went. I bounded to greet my bodyguard.
Mr. Lane?
Sure. What can I do for you?
It's what I can do for you, Mr. Lane. I presume it's all right for me to come in? You have a nice place here, Mr. Lane. I think I'm going to like it.
You do?
I certainly do.
Well, that's fine, just fine. Beautiful blonde is just what I need in my life. Honey, come to Papa. Hey! Hey, what hit me? A blockbuster?
I don't know why it is, but I have this trouble with every assignment.
Huh?
It's always the same. Men just can't get used to the idea of a female bodyguard.
You mean You're Tony Spencer.
That's right. And there's no need to look so surprised. There are female lawyers, doctors, dentists. Why not a female private detective?
But I can't go around with a lady bodyguard. I've been the laughing stock of the town. Now, I'm sorry, but you'd better go back to the agency. I'll pay for the day's hire, of course.
It'll cost you more than that. Didn't you read the penalty clause in the agreement?
I didn't read it. I just signed it.
Your agreement calls for a bodyguard for a minimum of 2 weeks. If you break the contract, the full premium is due immediately, plus compensation of $500.
That's blackmail.
That's business. Well, do I stay?
Who am I to argue with a beautiful girl? Especially when she's a jiu-jitsu expert.
Well, there's certainly one thing about working for you, Mr. Lane. A girl gets taken to the best places.
Oh, I'm here every night. Jule and I have an understanding. You know, I can't get over it.
What?
That dress.
Why is something showing?
Nothing that shouldn't be.
Johnny! Oh, you remembered. Oh, I didn't realize you had company.
Simone, sit down. This is Tony Spencer. Simone. She's half the Adagio team in the floor show. Simon and Simone.
Yes, I've heard about you. Especially about that intriguing finish to your act where you spin off the stage. Tell me, do you have to take your meals off the mantelpiece afterwards?
You must wait and see. Unfortunately, not tonight. Simon is ill, so we do not perform tonight.
What a pity. I'm just dying from curiosity.
Just so long as it's from something.
Mr. Lane, will you excuse me? I want a part of my nose. It's obviously not wanted here.
I admire your taste, Johnny. I must even confess to a minute touch of jealousy.
Jealousy? Oh, you flatter me, Simone.
I thought we had a mutual interest in each other. I was even hoping that as I had a night off tonight...
Oh, you don't have to worry about Tony. She's only a buddy.
Well, that isn't exactly a nice way to describe a girl.
I mean, she's only a friend. Simone, how about we fade quietly away while the opportunity's ripe, huh?
And ditch your girlfriend?
Oh, she won't care. Come on, let's get while the getting's good.
All right, Johnny. And I know just the place.
Yeah? Where?
My apartment.
This is what you call really living. Beautiful girl, cozy apartment.
Oh, it's just a place to sleep. You know, you fascinate me, Johnny.
I do?
Mm-hmm. What does it feel like to be a power in the land? To know that what you write today is read by 4 million people the following day.
Oh, feels just like any other job where you can make $100,000 a year.
Johnny, tell me about Mr. Beak who runs the vice rackets. I'm dying to know who he really is.
Oh, so am I, honey.
Oh, come on, Johnny. Don't be a sourpuss. I won't breathe a word to anybody.
I'm sorry, honey. I wish I could tell you, but I can't.
Oh, Johnny. Blast. I don't know who this is, but I don't want them, whoever they are.
She moved out into the hall, and I got a lot of pleasure out of following that swing and sway walk. In a couple of minutes, she came back with 2 men behind her. The first one had a face like a horse in a suit with more padding than the average woman's magazine serial. The second had white hair and blue eyes covered by black, heavy-rimmed spectacles.
Johnny.
Whoa, company. Introduce me to your friends, Simone.
I can't. I don't know them.
What do they want?
I don't know.
Why don't you ask them?
Because the one with the glasses has a gun in my back, and he told me to shut up if I wanted to stay alive.
Oh.
Okay, that's enough. We're in a hurry. Come on, let's go.
Johnny, do something.
Well, it's a shame to break up a pleasant evening, but if these gentlemen are so anxious for your company, Simone,
We don't want the dame. We want you, Buster.
Me?
Yeah. So grab your hat and get moving.
I had to put up a struggle, but I was outnumbered. There were 4 of them. 2 men and 2 guns. I was bundled out of the apartment into a car. About an hour later, after more twists and turns than a roller coaster with hiccups, we pulled up outside a dilapidated shack off the main highway. Two hoods shoved me inside. By a roaring log fire stood a ravishing redhead. When she saw me, she smiled. When I saw her, I blinked and did a double take.
Hello, Johnny.
Hey, weren't you a blonde last time I saw you?
Could be. I really forget.
Oh, the world suddenly gets to be a small place. I remember. You're a piece of dirt I wouldn't use in my column.
You use such nice language, Johnny.
Senator Rowland's girlfriend.
Ex. That's important, Johnny. Ex-girlfriend.
Thelma, as I live and breathe.
Which you will for a long time. I hope. Ah, aren't you going to say thank you? I gave you some good stuff for your column, didn't I?
The best. Lyle the mystery, the anonymous phone calls, and this kidnapping. If you'd called me, I'd have come.
Oh, we'd have preferred it this way, Johnny. Maybe we got a peculiar sense of humor.
Okay, so I'm laughing and now the gag's over. Can I go home now?
Sorry, Johnny, the gag isn't over. Not yet. You're staying right here for 2 or 3 days.
What for?
Well, we thought the peace and quiet would give you a chance to write your column without any interruptions.
Now, don't be crazy. How can I write my column here? I can't get in touch with any of my contacts. I'll be isolated.
Well, you don't have to worry about that, Johnny. You see, we've written your column for you.
What?
That's right. To cover 2 issues and asking a few interesting questions, like, do people know that the learned Senator Rowland made his money out of slot machines in the first place, setting up the wires for bookies in the second place, and dope and call girl rackets in the third place? Also, that Albert Ferraro was bumped up not because he was going to sing to the Senator's investigation committee, but because he was trying a double cross. And finally, asking whose influence got Police Chief O'Byrne his job.
Holy cow.
And all you've got to do is copy the stuff out in your style and handwriting so we can deliver it to the news.
If you think I'm sending that sort of stuff to my paper, you're crazy.
If you think you're not, you're as good as dead.
Yeah, but insinuations like that about Rowland and O'Byrne, I'll be shot.
You'll be shot either way. So what do you got to lose?
I'm always a guy who'll see reason, especially when there's a gun pointing at my midriff. Thelma stood over me while I batted out the column on a ramshackle typewriter. I presume she just wanted to check on my spelling. And she and the white-haired guy, they called him the professor, grabbed the car and headed for town, leaving me in the tender care of the Horseface character, whom I logically enough called Horseface.
You just keep in line, pal, and you and me'll get along but fine.
Now, look, look, fella, what's the sense in keeping me here? I did what Thelma wanted, didn't I? You might as well let me go now,
huh? Oh, no, we ain't that dumb. First thing you do when you get back to town is cancel them columns. Oh, no, pal. You stay right here. Hey, what's that?
Sounds like visitors at the front door.
I ain't expecting nobody. I'll go see. And you keep your trap shut, pal.
What? Hey, who is it? Hey, Horseface!
Wow, that's a fine thing to call a girl.
Call me!
You rat, running out on me like that. Don't be surprised if Mr. Arch invokes Clause 14 of the contract.
Clause 14?
Non-cooperation. Non-cooperation of a client doubles the fees payable to the agency.
Look, never mind the fees. How did you get here?
I'm a private detective, remember?
Yeah, but Horseface, the guy who opened the door.
It came off and hit him. Now, come on, we're getting out of here. Mr. Arch is outside in the car. We've got everything arranged.
Boy, you sure work fast.
We've got a hideout all arranged, where you can lie low for a couple of days.
Lie low? What are you talking about? I got to get back to town and stop him publishing my column.
I don't know anything about your column. I've got my orders from Mr. Arch. You've got a hideout for a few days.
I am doing nothing of the sort. I am not moving from here except to go back to town.
Oh, well, if you feel like that. Sorry, Mr. Lane, but orders are orders.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
People have often told me how much they envied me. Well, I can't blame them. Who wouldn't envy a guy who writes a column like Dynamite with Johnny Lane, which has a 4 million readership? But right now, even I wouldn't envy me. By the time Senator Rowland's ex-girlfriend Thelma and her 2 hoodlums had finished with me, I was really in trouble. I knew what was going to happen when the 2 editions of my column that Thelma had forced me to write hit the streets. When Senator Rowland, in the full pride of his position at the head of the Vice Probe Committee, read those allegations against him and Chief of Police O'Byrne, I could guess who was going to be on the burning end. Me. And to add injury to libel, Tony Spencer, my bodyguard, the girl with the captivating curves and the concrete constitution, had first rescued me and then slugged me over the skull.
Johnny,
Oh.
you're awake.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
Oh, fine, just fine. How long did I sleep? Hey, you hit me.
I'm sorry, Johnny. Honest, I am. But it was the only way to get you here.
Where? Where am I?
This is the hideout that Mr. Art's picked out for you. You're safe here.
Safe? Nothing. I got no time to be safe. I remember now. I got to get to the paper. I got to stop from printing those columns.
I'm afraid it's too late for that, Johnny.
What do you mean? The paper won't go to bed for a couple of hours
It's
yet.
already been to bed, Johnny. And so have you. For 3 days.
3 days?
Oh, don't scream like that, Johnny. You'll burst an eardrum.
I'll just burst. I can't have been out for 3 days just from a tap on the head.
Of course not. I dosed you with a sleeping draught every time you woke up.
And those columns, they've been published?
Yes, Johnny. And I don't know what you're so worried about. I think you're wonderful. To have the courage to say what you did about the senator and the chief of police. They gave it a special treatment both days. Ran it right on the front page with a heavy black border around it.
My obituary notice. Hey, but that only covers 2 days. How about today's issue? What did they run today?
A statement saying you hadn't had time to write your usual column, but that they confidently awaited the proof you're sure to bring in. Oh, they were awfully nice, Johnny. They said that in spite of intimidation, writs, and threats, they stood solidly behind you.
Intimidation, writs, and threats? Holy cow, I'm a dead duck. Look, I've got to get back to town before they serve me up to the cops with cranberry sauce.
Well, there's no reason why you can't go now. Mr. Arts and I were only concerned with laying you low for a couple of days.
You did that all right. No guy could have been laid lower.
I've got the car. I'll drive you back.
No, thanks. I'll drive myself back. As of now, your services are no longer required.
But, Johnny, you'll need a bodyguard more than ever now.
The kind of bodyguard that knocks me out cold for 3 days I can get out of a bottle. And it won't cost me $35 a day in expenses. Goodbye, Miss Spencer.
Monsieur Lane, I'm so happy to see you. We have missed you.
You're going to miss me a lot more in the future, Jules. For a number of years, I should imagine.
You are going away, Mr. Lane?
Sing Sing, Alcatraz. State hasn't made up its mind yet. But it will, Jules. It will.
You would like a bottle of your usual?
2.
With pleasure. I will fetch it myself.
Johnny! Oh, it's good to see you, Johnny.
Oh, it's great to see you, Simone. A little luscious feminine company is just what I need right now.
I was so worried about you, Johnny. Those terrible men. Did they hurt you?
They killed me.
Killed you? You are joking, no?
Your drink, Mr. Lane. You know, when you did not come for 4 nights, I was worried. I wondered perhaps if I had inadvertently insulted you.
Jules, as long as you supply drinks like this, you can't insult me.
Oh, I am proud to serve you, Monsieur Lane. The man who has the courage to print what you have printed is a man to be admired.
Oh, don't drag that up. There's a $2 million damage suit against me and the paper, and my editor's going quietly crazy.
What is the latest development? Perhaps you would give us the inside story, monsieur. Tell us how your fight against Vice is progressing.
Vice has won a technical knockout. It's only a matter of the referee counting me out. He must be somewhere around 8 already.
Truly, Johnny. It is as bad as that.
Worse. Much worse.
Jules, would you mind leaving us alone for a little while?
No, of course not. I just remembered. Someone ordered a duck and I have to go out and shoot one.
Poor Johnny. You are in low spirits, eh?
I expect to be in very high spirits by the time I finish this bottle.
Johnny,
If you feel low, why not go to my place? You can tell me all about it and it might help you, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it might.
Johnny, here comes trouble, I think. When you're through, come to my apartment. I'll be waiting.
I looked up to see what Simone meant by trouble, and I realized she was right. Descending on me was Captain Stanger, Chief of Police O'Byrne's right-hand man.
Well, if it isn't my favorite columnist.
Sit down, Captain, and kill yourself drinking.
Hey, when did you get back into circulation?
Tonight. I was kidnapped.
Oh, no. And I suppose you were forced to write those columns. You better think up something better than that, Johnny boy. O'Byrne's madder than a hornet. He's issuing a call for you as a material witness. And by the time the boys are through with you, you'll be happy to admit it was you who assassinated Lincoln.
Okay, so you come to take me in. Do I get the handcuffs on me now?
Oh, you got me wrong, Johnny. I'm not taking you anyplace. Officially, I'm off duty. And officially, I don't even know that you're wanted. I just dropped in for a friendly chat.
I don't get it. Why should you bother to tip me off?
I'll tell you, Johnny. I think you're in a spot.
Give me an original thought.
That somebody must have tipped you off to print that stuff. Somebody who knew what they were talking about. After all, they were right about Albert Ferraro's killing, weren't they?
You mean they could be right about Senator Rowland and Police Chief O'Byrne?
No, did I say that? I just figure that if I were you, Johnny, I'd find out and find out fast before you even got a chance of finding out. Before you got bruises where your body used to be. I'd think it over, Johnny. And you don't have much time. Well, be seeing you, Scribbler.
I watched him go, wondering whether he was crazy or me. Then I pulled myself together and left the club. Destination, Simone's apartment. When her door opened, I thought, she'd changed suddenly. She was wearing a suit and had developed a blue shadow on her chin. And I realized it was her Adagio partner, Simon.
Come in, Mr. Lane. I've been expecting you. Simone was caught up with some business, so I have taken her place.
You won't mind if I say that it's not quite the same?
Still, perhaps I can persuade you to put up with it. You know, I envy you, Mr. Lane. A columnist of your renown must have a fascinating life.
Yeah, it's all right when you can keep on living. It's the dying that's the tough part.
Pardon? I do not understand.
I died tonight, professionally.
Oh. You know, surprisingly enough, Mr. Lane, I think I can help you with your problem.
You?
I have some knowledge which should interest you.
Okay, I'm listening.
You know, yours is a wonderful country, Mr. Lane. Everything here is organized on the grand scale. Even crime, the rackets. And there's a new type of racketeer today. The racketeer with education, good social background, good standing in the community. Perhaps a company director or even a politician. Is that not so?
Yeah, it's so.
Let us take a hypothetical case. Say, a politician who is also a racketeer. Let us imagine him controlling the vice and the profits of vice in the city. For a time, all goes well. But sooner or later, what you call the heat is on. People get tired of the rackets flourishing under their noses and the noses of the police. They protest. The newspapers take up the protest. Obviously, something must be done.
What?
What would you do in a like situation?
Listen, I may have been taken for a ride the last few days, but I'm not that dumb. I thought of that one. You have yourself elected head of an investigating committee inquiring into vice in the city so that you can cover yourself, and at the same time crush any opposition that might need crushing.
Exactly so. I congratulate you, Mr. Lane. But this opposition you speak of is, of course, part of the politician's own crime organization.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Why should you? It is that part of the organization that is being squeezed too much, bled just a little too much by the politician. They are not organized, and they are alarmed by the politician's coming activities with the investigation committee. But they lack the means to positive action. And then the politician does something very stupid.
He throws over his girlfriend, Thelma, whom he had confided in too long and too much.
Precisely. And Thelma has some knowledge of events to happen. In particular, she knows that one member of the opposition is still working for our politician.
Let's just call him Roland, huh? I'm getting tired of this hypothetical case.
Very well. So, Selma knows that Ferraro, who is supposedly one of the opposition, is still working for the senator. He is to give evidence at the first hearing of the investigation committee. He will reveal the activities of all the people in the senator's organization whom the senator wishes to get rid of.
So Roland didn't have Ferraro killed?
On the contrary, the opposition had him killed.
Ah. Just where do you fit into the picture, Simon?
I am a member of the opposition. It was handled cleverly, I think. Ferraro's death served a double purpose. It prevented him giving information, and it served as a warning to the senator.
And then what?
And then we used our master stroke. We needed widespread publicity for our scheme to work. And what could be better than a columnist with a readership of 4 million? You, Mr. Lane. Don't you feel flattered?
I feel slightly sick. So I was taken for a ride.
All the way. First you were given several items to publish. Then all that was needed was to move you out of the way, persuade you to write what we wanted you to write, and make sure it was published. At first it seemed as though our plans came unstuck when your friends rescued you. But fortunately they hid you away as well as we could have done ourselves.
What happens now?
Now? It is a sad thing, Mr. Lane. But you will appreciate that the situation cannot remain static. At the moment, the police and Senator Roland are allied against you. Your own newspaper will discredit you. So the public will begin to doubt your allegations. But one thing would convince them that you were telling the truth.
What's that?
If you were to be murdered.
What?
Then people would be convinced that you had been right, and that you had been murdered to prevent your presenting the proof of your allegations. It is not a bad prospect, is it, Mr. Lane? Once you are dead, you will be a national hero, a martyr. Think of the honor and glory.
I'm thinking of what comes before that.
Oh, don't let it worry you. It will be a quick end. Don't struggle, Mr. Lane. Accept the inevitable. We experience the greatest adventure that life can offer. Death. I as the giver, and you as the receiver.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Up quite a score of odds for a harmless columnist who wanted nothing but to hang on to his popularity with the 4 million readers of his column, Dynamite with Johnny Lane. As if it wasn't enough to be kidnapped and forced to write statements libeling the chief of police and Senator Roland, head of the Vice Investigation Committee, statements which brought a $2 million damage suit against my paper and just incidentally looked like putting me behind bars. As if that wasn't enough, I had to walk into the apartment of that heavenly hunk of humanity, Simone, the Adagio dancer, only to find her partner, Simon, proposing to make a national hero out of me by murdering me. I sat there, hardly believing my eyes, as he slowly took off his tie.
Just relax, Mr. Lane. It will be all over in a moment. A tie makes such an excellent weapon for a man like me. You have seen our act, mine and Simone's, how I throw her across the stage. It is all in the wrists and fingers, you know.
No, I didn't know.
And the same thing applies to strangling. It is all in the wrists and fingers.
So you took care of Albert Ferraro?
Of course. Just as I am going to take care of you.
Ah, the situation is well in hand, I see, Simon.
Simone!
Well, my poor little Johnny. It seems that we shall never get around to having a quiet evening to ourselves.
You're part of it, too.
But of course. You are just in time, Simone, for the climax.
Yeah, just in time. Oh!
Oh, what do you know? I knocked him cold.
I don't believe it. A rabbit like you.
I don't believe it either, but I like it. Come here, baby.
No, no.
Yes, yes, baby. I don't know why I never thought of this before.
What are you going to do?
What no gentleman ever does to a lady. For a moment, I just stood there, looking at the pair of them, laid out on the floor like fillets of fish on a slab. I didn't know what had come over me, but whatever it was, I was enjoying it. I employed my newfound personality in a number of phone calls, and half an hour later, the door opened and my ex-bodyguard, Tony Spencer, walked in.
Well, Johnny, so you decided you couldn't get along without me after all.
Well, you could put it that way. Actually, I called your boss, Mr. Roch, because I need someone to look after a couple of people for me.
You mean bump them off?
No, just keep an eye on them.
Where are they?
In the bath.
Both of them?
That's right.
Do you mind if I go and take a look?
Not at all. Help yourself.
Thanks. I don't get this. Jumping catfish.
Recognize them?
It's that Adagio act. Who tied them up and put them in the bath for you?
I did.
You?
Me. I'm a changed man since you last saw me.
You know, I can almost believe it. There is something different about you.
I've decided I'm really the masterful He-Man type. In fact, I've decided that I'm going to call Captain Stanger at police headquarters, get him to come over and take charge of these characters, and then you and I...
Yes, John?
You and I will go out for a little celebration, and I'm not taking no for an answer.
I'm not saying no, Johnny.
Your evening paper, Monsieur Lane.
Oh, thanks, Jules. Here, Tommy, take a look at this. Right in the front page.
But, Johnny, this says that you're going to prove that every allegation you made about Senator Rowland and the chief of police was true.
Mm-hmm.
And that you're going to do it tomorrow at the hearing of the investigation committee.
Uh-huh. I thought I'd have trouble with my editor getting him to run that, but I convinced him that since the paper was being sued for $2 million already, he may as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb.
Johnny, you're amazing.
I think so, too.
Oh, excuse me, Monsieur Lane. I could not help overhearing.
Yeah? What is it, Jules?
If you really intend to prove your accusations, Monsieur Lane, I think I can help you.
Yeah? How?
We are not immune to racketeers here. We have to pay our tribute to stay in business. But if you have the courage to defy them, I feel I should have the courage to support you. And I have receipts in my office that would interest you immensely.
You have?
If you could spare a few moments and come to my office, I will give them to you.
Well, thanks, Jules. Thanks a lot. You'll excuse me, won't you, Tony?
Oh, there is no need why the young lady should not accompany us.
Oh, okay. Come on, honey.
This way, Monsieur Lane. Mademoiselle. Here we are. Please go in, Monsieur Lane. I have a gun at your back, and I would not like a corpse littering my corridor.
Jules, what is this?
Inside, Monsieur Lane. You too, mademoiselle.
Hello, Johnny.
Thelma.
That's right. Pleased to see me?
In 2 words, no.
Thelma, it is true. What it says in his column. He threatens to prove his accusation.
The accusations you made me right, baby.
I wish you'd kept your nose out, Johnny. If Simon hadn't bungled his job, you'd have been dead before you could have written that.
Yeah, but he did bungle his job. And he's now tucked away quietly waiting for the inquiry to start tomorrow when he's going to do a little talking.
But you're going to tell us where to find him.
I don't think I am.
That's one for the books. Johnny Lane, a tough guy. You're a lily, Johnny. Why, you'd faint if anyone swatted a fly in front of you.
Would I?
Joel!
Let her go or I shoot.
No, you won't.
Nice work, Tony.
Would you like me to break his arm, Johnny?
No! Not yet, honey. Now then, I'm at the business end of the gun. I'll have a few answers. You, Jules, where do you fit in? You're the leader of the opposition that Simon told me about, huh?
Yes, I handled the distribution angle for Roland for a long time, but it got too good as far as he was concerned. He switched some of it to Lou Prager at the Blue Diamond. My takings were cut by half. Then when Thelma came along and put me in the picture, I thought it was time I did something.
You'll do something, all right. A nice long stretch. As for you, Thelma, you'll fry.
What are you talking about?
The Ferraro killing. The nylon stocking that strangled him was a sure clue that a woman killed him.
That's a lie. I never killed him. It was Simon.
Well, I think he'll say it was you. And his partner, Simone, will back him up. That's 2-1.
But I didn't kill him, I swear it.
Oh, I believe you. I know Simon did it. He likes strangling. But I don't think anyone else will believe you.
Johnny, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know about the senator and about O'Byrne, but don't send me up on a murder rap. I'll talk, Johnny, I'll talk.
It was quite a scene in the courtroom next morning. A crowd packed the public benches, and up on the platform sat the investigation committee, headed by Senator Rowland. An imposing figure, gray-haired, substantial, the complete picture of an honest, straightforward American politician. He made his opening speech, a blend of fancy platitudes and phony patriotism. Then he got around to me.
The chief protagonist of the accusations made against the committee, and in particular against the chief of police O'Byrne, is here today, and so this committee has decided that in the interests of justice, this matter should be dealt with first of all. I hereby call John Lane to appear before the committee. Have you a lawyer, Mr. Lane? You're entitled to legal advice.
I don't need any, thanks.
Very well. You are John Lane.
Yes?
You're employed as a journalist.
A columnist. That's one step up or down, depending how you feel about it.
Certain statements have appeared in your column, and as a result of them, certain writs have been issued against your newspaper and yourself for damages for libel. Is that correct?
I understand so.
Then, Mr. Lane, you will agree that these statements of yours are either true or false.
Naturally.
If they are false, I'm wasting the committee's time in questioning you.
Presumably.
And if they are true, it's then up to you to prove it.
Quite.
Very good, Mr. Lane. How do you propose to do that?
I'd like to ask some questions, if I may.
To whom do you wish to address your questions?
To the chief of police, to you, Senator, and various other people.
Very well. You may call whom you please, Mr. Lane.
Thank you. I'd like to call Chief of Police Michael O'Byrne. Chief, I'm not too good on formal procedure, so I guess we can take it as read that you're Chief of Police and your name is Michael O'Byrne.
Very well.
Chief, how much do you earn a year?
Senator, do I have to answer that question?
It's public knowledge, Chief. Anyone can find out by reading the city ordinances. Your salary is $10,000 a year.
Well, if you know, why ask?
And you earn $10,000 a year.
Yes.
No more?
Of course not.
Does your wife work?
No.
Mr. Lane, we have not unlimited time. I'm afraid I don't see the point of these questions.
You will, Senator. Now, Chief, if your income is $10,000 a year and your wife doesn't work, how is your wife able to deposit $2,000 a month into her bank account?
It's a lie!
Not according to this statement obtained from the manager of a bank by Captain Stanger of the police department. According to this statement, your wife has at the moment a total of some $28,000 in her account, and $2,000 are paid in regularly on the 8th day of every month. The deposits are made by a Mr. Smith.
Mr. Lane, there's probably some quite simple explanation of this. I cannot tolerate the chief being put through the hoop just for the sake of satisfying your craving for publicity.
Very well, Senator. I'm prepared to waive any further questioning of the chief of police. Instead, I'd like to call Thelma Radley.
What?
If you look, you'll see her coming in now, together with 3 people who are here to prove my statements. Will Miss Radley step forward, please?
With pleasure.
Tell me, you wouldn't do this.
Wouldn't I? My name is Thelma Radley, and until 6 weeks ago I lived in an apartment on Dane Street, which was wholly maintained by Senator Rowland. During the previous 6 months when I was with him, he made me his confidant concerning many of his business affairs. I learned that he controlled the vice rackets of this city. The chief of police was paid $2,000 a month to cooperate with Rowland and leave the rackets alone, and...
This investigation committee is postponed indefinitely. Captain Stanger, you're ordered to the arrest the chief of police and with him Senator Rowland. Charges will be preferred later. And get them out of here, fast, before they get lynched.
Oh, Johnny, you were wonderful.
You think so, Tony?
Oh, yes. The way you handle things in that courtroom. Why, they ought to make you district attorney.
Hey, that mightn't be a bad idea at that. I don't see why I shouldn't run for DA.
I've got a better proposition.
Yeah? What?
How'd you like to be my bodyguard permanently?
Miss Spencer, is this a proposal of marriage?
Uh-huh. What do you say?
No.
I was afraid of that. I hate to do this, Johnny, but I've made up my mind. Don't worry, honey. By the time you come to, it'll be all over, and you'll like it. That's a promise.
This is Carter Brown. You know, there are some stories that you get a real kick out of writing. Call for a Columnist was one of them. I only hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Next week I'll be back to present another of my books for you. This one is called Assignment Trouble, and it has an Australian background combining journalism and public relations. A combination which is just plain murder. So for now, this is Carter Brown saying, be seeing you, I hope.
In Call for a Columnist, you heard Wendy Playfair as Tony, and as Johnny Lane, you heard our star, Joe McCormick. The Carter Brown Mystery Theater, from the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Flash Gun Casey, press photographer. Out of a big city's roaring life, out of a great newspaper's pounding heart, come the exciting adventures of a man with a camera. Flash Gun Casey, press photographer. Columbia presents a new adventure character, Flash Gun Casey, press photographer. Tough, daring, typical of the men who often risk their lives so that you may see the news as well as read it. Their salaries are not large, and they seldom get much credit. But their lives are packed with danger and thrills. Tonight and every Wednesday night at this time, Columbia invites you to follow the story of Flash Gun Casey and the people who pass in swift-moving parade before the shutters of his camera. Tonight's story, The Case of the Switched Plate. The clock in the tower of the Express building reads exactly 7 p.m. In the city room, Ed Burke, the night city editor, is arguing with Casey, a tall, powerfully built man who is carrying a plate case and a camera.
Quit griping, Casey. You've got your pictures. I'll go develop them.
Okay, but for the last time, don't send me to any more weddings. I hate weddings.
Tell me that when you marry.
That day ever arrives, I'll see that it's a private one, not an Easter parade.
Not a big shot there, huh?
Stage, screen, and radio. I was knee-deep in celebrity.
Did Ann Williams cover the story okay?
I guess so. My job was to take pictures of the clam bake, not to write about it.
Many a guy would give a month's salary to be in the same room with Gloria Dolores.
Ouch.
What's the matter now?
That name, Gloria Dolores. I wonder who dug that one up.
Miss Dolores is one of our most famous movie stars.
With all that's going on in the world today, a mere wedding is unimportant.
Whenever a woman like Miss Dolores gets married, it's not a mere wedding. And I hope you got some good shots.
White satin and orchids fairly dripped from the lens.
And the Express would like to use those pictures sometime tonight, if you don't mind.
Okay, but if the public never sees it...
Story on the Dolores wedding, Mr. Gale.
Thanks, Ann.
That's what I mean. The story of the Dolores wedding. The poor guy doesn't count. Already he's missed the Dolores.
How did the pictures turn out?
He wouldn't know. He's been too busy arguing against that wonderful institution known as marriage.
I'm not arguing against it. I only say send someone else when our dear paper wants pictures of the happy dear paper.
We'll cover a lot of assignments like the Dolores wedding.
That doesn't mean I'll have to like him any better.
You mean you'd rather be taking pictures of Thompson?
Are you kidding?
But Miss Dolores did look sweet, didn't? Did look
Yeah.
sweet.
And so did the groom, Mr. Dolores. Knocking at my door. Well, come on in, William. Hey, not so wide. You're letting in too much light.
Oh, sorry. I can hear.
That's why they call it a dark.
Room. How are the pictures, Sonny?
I just put them in the suit. Faces and figures should be showing any moment now.
And indeed, Dolores, I'd give anything to look at her.
You hold your own.
Thanks.
And stop whispering. I don't know why everyone does that when they come into one of these rooms. See, you won't like it. They'll develop...
Okay, Mr. Casey, okay.
Put that man at my ear.
Wait, Biggie. He has a marvelous smile, ain't he?
If you say so. There's 100 million up. Hey, what's this?
Whatever it is, it's not a wedding.
Oh, looks like a workshop or something.
Look, here's another one. A long room filled with odd-looking machines.
Yeah. Here's a close-up of one. I never took these. How'd they get in my camera?
Somebody took them.
Yeah. Well, get this. Some guy running... Well, he's running right toward the lens.
Yeah, he looks mad.
Uh-oh.
Recognize it?
No, but I do everything else. Or I think I do. These pictures are of the Hartley Laboratories.
Oh, he's the inventor, isn't he?
One of the greatest. He's a regular estate. 6 or 7 buildings on the place. Conducts all his experiments there. Hey, this looks like a machine shop.
I suppose a lot of people would like to nose around there.
You can say that again. But they're not allowed to. Well, their work is done in secrecy. Hartley even has his own private guard. They won't allow a camera within a mile of the place.
I send the guy to take pictures of a wedding, and he comes back with the Hartley Laboratory.
But I tell you, I never took those shots. You think I'm crazy?
I know. And the ones of the wedding, you didn't take those either.
No, someone picked up my plate case by mistake. I got his. See? It's almost exactly like mine.
The gentleman was very careless.
It was a natural mistake. Why, we were stumbling over each other. That shindig was represented by every news photographer in town.
Not forgetting the ones from the magazine.
Yeah.
Well, whoever he is, I'm glad he didn't hold the laboratories to an exclusive. At least he took some pictures of the wedding, too. Well, we'll have to run them. I doubt if that plate case of yours will ever turn up.
I'll get it back.
You're lucky you didn't walk off with your camera.
And that must be like mine, too. Hey, look, Burke, this is serious. The guy who took these pictures had no right being on that property.
I suppose I don't know that.
Well, what's so funny?
I'm thinking how surprised the guy was when he developed your pictures. All that glamour and no machine.
You know, what I can't understand is this man here. He's running right toward the camera.
Yes, that is odd. It looks as though he... Hey, wait a minute. Who were you near at the wedding, Casey?
I've been trying to think. Blake of the Star is a good man.
Yeah?
Raymond of the Inquirer. John's a fashion magazine.
Mm-hmm.
The 4 of us sort of stuck together, moving around, taking shots of the other celebrities as well. Oh, but it couldn't be one of them.
Why not?
I've known them for years. They wouldn't take a chance like that.
Some guys that sell their souls for a little dough. I'll take this. Burke speaking. Yeah? What? That's very interesting. About 6 hours ago, eh? Thanks. Okay, I'll switch you to a rewrite. Dixon, take this. That was Kelly.
Kelly, who covers the police?
Yeah. They just found a plainclothes guard out of the Hartley Laboratories. 2 bullets in his chest. Killed about 6 hours ago. Does that mean anything to you, Casey?
Yeah, it does now. He's the guy here in the picture. He was running to stop that camera. And in the excitement, our photographer got him on the film before he shot him.
Yeah, that's the way it adds up. Well, get out there and see if we're right. And check on your friends, Blake, Raymond, and Johns. And be careful. It'll be much easier for him to finish off his second victim. And from where I sit, you look like the next prospect. What a beautiful woman. Miss Dolores looks extremely lovely. The guests charming. The ballroom and tables beautifully decorated. But I can't see where any of it helps me.
But I've explained, Mr. Koch. I never took those pictures.
Then who did?
Well, I don't know.
I suppose you do know that he has the ones you took.
Well, he must have.
Like these, no doubt, developed by him.
I don't remember my plate case being out of my hands for a moment.
A moment would be enough.
Well, there's no way they can trace it to me. I'm safe.
Are you? Bit of a long time to arrange getting a man in there. I mean, at a time when he could work with a camera and not be interrupted. That opportunity won't come again. And I suppose it's useless to ask for money? Quite, you failed. Well, I greatly appreciate looking at this very lovely actress. I would much more appreciate looking at the photographs you lost. Especially the ones of that new fog-penetrating machine. I know 2 corporations that pay $100,000 for that. I've never failed before. And you've always been paid before. I was listening to my radio just before you came in. You know the guard that you eliminated has been found? He came out of nowhere, running toward me. And you stopped his running? Yes, I had to. I think his picture's on one of the plates. Very clever. Do you always photograph your victims before doing away with them? I never killed anybody before. Please, what the... Well, I never did. I didn't think I'd ever have to. The first one does leave you a trifle shaken. After that, you become easy. But if you'd brought the photograph directly to me... But I had to be at that wedding, Mr. Koch. As it was, I barely made it. Yes, that's of course your job, which is such a wonderful blind. Tell me, how did it feel walking into all that luxury immediately after disposing of the lamp? Blood in that socket, Pepperton. Socket, Pepperton. Socket, Pepperton. I wonder what your employers would do if they even dreamed of the pictures you sometimes take with their camera. Remember, that was my idea. The same camera for both my ordinary work and the work I do for you. That way no one will ever become suspicious. No? I don't doubt that someone is at this very moment. And he knows that the photographer is not only a thief, but also, shall we say, someone who doesn't hesitate to stop another breathing. Hey, you're right. But how's he going to know it's me? Well, maybe he won't, but if one of your picture-taking friends should start to ask questions, no matter how subtly put, be careful. I will. And if he should become too inquisitive, you can always handle him as you did the guard. Yes, when that gentleman makes his appearance, remember, he's the man who has your bag. And you've been left holding one.
It was the same guy, all right. The murderer rolled his body against the wall and put a machine cover over him.
Now, wait. They didn't let you in, did they?
No, but I talked to the man who found him. Also to a couple of Logan's men.
Who's Logan?
Lieutenant Logan of the homicide squad.
Oh, did you tell them about the pictures?
Yeah. And every photographer I could think of who covered the wedding. I left the plate case with them. They'll try to trace it.
A lot of good that'll do.
Yeah, there's thousands of those cases.
What about your pals, Blake, Raymond, and Johns?
They're not pals. These guys I bump into making the rounds.
But you've known them a long time.
Yeah.
Well, what do you really know about them?
They all have cameras and plate cases like mine.
I mean personal.
That's personal.
Now, look, this is no time
All
for...
right.
If you two feel like using some stronger language, I can always leave the room.
Oh, forget it, Williams, forget it.
Blake is married. He has 2 kids. I found him at home reading Our Hearts Were Young and Gay.
I wish ours were. Well, go on.
He was sort of surprised to see me, as I don't usually make those little social visits.
We know you're strictly a nightclub guy.
Quiet. Anyway, I asked him what he'd been doing before the wedding.
With finesse, I hope.
I'm always subtle.
Yeah, like a tank. And what was Mr. Blake doing?
Roaming around.
Oh, fine.
You see, that guard was murdered around 2 o'clock. The wedding took place at 3. The reception at 4. So the guy who
You don't have to draw a blueprint. Where did you find Raymond of the Inquirer?
At a bar.
With the blonde.
No, redhead.
Not the
one you know, Bert.
Oh.
There are a lot of redheads in the world.
And what had he been doing prior to 3 o'clock?
Roaming around.
That's just dandy. Just dandy. And Johns of the fashion magazine.
Also found at a bar. One of the fantasy clubs.
Alone.
Yeah, but his girlfriend works there. And early this afternoon...
Now, wait. Don't tell me. Let me guess. Don't tell me. Let me guess. He was roaming around.
Right.
Not an alibi in the bunch.
I still can't believe one of them did it. It must be. Well, I found 2 of them at bars, and that's where I'm going.
Can I tag along, Casey?
Why not?
Down the Blue Note, huh?
Yeah.
Where's that?
It's a musician.
Where's that?
It's a musician's hangout. Casey always goes there when he wants to think. They have a piano player there. With his nerve.
And sometimes helps me solve a problem.
Well, I hope he can help you with this one. And you'd better warn Williams about that bartender.
Yeah. His name is Ethelbert. And he reads the Atlantic Monthly in Lord Dunsany. And he's tough. Sometimes he has to be the bouncer, but you'll enjoy him.
I expected to hear a jam session going on.
It's only 11:30. The musicians don't roll in here until they're through work.
Oh,
Want to sit at the bar?
fine.
Ethelbert, put down that New Republic and give us some service.
Hiya, Flash Gun.
Service.
New Republic? Look.
One World. How do you find it?
Great. It says here on page...
I've read the book.
But maybe you didn't absorb it.
I did. It's excellent. Hey, what are you looking at? You ever see a pretty girl before?
Not that pretty.
Well, thank you, Ethelbert.
This is Ann Williams, Ethelbert. She is new on the Express. I'm showing her the site.
Full of eight.
Beer. Williams?
Same.
2 beers.
I'm surprised that you find time to read a book.
Yeah. Right now I'm surprised, but not about that. Blake, Rima, John. Has to be one of them, but why?
Well, what they were after must be worth a fortune.
Yeah, they wouldn't talk about it out there today.
2 beers, no heads on them.
Thanks, Ethelbert.
What'd you think of Thomas Paine, Flash Gun?
He was a very great man.
Yeah. Quote, "These are the times which try men's souls." Unquote. I know all about Thomas Paine, Miss Williams.
I'm going over the piano. Want to come along?
Listen, Flash Gun.
It's not that I don't want to lend you an ear, Ethelbert, but I have a lot on my mind. Maybe Ernie and his music can help straighten me out.
Well, I'll stay put and hear about the famous revolutionary figure.
Thanks, Miss Williams.
I said you'd enjoy it.
As you no doubt know, Miss Williams, Thomas Paine was not a...
Hello, Ernie.
Hiya.
Slow night?
Not too good. What's on your mind?
Plenty.
Anything you'd like to hear?
Nope. As long as you stick to the old one.
We agree on that. Remember this one?
Yeah, sure. Confessing.
Uh-huh.
The late 20s. Maybe earlier.
That's right.
Well, that world's gone.
Yep. But we still have the song.
And sometimes that's all we have.
Pretty girl you left at the bar.
Yeah. Ann Williams, reporter. Only been in town a few weeks.
Thinking, aren't you?
And getting nowhere fast.
Want to talk about it?
I can't.
Nicest looking girl I've ever seen you with. You ought to marry, Casey.
How about yourself?
I tried it once.
And?
She left me.
Just like that?
Just like that. You see, I didn't make enough money. She wanted too much.
And, she met a guy who had it?
That's right. Yeah. Funny the way a guy thinks when he's losing a woman. There's nothing he wouldn't do for her. To give her the things she wants, he'd almost commit murder.
Some guys do.
Yeah. What's the matter, Casey? Did I say something?
I think you did.
You going?
Yeah. And thanks, Ernie. You've been a great help. I may see you later on.
As I was saying, Miss Williams, sometimes I have to throw a guy out, but it ain't like it was in the old days.
No?
No. Then they threw me out.
Look, Williams, I've got to run along. You go back to the office and tell Bert I'll see him in an hour or so.
Where are you going?
To see a dame at the Fantasy Club, and you can't come. Ethelbert, Williams will pay for my beer. Okay, Ma. Turn your head a little to the left. That's it. Hold it now.
Oh, I closed my eyes.
You only thought so. Anyway, we'll take another one to make sure.
All right. I'm awfully glad you dropped around, Kate.
So am I.
I saw you sitting at the table out front while I was doing my number. I didn't think you came to take my picture.
Of course, it's no novelty for you to have your picture taken. You sit for Hal a lot.
Mm-hmm. Once a week regularly.
It must be love.
Oh, it's still nice to have someone else photograph me. How's this?
There?
Oh, not as attractive as Mr. Lawrence?
Oh, you're a different type.
Hal tells me it was quite a wedding.
Yeah. Were you with Hal before he went to it?
No, he was working.
I know, but I thought you might have had lunch together.
Not today. This better?
Yeah, fine. But don't cross your legs.
Oh.
And don't smile. We'll make this one sort of pensive.
Oh, I couldn't look pensive if I tried.
Think of green fields and moonlight nights.
All right, but I still won't look pensive.
Hold it. That does it. Look for them in the express.
How many to take altogether?
7.
Can I have a set?
Sure. I'll drop them over to the towers. That's where you live, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Expensive.
Perhaps we could have lunch together.
And get Hal sorting it.
We wouldn't have to have lunch there.
As far as that goes, we could have it here.
Yeah.
I never thought the fantasy club would have dressing rooms like this. This dressing room looks more like an apartment.
Just a few personal touches that I've added.
Just a few personal touches. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Very elaborate. And those rocks I've been photographing on your lovely arms. They almost reach the elbows. They're real, I imagine.
Everything I wear is real.
I noticed that mink you were sporting around this past winter.
Do you like it?
Swell. Those foxes over there are nice, too. Oh, gosh, it must be great to have an income.
Are you kidding?
Well, you don't buy those things singing at nightclubs.
At least not one like this.
Why do you work in a nightclub, Mara? Apparently you don't have to.
I like to be seen, and it's something to do. I don't have to tell you I'm not much as a singer.
But you're really something to look at.
Oh, thanks. Then, we have a date for lunch?
If it weren't for Hal, I wouldn't hesitate a moment.
Oh, forget Hal.
I'd like to marry sometime. How long have you two been going together?
Almost 2 years.
That's amazing.
Why? He's very generous.
Yeah, I can see that.
I like to live well. You don't know what it is not to have anything.
Oh, don't I?
I'd rather be dead than to live like some people.
Nothing but the best for you, huh, Mary?
Oh. Don't you think I deserve it?
Mm-hmm. But so do thousands of other girls in the world. There are girls who haven't even enough to eat.
Are you giving me a lecture?
No, but that's why we're not going to have lunch together. You're too expensive for me.
Perhaps to you, I wouldn't be too expensive.
It wouldn't last. You'd miss those lovely gifts that Hal passes out.
I still don't see any reason why we shouldn't see each other once in a while.
By the way, where is Hal?
Oh, he usually drops in around this time. Shall I tell him you were here?
Well, why not?
Would you like to wait for him?
No, I'll run along. I think I'll develop these pictures tonight.
Oh, that's wonderful.
The Express thanks you, and I thank you.
Do you think one of them might be on the theatrical page tomorrow?
The theatrical page? You underrate old Casey. There's a possibility you'll find one on the front page. So long. Hiya, Benny. Any payphones here?
Yeah, 2 of them. Over there by the section.
Thanks.
Burke speaking.
Hello, Bert.
Casey, what do you think we're printing? The Boy's Companion? Where are you?
Phone booth at Benny's Fantasy Club. I just got some shots for the morning papers. And if I were you, I'd leave plenty of space on the front page.
Well, you'd better get back here with something soon, or I'll hold a 4-line spread in the obituary for you. What are the pictures? And what suspect is to have the benefit of your latest brainwave?
I just shot some pictures of the suspect's girlfriend. I'm on my way down to develop them. Now, unless I miss my guess, you'll be writing to the end of this story in tomorrow's paper. And by the way, you'd better get one of Logan's men down there. The way things look right now, Oh, hold on a minute. Here comes our friend. I think he's going to make a call in the booth next to me. Maybe I can catch part of it. Hold it.
Hello, Mr. Cox. He talked to me earlier tonight, then took some pictures of Mara. For his paper, he told me. But why at 1 in the morning? No, I'm certain he's the one. Okay. Yeah, I'll be careful. come for the money. Above your antique shop on Sedgwick Avenue. You mean I've got to take care of him tonight? What do you think I'm made of? It was only this afternoon that I know, Mr. Koch, but I never expected that to happen. All right. You think so? I'll do it tonight. Now.
Hello, Brick. Did you hear that?
You moronic offspring of a printer's devil. You had your hand over that mouthpiece.
Of course I had my hand over the mouthpiece. Think I want you to take all the credit? Now get this. Send several of Logan's men over to Koch's antique shop on Sedgwick Avenue. Mr. Koch will be in the apartment upstairs. Pick him up. And I may need one of Logan's men while I'm developing these pictures.
After all the runaround you've given Logan, you know how he'll feel about sending a man out to protect you.
Okay, but you know what happens to your story if they miss Koch and our friend gets me?
Well, Logan will probably take that chance, but I'll ask him. And I doubt if a man could have time to get here anyway.
If that's the way it is, maybe you better frame that obituary in purple satin under glass. For me. So long.
Dark room is very dark, and Casey's in the dark, and this isn't the love.
You're letting in a lot of light, Hal.
Afraid it'll spoil Mara's pictures?
Yeah. You want to see him?
No.
Why turn on the light?
I might miss you in the dark.
You seem to know your way around. What'd you do? Come up the back stairs?
I've been in the express building before.
It's only at 2 in the morning, isn't it? Your hand is pretty steady.
So you finally noticed what it's holding?
I noticed it when you first opened the door.
What's this?
Relax. Relax, Hal. We're old friends. John's the fashion magazine and Casey the Express. Just a couple of guys around town.
Cut it.
Got the same gun you used on the guard?
Saying in one respect, it doesn't make much noise.
I see.
What made you suspect me, Casey?
I could have sworn that was coming. Why is it that all criminals insist on knowing why they were suspected? Well, if it'll gladden your heart any, I'll tell you. It was a piano player. He said something which made me think of you and Mara. Then I thought of your salary as a photographer.
You made a mistake when you went back to the fantasy club the second time, Casey. You shouldn't have tried to pump Mara.
Doesn't she know what you're doing?
No.
Where'd you think the money came from?
She never asked.
Just as long as it came in, huh? But I don't think it was a mistake. I gambled that Mara would repeat our conversation word for word, except the part where I wouldn't take her to lunch.
You're right.
Oh, no. Incidentally, the police picked up a friend of yours about 15 minutes ago. Name of Koch. Antique dealer over on the east side. Oh, I see that one hit home, huh? Well, you're all through, Hal.
Later, maybe, but right now you are.
Easy. Easy on the trigger finger. You should hear it all. The big mistake is yours in coming here. I never had any evidence against you. Any real evidence. But I have now.
You'll never use it.
I've already used it. It's been used right now. You walk in this room staring straight at me with a gun in your hand. You should have looked behind the door. There's been a witness in this room all the time. In fact, right behind you now.
You think I'd fall for that whole gag?
It's not a gag.
You must think I'm dumb.
I guess you heard enough. Okay, have Logan come in.
You'll be dead when he gets here.
Ann, where did you get that blackjack?
From Ethelbert. Quote, he who gets sucked over the bean is easy to arrest. Unquote.
Put down that American Mercury, Ethelbert, and draw me a beer.
It's not the American Mercury, it's...
I know. It's still one world.
Hiya, Miss Williams.
Hello, Ethelbert. Oh, thanks for the loan of the persuader.
That's all right. She was really worried when you tore out of here, Casey.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Been busy, Ethelbert?
I had to break away from this book for a while tonight, but I managed to sandwich in a very interesting article.
Would you mind drawing my beer for me, Ethelbert? I want to sit over by Ernie and listen to a couple of numbers.
Not at all. But this article was about guys who steal industrial designs by photographing them. And you know what I think?
What?
Well, just for a starter, understand? They all ought to be socked over the head, but hard. Quote, he who gets clunked over the conch is out of commission and easy to put in the clink.
unquote. Please, Ethelbert, our beer.
Yes, Ethelbert, our beer. And this time be sure he pays for it.
You've been listening to Flash Gun Casey, Press Photographer, the first of a new series of adventure programs based on the fiction character created by George Harmon Cox. This series is written by Ashley Buck in collaboration with Mr. Cox. The program tonight was directed by Albert Ward and produced for Columbia by Chester Rainier. Join us again next Wednesday night at this same time for another swift-moving story of a press photographer, Flash Gun Casey. The adventure, Murder Off the Record. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The incomparable Charlie Chan. We proudly present the incomparable Charlie Chan in a new and exciting series of adventures combining the wisdom of the East and the science of the West in a dramatic chapter from The Adventures of Charlie Chan.
Charlie Chan humbly bids you good evening and extends warm welcome. It is written, man who gives good counsel to others becomes fool when advising self. Tonight, we meet person who advise self how to escape murder. Person is Charlie Chan. Listen, please. Thank you.
Tonight's adventure, the case of the talking doll. It is 5 o'clock in the morning. Bleak dawn brightens the twisted buildings of San Francisco's waterfront. Inside the machine shop, a ramshackle wharf, two men stand over a workbench arguing, while one operates tools with quick, sure fingers.
Knife. We've got to get out of here.
Keep your shirt on, Spider.
We've 20,000 worth of stolen sapphires on us. They're hot.
I know.
Every policeman in town is on us, looking for the hot kid sapphires. And you're wasting time in this joint. Let's go.
Shut up, you bother me.
For Pete's sake, Knife. Can't you get it into your head this town's no good? Chan's after us.
I know, that's why we're here.
What are you cooking up at that bench?
A present for Chan.
Are you crazy? What are you talking about?
I've had enough trouble from Charlie Chan, Spider. Look, I just rigged up a little gadget. I'm putting it inside this doll. Soupy Kimball showed me how to make it. It's what they call a chemical bomb. Like an hourglass, see? It's chock full of explosives.
Pete's sake, Knife, will you be careful with that?
Watch this, Spider. The hourglass goes in the doll. A cute idea, eh? There's acid in the hourglass to set off the explosives. Now, every time the doll is turned over to make it cry, the acid eats a little way through this lead plate here. Pretty soon after the doll says mama enough, there'll be no more lead between the acid and the explosives. Then, when Dolly turns over once more, the big bang.
So what?
I'll drop this present at Chan's house before we leave town. A present for one of his kids. After Dolly's said mama enough, no more house, no more Chan. There we are. Dolly's all ready now. Take it easy, Spider. Dolly's got to cry quite a few times before she blows out.
Will you stop that, Knife? Let's get out of here.
Nerves, eh, Spider? Yeah, just wrap her up and we'll get going.
Shut up a minute, Knife.
What's the matter?
Listen.
To what?
Outside. I think I hear.
Attention, Knight Glencannon. Attention, Spider Brady.
That's Chan. He's followed us here.
This is Charlie Chan speaking. Know you are inside machine shop. Have Lieutenant Regal with riot squad alongside. You cannot resist. Come out of building with hands in vertical police position, please.
And turn over the sapphires. Not much. Get your gun out, Spider.
We can't fight the whole police department, Knife. If we can get out of here, there's a back way through the docks.
In a minute. If I can give Chan a shot in it. Oh, I'm hit.
I told you were crazy to fight him. You hurt bad?
A slug in the shoulder.
Would advise you to accept wisdom of miserable old Charlie Chan. It's useless to continue resistance. Surrender, please.
Come on, Knife. The back way out. Before they get wise and cover it.
Where's that doll?
Get the doll. Come on, I'll give you a hand.
Get back, Spider.
What's the matter with you? Are you pointing that gun at me?
I've bad news for you, Spider. I've got to have time for a getaway. I've got to have time to drop this dolly off at Chan's house.
Knife!
Somebody's got to keep Chan busy for a while. You're elected, Spider.
Knife! For the love of Mike! You wouldn't shoot me!
Here it comes, Spider. Then the coppers can have you. By the time they finish you off, I'll have made a getaway and be miles away from here. But not so far off I don't hear the bang when Chan goes up in smoke.
No, Knife. Don't shoot!
Lieutenant Regal, do not begin firing again, please. Have noted silence inside buildings for some time.
Okay, hold those guns, boys.
Maybe they're playing possum inside, Chan.
Perhaps, but this miserable person is not safe. Come this way, Lieutenant.
Now, wait a minute, Chan. You're not going into that place.
It is written, to discover how oysters taste is necessary to open shells. This person foolhardy enough to investigate.
Miles, Casey, we're going in. Want you to cover us.
Careful, please, Lieutenant. Do not believe our entering ambush, but even the line is cautious. Deductions of this bankrupt brain correct, Lieutenant. Enemy has departed, leaving wounded behind. Kindly observe gentleman on floor.
Yeah. It's Spider Brady.
Victim of bullets rashly invited by Mr. Knight Glencannon.
Hey, Chan. He's in a bad way, Chan. 2 bullets in the chest. Chan. Listen.
Are only interested in 2 things. Whereabouts of Glencannon and Hopkins sapphires.
Knife was shot in the shoulder. Double-crossed me.
So sorry. No sympathy to spare for murderers.
Listen, Chan. When I get my own back on Knife. Knife cleared out with sapphires. Where'd he go, Brady? Come on, son, talk. Out. Back way. Through the walls.
This miserable person not aware of back exit from building. Quickly, Lieutenant Regal.
No. Listen, make it fast, Brady. Knife. Gonna plant bomb. In your house, Ken.
What?
The reason why we're here is make time bomb planted in your house.
Intelligent tongue is quick. What kind of bomb? How did they look? Quick.
Explosive. Acid. Put it into... Yeah, into what? Into what, man?
Mr. Brady, answer, please.
Wait a minute. He can't. He's dead.
This most unfortunate places Charlie Chan in unhappy predicament.
You believe what he said?
Yes. Only explanation for most odd detour to this machine shop. Further evidence. Observe bullet wounds in Brady's chest are not result of police gun bullets. Evident Brady spoke truth. Was betrayed and shot by Glencannon. Sought revenge by disclosing bombing plans.
Then we've got to get back to your house at once, Chan, before Knife gets a chance to plant that bomb.
May be doing so at present. Has already obtained 20 minutes start through murder of Brady.
And what are we going to do?
Problem is how to recognize bomb and locate same. Can solve problem in 2 ways. Search house. Search for Glencannon.
I'll try to pick up his trail right away. Maybe we can squeeze the truth out of him if we get him.
This person returns home to such premises. Telephone any new information to these dull ears at that place, Lieutenant. Only hope same will still be attached to head when you call.
me in, Doctor. I'm hurt. You're hurt? Yeah. Now let me in. Sorry to bust in like this, Doc. I think I lost a lot of blood. Made me weak.
I see. This way, please. Here. Let me give you a hand.
Watch out for that shoulder.
Sorry. Good heavens, man. How long have you been walking around like this?
Not long. I had a visit to make first. And I stopped at the first doctor's light I saw.
Sit here.
Thanks. It was down at the machine shop. Had a spike driven through my shoulder. I thought I could get home all right.
Now let's have a look at it. I'm afraid I'll have to cut the clothes away from your shoulder.
Go ahead, Doc. Just make it fast.
Sorry. This won't take long.
What's the matter?
That was quite a spike, wasn't it? Here, hold this cotton bandage to your shoulder. I'll have to get some ether and clean the wound. Back in a few minutes.
All right, Doc. Just hurry it up.
Policeman quarters. Dr. John Fields calling. A man's just come into my surgery, obviously a criminal type. Short, dark, scar on his left cheek, part of his left earlobe gone. He claims he was wounded in the shoulder in a machine accident. It's evidently a gunshot wound. There. Just a minute.
My dear sir, phoning the cops. Say, I'll fix you.
Pop! Pop! Hey, Pop, this is Junior.
In studies, son.
Ah, there you are. Everything okay, Pop? Number one son reporting mission completed.
Number one son has accomplished same with diplomacy and tact. Have sent entire family on visit to friends without alarming same.
Yeah, but what are we going to do now, Pop? We can't stay in the house. It's like sitting on top of a volcano.
Come. Necessary to abandon residence.
Hey, did you hear something?
These imperfect ears perceive strange noise emanating from that cupboard.
Sounds like a doll or something. But what's a doll doing in your cupboard and what's making it talk? Holy smoke, it's Patsy. She's a stowaway.
Hello, Papa. Look at my new dolly.
May father inquire why number 5 daughter is in wardrobe?
I don't know how I overlooked Patsy, Pop. I thought I had Mom and all the kids in the car.
Not me, I hid. Me and my new dolly. Because today, it's my turn to be with Papa.
Now, Patsy.
Number 5 daughter speaks truth. This person promised to devote to her entire afternoon. Unfortunately, this is no time for toys. It's moment for hasty exit. Come.
My gosh, if it wasn't for Patsy's doll, we might have left her in here with a bomb. Someone's at the door, Pop.
We'll inspect same on way out.
Hello, Jan. Still all in one piece?
Fortunately, Lieutenant Regal, are just abandoning house. This person convinced his new abode of destruction. Dare not risk remaining to search for same.
You don't have to bother.
Huh?
I think we've located Lieutenant Cannon. Doctor just phoned into headquarters. He reported a man in his surgery with gunshot wounds. The guy seems to answer to Lieutenant Cannon's description.
Felicitations, Lieutenant Regal. Come, must interview physician at once.
In a few moments, we resume the adventures of Charlie Chan. But meanwhile, your announcer. Now back to the incomparable Charlie Chan. With his small daughter holding onto his hand and clutching the fatal doll, Charlie Chan, together with Lieutenant Regal, stops his son's car outside the doctor's house.
Wait a minute, Chan.
Huh?
The doctor's front door is open, see? I don't like that.
Yes, this person catches smell of stale fish, too.
We'd better go in for a look.
Wait for me, Lieutenant. Come on, Pop, hurry up.
I'm coming too, can't I, Papa?
So sorry. Number 5 daughter must stay safely in car with doll and await return of father. Can do?
Can do.
Perceive well-trained doll makes same answer. Good.
Hey, Pop! Pop!
Coming, son. What is cause of agitation?
The doctor's been murdered.
Well, if this isn't something to cheer about, just when we figured we had everything on ice. Looks like men Cannon must have suspected when the doctor called us.
Deduction correct, Lieutenant Regal. accounts for abrupt termination of telephone call, are now no closer to criminal nor to explosive threat to miserable domicile.
If we could only locate Knife's hideout. He's got to go to work for a while to let that wound heal.
Yes, discovery would end case altogether and rescue Chan Hovel from disintegration. But perhaps this bankrupt mentality not totally ineffectual at present.
What do you mean?
Observe portions of blood-stained shirts, sweater, singlet, and coat on floor alongside operating table. Have been cut away with scissors. Can see scissor marks.
Pop, I got it. The doctor cut this away from Glen Cannon's shoulder to get at the wound.
Charlie Chan, overwhelmed by son's brilliance, are correct. Lieutenant Regal, observe inner seam of sweater fragment, please. These aging eyes perceive marks on same.
Hey, there's letters stitched along the seam.
Yes, same represents Taylor's rough manner of identifying clothes.
Let's have a look at it. Yes, there's 5 letters. E, S, S, E, X. Essex. Who blazes is Essex? Never heard of Glen Cannon using that alias before.
Wait a minute, Lieutenant.
Huh?
Look, the first E is stitched backwards.
Ah, so happy number 1 son has noted fact. Same is crucial.
How, Pop?
A backwards E will enable Charlie Chan to direct faltering steps to abode of Mr. Glen Cannon.
Are you kidding?
Have misfortune to be serious. Quickly, please. Back to car. Must follow now path through forest of doubt without delay. Now that everybody in car will proceed to... One moment. These nostrils scent odd odor. Is there defect in car, son? Short circuit resulting from daughter's tampering.
Short circuit? Wait a minute. Patsy, if
It
you...
wasn't me. It was my doll.
Now, don't start excuses.
Silence, son. Now, what did number 5 daughter say?
It was my new dolly that made the funny smell.
Gosh, was your dolly trying to drive the car, Patsy? The imagination these kids have.
You do not understand, Lieutenant. These ancient nostrils perceive truth of daughter's statement. New doll responsible for odd odor in car, huh?
Yes, Papa.
Holy smoke, Chan. A chemical bomb could leave a smell like this. Do you think that...
Must not transmit panic to child, Lieutenant. And number 5 daughter tried to inform poor old father before, huh? Stupid father did not let her tell him about acquisition of new toy.
Patsy, where did you get the doll?
Someone rang the front door, and when I went, no one was there. Only a possum and my dolly was inside.
Murder McCree. It was Glen Cannon.
Will daughter give father doll now?
I can't, Papa. I gave away because she smelled nasty.
To whom did daughter give toy?
To Mr. 90.
Mr. Who?
He drove a horse and a wagon with bells on top of the wagon and all kinds of things inside.
Ah, these ears understand daughter's description. Was junkman. Number 90 printed on side of wagon?
Yes, Papa.
Very good. Same was junkman's license number. Realize predicament, Lieutenant Regal. Although are capable of finding Glen Cannon through backward E in name Essex, must abandon project to locate junkman before doll explodes and destroys innocent lives.
Right.
Son, take daughter home. Abode now safe. Inform family tactfully may return at will. Then meet Lieutenant Regal and self before portals of License Bureau.
What are you going to do at the Bureau, Pop?
Slight exercise of contents of skull would deduce. This person will learn name and address of junkman from license number. Must rush through locality at once, breathing prayer to gods, that same still standing when we arrive.
Hey, Pop! Pop! Over here! Come on, Lieutenant. Hop in.
Okay.
Mission completed.
Yes, Patsy's safe at home.
Will you close door, Lieutenant Regal?
Sure.
Son will navigate car to number 300 East 8th Street.
Oh, that isn't far.
Is abode of Mr. Louis Akron, dealer in old newspapers, old metal, and assorted objects of little or no value. Only hope Chan family has not bought safety at expense of Akron family.
We'll be in time, Chan. There's got to be.
This person now about to make astonishing statement, Lieutenant Regal.
It wouldn't astonish me, Chan. You're always asking surprises.
May find Mr. Knife Glen Cannon closer to Talking Doll than you think.
You mean his hiding place?
Yes.
Did that backwards E in word Essex give you the clue, Pop?
Yes. And now amazed and deeply reverent before gods who watch over affairs of man. Truly it is written, fate is a labyrinth from which man never escapes. Same true even of Knife Glen Cannon.
There it is, Pop. 300 East 8th. Must be that house with the junkyard behind it.
Very good. Horse and wagon present. Perhaps dull, too.
At least we didn't find a hole in the ground.
Afternoon, gents. Anything I can do for you? I'm Akron. Louis Akron. Paper, metal, string, wood, old pots, old pans, rags, silver paper.
Pardon, please. We'll gladly listen to oral catalogue at later date. Must ask important question now. Some time ago, you received large doll from small girl?
No.
He's lying.
This person understand. Gentlemen frightened by your uniform, Lieutenant. Mr. Akron, no harm will come to you because of doll. Case is exact opposite. A large reward for return of same.
Reward? Why'd you say so before? Vinny! Vinny!
Coming, Pa?
I'll give the doll to my kid, Vinny. That's my kid.
What do you want, Pa?
Where's the doll I just give you, Vinny?
Doll?
Yes, please. Large doll that cried when turned over. May have same quickly, please. Most urgent. Where is doll, please?
Well, there's a sick man down the road. I saw him. He's all by himself in the little black house. He's awful sick in there. He says queer things, rambles on and on.
Sounds like fever.
I felt sorry for him. So I put the doll on his bed so he'd have company when he waked up. The doll was talking.
Talking? You mean crying?
No, she was making a funny bubbly noise, and she smelled funny, too.
Miss Vinny, quick. Address of Black House. Was number 355?
Yes.
How in blazes did you know that, chap?
No time for answers. Come quickly, please.
Oh, if that doll was bubbling, it means it's ready to go off any second.
Do you think we'll get there in time?
This person puts overabundant form into highest possible speed, yet at the same time marvels at miracles of faith.
Oh, have a heart, Chan. Is this the time for philosophy? Sick man from the verge of blowing to pieces. You
The flame will be avenging arm of faith, Lieutenant Rigo.
Push your Pop, Junior. Maybe we can get a little more speed out of him.
There's the house, Pop. Down the road.
We have run far enough. Stop, please. Stop.
Oh, gosh, are you crazy?
No.
Come on, Pop.
We'll be happy to proceed. Must first explain risks we run and reasons for same. If son and friend willing to proceed after explanation, will then...
Pop, the bomb is... While we were standing here gabbing it... Gosh, that sick fella. Oh, this is awful.
We might have saved him. We might have... Gosh, if ever I get my hands in Glencairn, I don't know what. Sometimes the law is too easy.
But faith is not. Let us examine debris, please. Perhaps we will find no innocent man has died.
You mean the place was empty?
What are you talking about? You heard what the girl said?
Yes, but have not forgotten Taylor's mark on sweater of knife Glencannon.
Pop, if there's something over in this corner, I don't like to...
This person will perform ugly task. One moment. Yes. This person's faith in destiny completely vindicated. Exercise eyes, Lieutenant. What do you perceive in this smashed leather case removed from pocket of body?
Blue stones.
They look like doll's eyes.
Doll's eyes, my foot. Chan, they're sapphires, the Hopkins sapphire.
Yes. You perceive facts now, huh? It is written, evil to him who evil does. See how fates were at this man's door before us. See how much harder than man's justice is destiny of heaven.
What do you mean, Pop?
With malice and cruelty, this person sent forth an engine of destruction to destroy innocence. See how fate guided hands of innocent to carry destruction back into his own abode. Bomb has destroyed man who made same. Mr. Knife Glencannon.
Where do you want me to drop you, Lieutenant?
Headquarters. I've got to turn over the Hopkins stones and make my report. I think I've got everything straight, Chan, except how you knew that sick man in the black house was Glencannon.
Extremely simple. From letters stitched inside sweater.
But they spelled ethics.
Has son forgotten backwards E?
No, but that doesn't change it. The thread still spelled out ethics.
Did not. Spelled out address.
Address?
Yes. First root E was backwards. Was not E. Was number 3.
Holy smoke.
Second two S's were not letters of alphabet. Were numbers 5.
355.
Correct. Second E in Essex was letter of alphabet. Stood for East. Last X was merely crude number 8. Whole represented address. 355 East 8th Street.
So it was an address and not a name.
Correct. After murder of physician, was possible for miserable Charlie Chan to have captured Glencannon immediately. Was sidetracked by problem of lethal cloaking doll. This person believes fate performed act to allow time for Glencannon's destruction.
Gosh, I can't put that in my report, Chan. The police department doesn't have fate listed on its file index.
Listen, Pop, was it this fake routine that kept you so calm all the time? Is that why you weren't scared when we thought our house was about to blow up?
Ah, son, they just said, for father of children, mere earthquake can have no terrors. And this happy person, at present father of 12 assorted children. How much worse could bomb be? Before this person has further words with you, here is an answer with words of wisdom. Charlie Chan say, be sure to join us next week at same time. Good night. Thank you.
The Adventures of Charlie Chan are based on a famous character created by Earl de Biggers. This is a Grace Gibson radio production produced by Reg Johnston.
Crime and Peter Chambers. Created by Henry Kane, transcribed and starring Dane Clark. A private investigator, duly licensed and duly sworn, Peter Chambers.
You're a private eye. That's your business. Anything else? That's for laughs. You've got a slant of sun coming in the office window, your feet are on the desk, and you're relaxed. Business is lousy, but you've got no kicks. You're young, you're strong, you've got a few bucks in the bank. And it's a beautiful day.
You, Peter Chambers?
All of me, lady. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Not for you. Not for long, anyway.
She's a cute little trick, but nervous as a puppy with fleas. She's wearing a tan suit molded to her figure and properly protruding. The rest is in perfect taste. Black nylons, black shoes, black blouse, and black gloves. So she spoils it. She dips into her bag, and what she produces doesn't quite go with the ensemble. Because now she's wearing a pearl-handled gun in her right fist. Looks like a .38, and it's pointing directly at you. So you scrape back out of your chair and you go to her.
Stand back. Stand back, I tell you.
Honey, you're not even holding the gun right.
I know what I'm doing. Keep away from me.
You're shaking like you're practicing to be a cooch dancer. Now relax, little lady.
Keep away, please, please.
Okay, now. I've got the gun, and you're still shaking. Now sit down, lady. What's your name?
Elsa Corey.
What do you do?
Do?
For a living. A gun moll, you ain't.
I'm an actress.
Working?
Yes.
Well, come on, sister. This is like pulling teeth. Let's have it all in one lump.
I have the second lead in The Lady Dances. It's in rehearsal. It's my first real job. It's produced by Jack Burke. He hired me. Anything else?
Where do you live?
1013 East 39th Street, 2B. Oh, please don't point that gun at me.
It's your gun, remember? Okay. I drop it in my jacket pocket like so. See? No more gun. Now, what's this jiggle all about?
Jiggle?
Look, it's a beautiful day. I'm sitting around with my feet on the desk dreaming my own personal little dreams. So a dame drops in, wriggling around a Roscoe, and the Roscoe is blinking its eye at me, so I got a right to ask. What's it all about?
Well, I can't... I
Oh, that's coherent. Now, let's do it incoherent this time.
I came here to kill you.
Why?
I was sent.
By whom?
Bruce Burke.
Bruce Burke, huh? Well, it's all in the family. Jack Burke, Bruce Burke, two lonely brothers. Well, I never met your producer, but Bruce. Brucey boy, I know.
I'm sorry. I'm dreadfully sorry. Believe me, I don't think I could have. I couldn't. I know I couldn't.
All right, Elsa. Elsa Corey, simmer down. Just make yourself at home. I'll be back.
Where are you going?
To pay a call on Brucey boy. Maybe he can fill me in where you can't. And don't go away, baby. Papa will be back. Bruce Burke. crumb right out of the bread box. A bum with a couple of $1,000,000. A sharpshooter that owns a nightclub called The Flame. You put the light out on The Flame about a year ago, hooked him for watering his stock. So, it's a beautiful day, only for you, suddenly, it's beginning to shape up cloudy. You get to his Park Avenue address, stick your finger on the buzzer. Nobody's home. Well, you've been there before, a 12-room suite for Brucey and his missus. Plus, she's got an apartment on the side. And just for kicks, you try the knob, and very conveniently, the door's not locked. You're inside, but you don't go far. Bruce Burke is napping, face down. Only when you go to turn him over, Brucey boy's napping days are finished. The guy's stiff as a bugle, 2 bullet holes in his face, and his rigid leer is like a spiteful grin. And suddenly you feel it. Call it extrasensory perception. You know you've been yanked into a deal that you ought to get out of. Fast. You do a beeline for the door, you pull it open, and you're face to face with Detective Lieutenant Louis Parker, New York City Police, homicide.
Hi, Pete. Fancy, as they say, meeting you here.
Hi, Lieutenant. Same fancy goes for me. What brings you?
Jingle on the phone, what they call anonymous.
Oh, I see. Well, come in.
Thanks for the welcome, Shamus. Hey, what do we got here?
Corpse. Body used to belong to Bruce Burke. Plus.
Plus what, kid?
Plus, I've got a hunch, a little frame job with me in the middle. Yeah, take a look at this. A little encumbrance I'm carrying in my pocket.
I handle it, you notice, by the muzzle. Pearl handle .38 revolver. Okay, what's scoop?
Break it, Lieutenant. I've a vague notion you're going to find 2 shells discharged. I also have a notion that ballistics will show that the 2 bullets in this monkey came out of the gun you're holding.
2 hunks of lead missing.
Figures. And my fingerprints on the handle. And my fingerprints on the doorknob. And me and Bruce Burke supposed to have a feud going.
I hope you got a good story for me, kid. We've been friends a long time.
And a little dame wearing gloves. I'll bet mine are the only fingerprints on that Roscoe.
Better be a good story, kiddo.
Salulu, Lieutenant. Lend an ear. You tell him the tale and he listens. Louie's an old friend. You've worked together for years. He promises a thorough check on the situation, and you promise to be down to see him to check the check. You leave him the pearl-handle pistol, and you leg it to the next spot that might furnish a little information. The Lady Dances is rehearsing at the Ascot on 48th off Broadway. Backstage, there's one solitary guy working a song on a piano.
Well, what do you want, Bub?
Looking for Jack Burke.
I'm Jack Burke.
Stands up from the piano, very fashionable type. White hair, slender figure, $200 suit.
Well, what is it, young man? What do you want here?
Oh, I thought there was a rehearsal going on.
It's off for a while.
Oh, may I ask?
No, you may not ask. What do you want here?
Oh, name's Peter Chambers. I'm a private detective. I'd like to inquire about a young lady, Miss Elsa Corey.
I'm not messing into the affairs of every private shummus that comes barging backstage for some cockeyed reason of his own.
Look, Mr. Burke, if
I haven't got the time.
Now, just one little minute, Mr. Burke.
Oh, like that, is it? You want to play tough boy, huh? Willie!
A muscle-bound monster comes ambling out of the wings. The guy's 6'4" and practically as wide as he's long. Willie's got a face that's half moron, half pig. And the part of the pig is dangling in a couple of ham-like hands. But you're not worried about Willie. You've got a large ego and a lot of confidence. And you think you can take Willie if you had the time, but right now you don't have the time. So you turn from Willie to get back to Jack Burke. But you've underestimated Willie. Willie's not as amiable as he looks. You get a hit in the head like a stroke of paralysis, and the lights blaze and start whirling. And then there are no more lights. There's blackness, whirling, spinning, blackness. You open your eyes and you're sitting on the sidewalk, sprawled like a drunk that forgot how to stop. You're backed against the stage door, but it's locked. You've got a bill to collect with a joker named Willie and a larger bill with his boss, Jack Burke, but you can't. Now. Thoughts joggle in your mind, and then you know where you're going. Loretta Burke is the wife of Bruce Burke, and she's got a lush little cave of her own on Central Park South. You head for it thinking about her. Loretta Burke, who managed a nightclub called The Flame. You head for her diggings, and then you're there.
Hello, Mr. Chambers. To what do I owe the pleasure?
A lush blonde, 30 years younger than Bruce. A page boy blonde with shining hair and shining green eyes. And a figure that brings it to a full stop. Loretta Burke in silver lounging pajamas.
Always nice to see you, Mr. Chambers. May I offer a drink?
You may. I can use it.
Here you are, Mr. Chambers.
Thank you.
Well, you're not yourself today, are you? Gulping your drink.
Well, for a very recent widow, Mrs. Burke, you're certainly bearing up staunchly.
I didn't know that you knew.
Well, let's do a reverse on that, sweetie. I didn't know for sure that you knew.
Look, tough boy, I don't believe in mourning. I don't wear my heart on my sleeve.
No, what do you wear it?
Inside, where it belongs. I'm a gal with a lousy reputation, but in my own peculiar way, I loved him.
Maybe you did in your own peculiar way.
Well, let's put it this way. Whoever killed him, sooner or later, is going to face up to me. Now, you got any comment, Mr. Chambers?
I don't know. This started off as such a beautiful day, and me sitting around thinking about how business is lousy.
Maybe you ought to get out of here and see if you can't stimulate a little.
Gentle hint, Mrs. Burke?
I've got a lot of things to do.
I get it. Well, one question before I leave. You know a little dame by name of Elsa Corey?
Never heard of her.
Bye now. See you around.
You bet you will.
Outside, you call the office about Elsa Corey, but of course our little birdie has jumped the chicken coop. You do a small debate with yourself. Corey or Parker? Which one first? But you promised the lieutenant, so you mosey to police headquarters downtown. You're jogging up the steps when you see him coming out. In a hurry.
Well, the private eye, or is it the public enemy? You coming to give yourself up?
Lieutenant is jocular, but he looks worried, and when a friend looks worried, you begin to worry.
That was the murder gun, Pete, no question. I'm working it slow, working the angles first, because you're involved. But that little Elsa Corey better be around to back up your story.
Well, what else is new, Lieutenant?
Jack Burke's been scouting for dough for his show. He needs money. Bruce's wife, that doll, always needed dough. Well, they're both falling into it.
How?
Bruce Burke's will. Jack gets half the estate, Loretta Burke gets the other half, plus the nightclub goes to her.
Real cozy, huh?
Look, pal, you're not one for throwing stones. Not in this case. So far, all I've really got is you.
Yeah. You've been a doll, Lieutenant, a living, breathing doll.
Well, don't depend on it, Pete, not for too long. I know you, but there's a DA's beginning to champ at the bit, so let me go to work now, huh?
Where are you heading for?
Date with Jack Burke.
Jack Burke, where?
Casa Moretti, upstairs, private room, number 4.
Look, Louie, one more favor. Give me a 10-minute head start, huh?
Head start with whom?
Jack Burke. I've got a bill to collect, and it's overdue. 10 minutes, Lieutenant? Oh, please, Louie.
Okay, but I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh, I hope so, too. The Casa Moretti is in Greenwich Village, and it serves the longest, skinniest, most flavorsome spaghetti west of a little town called Rome, which they tell me is in Italy. Casa Moretti has a downstairs dining room and an upstairs private room where you can run yourself a tete-a-tete or a banquet, depending on your mood. Your mood right now is for a little private chatter, and you rub your knuckles against a door marked 4.
What? You again? Now, look here.
First, you clip him because you owe it to him.
No!
Then you close the door. Then you drag him into the room. And you give him a quick frisk, but there isn't a thing on him that's incriminating. So now you pick him up and deposit him in a chair. And you slap him back to consciousness.
What What?
Live it up, Mr. Burke. Come on, listen to the birdie sing.
I'm listening. And you're no birdie. What do you want?
A bit of polite conversation, nothing more.
Well, what do you want?
Johnny One Note, that's me. Little lady by name Elsa Corey. Know her?
Yes, she's the second lead in the show we're rehearsing.
Know her any better than that?
She's an actress in my show, period.
Have it your way. According to her, she says your brother sent her to see me. Did you introduce her to your brother?
No.
You happen to know if your brother was acquainted with her?
My brother is dead.
I know that.
And from what I hear, you, a private eye by the name of Chambers, you hated his guts.
I'm supposed to know all about that, too.
All right. Is there anything else?
No. I told you all I wanted was a bit of polite conversation.
Well, then get out of here.
Say it nice.
Will you please leave, Mr. Chambers?
Oh, a pleasure, Mr. Burke. A pleasure indeed. There's one stop left. You've done the merry-go-round. You've gone the full circle. Elsa Corey said 1013 East 39th Street. Turns out to be a tinderbox. Ramshackle is an ancient barn on a prairie. Young actresses don't have it too easy, and rent is a problem. You climb up to 2B, and you knock on a door that's thinner than Melba toast and has about as much resistance. Nobody answers. You turn to leave, and all of a sudden, a hunch comes up and clobbers you. You shove a shoulder at the rattletrap door, and you lean hard. You're inside now. Little room with the barest of trimmings. And your hunch is paid off because you're not alone. Elsa Corey sits in a chair and looks at you, but her eyes aren't blinking. Elsa Corey. Her face mottled and blue bruises on her throat. Elsa Corey strangled to death. So, it's still a beautiful day. Only it's not day anymore. It's nighttime. You've gone home and you've put in a little afternoon sleeping, but it hasn't helped. You're way down deep in a jam and you feel it beginning to close in.
How goes it, Pete, boy?
Pretty bad.
Yeah, bad.
Detective Lieutenant Louis Parker, a nice guy and a good friend, but the expression on his face is that of a pallbearer with rheumatism doing his job on a rainy day.
Ain't good, pal. Stinks, in fact.
Yep.
Elsa Corey, she's dead.
Yeah.
We got another one of them phone calls. Anonymous.
I can clear that for you.
Like how?
I made that phone call.
You did?
Yep. I busted into her place and I found her. Like what you found when you got there.
You know what it means, kid.
I got an idea.
You had one little out, an alibi witness named Elsa Corey. Now she ain't with us no more. Where's that leave you?
Crouched behind the 8-ball, only he keeps getting smaller.
Pete, you know how I feel about you, but... Want to come downtown with me now, fella? Tussle it out with the DA's people?
Well, must we...
What's left, kid?
Well, I've got a little night duty to attend to. I've been sort of resting up for it.
Night duty?
Yeah, now look. Let's make a date, Louis. I either collect a killer for you or I present myself.
Present yourself when?
Let's say tomorrow morning, bright and early tomorrow morning. You either get a closed case by then or you've got me.
You know, I only work for a living, Pete. I can get kicked off the force
I
fast
never
and...
crossed you up, Louis, ever. It's been a long time now, you and me. It's one for the storybooks, a private eye and a public cop who can work together and who respect each other. We got a deal.
Deal it is, yeah.
Bye, Lieutenant.
Bye, Detective.
The Flame is a nightclub on the outskirts of town, and that's your next stop. And the last stop, you figure, one way or another. You get the car out of the garage, you drive up and park in their parking lot. The club is a distance off, and you crunch through gravel on your way. You see a uniformed cop a distance off, but you don't see what's right close near you.
Easy does it, mister.
Well, if it ain't little Willie,
That's me, pal.
Willie's loaded with artillery and is jammed to your ribs.
Back up to that shed, mister. Double time we do it.
But you're not having any. You're not turning your back on Willie. You did that once, and once is enough. So the left comes down on the gun, and the right goes to the chin. And down goes Willie with me on top of him. The gun gets kicked out of the way, and Willie absorbs a few additional raps, and then my hands are around his throat.
You're choking me.
That's the general idea, Willie.
Let up, mister. Let up. Let up.
New position, Willie. Now I'm sitting across you like you're a hassock, and my fingers are still around that bull neck of yours. And you're a little weaker, Willie. You're quite a little weaker. Talk, Willie.
What do you want to know?
Why did you conk me backstage at the Ascot?
I got the signal from Jack.
You work for him?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're in rhythm now. Why did you croak Bruce Burke?
I didn't.
Oh, you need a little more pressure on your throat. Is that it?
No, I had nothing to do with Bruce.
Okay. Elsa Corey. Talk it up good now, Willie. Well, okay.
I went there. 39th Street. Jack sent me. I did a job on her like Jack told me to do.
Willie passes out of the picture. You get up off him, collect his gun, and go looking for the cop, and latch your law onto Willie with instructions to deposit him in the lap of Detective Lieutenant Louis Parker. Then you brush at your clothes, and you make for the nightclub. The joint is jumping, and it's temptation, but you haven't got the time. You steer through the joyous people to the door marked Office of the Manager, and you open it without knocking.
Well, Peter Chambers, we were just talking about you. Close the door.
The other half of that we is Jack Burke. He's in a tuxedo. And Loretta is in a red off-the-shoulder job that almost gets your mind off your work. But the old mind comes right back to attention because dear Loretta shoves a lily white hand into the desk drawer and comes up caressing an ugly 45.
Sit down, Mr. Chambers.
Oh, thanks. I'll stand.
Jack and I have been chatting about you.
In what connection?
In connection with the death of my husband.
Lady, you're pointing that gun in the wrong direction.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Jack Burke, who dreamed himself up a foolproof little murder, only I'm going to take it apart for him right now.
This had better be good.
Listen, this guy is in a jam with his show. He's looking for money all over town. Do you know whether he asked Bruce for a loan?
Yes, I know he did. And Bruce turned him down. Bruce had no confidence in the lady dancers.
So Bright Boy figured one out. If he bumps Bruce, he gets half of his estate. Even if he can't get the loot right away, he can borrow on the strength of it. So he kills him.
He's a liar.
He knows a little dame, second lead, Elsa Corey. This kid doesn't know which end is up. So he gives her the cleaned-up gun, and she's wearing gloves, so it's still clean.
And what is she supposed to do with
She's
it?
supposed to come to me because Jack thinks there's bad blood between me and Bruce. She's to threaten me, not shoot me. No, nothing like that. And she's to tell me that Bruce sent her.
Bruce? Why Bruce?
Because this guy figured it exactly as it happened.
Oh?
I took the gun away from her. I went to Bruce to find out what it was all about. The door was conveniently left open for me, and I found Bruce like this bum had left him. And then a cop show, spurred by an anonymous phone tip. Cute, huh?
Cute enough. Where's the girl? That Elsie Corey.
Yes, where is she? Where is she?
Look at him wiggle. The big producer. Where is she? She's dead.
What?
He wasn't going to let her hang around to testify against him, was he? Did you ever hear of Willie?
Of course.
Willie choked her to death.
Proof, not words.
The law's caught up with Willie. He's yodeling out there like a broken-down jukebox.
Well, that's proof against Willie, not proof against me.
Look at him, squirming like a rat with his tail in a trap. Look at him. How much more proof do you want? The lady looks. Guilt is scribbled on him like the devil is written on his forehead. She lifts the gun, and for a minute you think it's for you. But it isn't. There isn't much left to look at when you get to him. And all of it is very dead.
All right. It's over, and it's done with.
Mind if I sit down for just a couple of minutes?
Sit.
It was a beautiful day before it shaped up cloudy.
What are you talking about?
Then a dame comes in and threatens me with a gun, and I get myself jammed up with the law as a murder suspect, and I get pushed around by an ape named Willie, and then I almost catch up at the wrong end of your 45, but it's finally developed into business.
Business? From whom?
You.
Me?
Next stop for you is a pokey. Maybe with a good lawyer. Who knows? It turns out justifiable homicide.
That's business for a lawyer, not for you.
True enough, but a lawyer's got to have facts. Now, who's better at getting up facts for you than yours truly?
I'm beginning to see what you mean. How much?
Well, for a lady who's coming into $1 million plus a swanky nightclub, how's $5,000?
You talked yourself into a client, Mr. Chambers. You're hired.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a bunch.
And there you've had Crime and Peter Chambers. Dane Clark was starred as Peter Chambers. Crime and Peter Chambers, transcribed, was created, produced, and written by Henry Kane. Others in the cast were Bill Zuckert, heard as Lieutenant Parker, Fran Carlin as Loretta, and Everett Sloan as Jack. It was directed by Fred Way, and this is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, for Dane Clark in Crime and Peter Chambers.
Visit with Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Danger with Granger.
Is that you, darling? You're home early.
Yes, I know, Grace. Is dinner ready? I must eat quickly and get back to the laboratory.
Robert Playfield, you've been at that laboratory every night for the past 2 weeks.
Well, it can't be helped. I'm working on a very important project.
But what is this important project?
I can't tell you. It's an extremely secret matter.
May I go over to the laboratory with you?
No, that's impossible. I'll be back around midnight.
Robert.
Now, what is it now? I've told you all I'm going to.
This note. I found it crumpled up in the wastepaper basket in your room.
Grace, have you been snooping through my things?
Yes, I have. And I think I'm entitled to an explanation. Just why would anyone write you a letter threatening to kill you?
This is Steve Granger, private detective, with a story about a well-known scientist, the FBI, and a worried wife. A combination which had me going dizzy. In just a moment, I'll take you back to one of my most interesting cases. Mrs. Granger. It was late afternoon when a woman walked into my office and identified herself as Mrs. Robert Playfield. She was a very beautiful woman, in her middle 30s, and she was also very worried.
Mr. Granger, I'm here because of my husband, Robert Playfield. You may have heard of him. He's the electronics expert.
Yes. Seems to me I've read about him in the papers. A lot of development work for the government.
That's right. Mr. Granger, I have reason to believe that someone intends to kill my husband. A friend of mine recommended you as a capable man. I thought you could handle this matter.
If I did, the first thing I'd do would be to check the FBI.
Mr. Granger, I don't care how you handle this. I simply want my husband protected at any cost. Do I make myself plain?
You certainly do. And I'll be glad to help.
But, Mr. Granger, there's one thing to remember. My husband is to know nothing about this. You understand? Nothing.
As soon as Mrs. Playfield left, I picked up the phone and called a contact of mine at the FBI. This is Steve Granger. Say, is Pete around? Thanks. Now, hiya, Pete. What do you got in Robert Playfield, the electronics expert? I see. You keeping an eye on him? Of course I've got a reason for asking. His wife was just in here. She hired me to see he didn't get hurt. Uh-huh. Sure. Yeah, I'll be around. I hung up, got on my coat, and beat it over to take a look at Dr. Playfield's laboratory. His research spot was on the Lower West Side, located on an inconspicuous side street. It was as gloomy as the morgue, even at this hour of the day. The street was deserted, except for a derelict who moved up to me.
Hey, mister.
What do you want?
Can you spare 2 bits for something to eat?
2 bits? What are you doing in this neighborhood? Looks like pretty poor pickings for a handout.
I just happened to be here, that's all.
Here. 2 bits.
Thanks, mister. You're a real pal.
I watched him shuffle off. He might have been a derelict, but I had a glimpse of sharp brown eyes peering at me from a decrepit old hat. I decided to check further on him. Hey, you! Wait.
What you want?
Come back here.
What's the matter?
Okay, pal, get this. I'm a licensed private eye. Turn out your pockets. Want to find out who you are?
I ain't done nothing, mister.
Turn out those pockets or I'll do it for you.
Oh, sure, mister.
Just a second. Haven't got a gun, at least.
Me, I wouldn't know what to do with a gun.
Come on, get going with the pockets.
Oh, here, mister. Half a loaf of bread. I got some sausage, too.
Got a wallet?
Wallet? What would I do with a wallet? All I got is this, though, 60 cents.
What's your name?
Bill Walker.
Where do you live?
The Senator Hotel in the Bowery.
Okay, let's go.
Where?
Never mind the questions. Let's go. I held on tight to the guy and called the FBI. Told him I'd found a character behaving suspiciously, hanging around Playfield's laboratory. Then I waited till they showed up and took the derelict off for questioning. I went back to patrolling the street where Dr. Playfield had his laboratory, to the point where my toes began to resemble frosted eclairs. Then I had an idea for a man to relieve me, a taxicab driver pal of mine named Frankie Smith. I used him occasionally on stakeouts of this kind. I got the hacky down to the corner of 11th Avenue and 12th Street, told him what I wanted. After which I went uptown to my office and draped my lower extremities over a radiator. 3 hours went by. Then the door opened. Hey, what are you doing up here, Frankie? I told you to keep an eye on Dr. Playfield.
Granger, you're looking at what I term an abject failure.
What happened?
Well, like you tell me to, I watch Playfield's laboratory. I park my hack on the corner, and when things get chilly, I climb inside, toast my toes.
Never mind the build-up. What happened?
Well, I'm sitting in the car, like I said. All of a sudden, this man Playfield walks out his front door. He beats it down the street towards me. Well, I'm lost. If I follow him, I have to leave my cab.
So you followed him in the cab?
No, because when he gets to my corner, he motions me over. Now, this looks good to me, so I accept his call. He tells me 55th Street and 6th Avenue.
Frankie, cut the verbosity. How did you lose Dr. Playfield?
Simple. He climbs out of 55th and 6th Avenue. I run the cab into a hack stand and take out after him. I stayed glued to him, the kind of friend.
Yeah, go on.
Only I become unstuck. He walks into a drugstore through the only door. I wait outside. He comes charging out like a cat with a turpentine tail and brushes me off my feet. So by the time I recover, he is but gone.
Well, that's just great. As a watchdog, you're about as useful as a 4-week-old kitten. I didn't like the sound of it. If Frankie Smith hadn't been able to keep on Dr. Playfield's tail, there was something peculiar going on, because Frankie was a good tail man. I decided to check, dialed the doctor's number. He answered the phone himself. I muttered wrong number and hung up.
So he's home, huh? Well, you sure got yourself into a panic for nothing.
Zip your lip, my fancy friend. Here, this is Playfield's address, out on Long Island. Get out there and keep an eye on the place all evening. I'll relieve you at 10 o'clock.
Care to set your watch with mine?
Get out there, I said.
Okay, Simon Legree, I'm going.
Frankie left the office. I grabbed myself a quick bite of food at a corner beanery and went back towards 11th Avenue and 12th Street. In the half-gloom of early dusk, the laboratory looked even worse than during the daytime. I stopped at one of the windows, but the black paint on it eliminated any chance of looking inside. Then suddenly there was a voice from behind me.
What's your name? Who are you? What are you doing down here?
Why?
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, pardon me. Here's my card. Yeah.
Steve Granger, license number 2486. Okay, Granger, you know how it is.
Forget it. What happened with that Bill Walker I had you fellas take downtown?
I don't know. Pete was still interviewing him when I left.
Anything stirring around here?
Nothing except the wind. I wish that had died down.
This was 10 o'clock on the nose. Time to relieve Frankie on watch. I'd got a cab ride out to the Playfield place. A large house set back from the street looming like a white ghost in the night. Frankie's cab was down the street. It had been snowing, and there was a kind of hushed quiet about the place. I circumnavigated the entire house looking for him. Through one window, I could see Mrs. Playfield, plus a beautiful young girl, plus a man who must have been Dr. Playfield himself. But no sign of Frankie Smith.
Okay, mister, that's far enough. Put up your hands.
Who are you? What's the idea of the gun?
I'll ask the questions. What are you looking for?
Maybe I forgot my lawnmower last summer.
All right, funny man. March into the house. We'll call the police, and you can have a detective as a street man.
Just a minute. Let me show you.
Don't reach for anything.
I'm only getting my identification here.
Steve Granger, licensed private investigator. What's all this about? Why are you here?
You know the Playfields?
Yeah. Well, Michael Grant, Dr. Playfield's assistant.
I had a man watching this place. He seems to have disappeared.
He came in that cab up the street.
Have you seen him?
I saw him standing by the cab some time ago.
How'd you happen to come outside?
Oh, we were playing cards. Dr. Playfield went into the kitchen to make a drink. Well, he forgot the card game and talked. I wanted a breath of fresh air. Thought I heard somebody.
Wonder where Frankie could have gone to.
It's light enough to look for tracks. They'll be clear in the snow. Want to make a try?
Come on.
Here are some that don't belong to us.
Yeah. Yeah, they lead over that way.
Hey, look, the tracks go around the back of the house.
Yeah.
See, did you hear that?
Yeah, I hear. And if it's what I think it is, then somebody's going to have to pay for it. And plenty. That groan sounding on the winter night gave me one chill feeling. If anything had happened to Frankie Smith, there was going to be a mighty big blow-up. And I was feeling like just the boy to press the switch. In just a minute, I'll bring you the climax of the case. When we heard the groan coming from the back of the Playfield house, Michael Grant and I crunched fast through the snow. All the time, I couldn't help a feeling of apprehension. And then we saw it, the figure behind the woodbox. As we raced up, I recognized Frankie Smith, trying hard to raise himself onto his feet. Frankie, are you all right?
Oh, my head.
Who hit you?
You think I got eyes in the back of my head?
Oh, they came up from behind you, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Well, come on. I better get you to a doctor. Grant and I loaded Frankie into his cab, and I drove him to a doctor. While the medico was making his checkup, I called Cal Hendricks.
Hiya, Steve. How's the mayhem and murder business?
Save the comedy for your newspaper pals, will you? Listen, Cal, call the FBI for me, will you?
Sure, Stevie. What's up?
Just ask for Pete and ask him to run a quick check on a man named Michael Grant. He's a sort of assistant to Dr. Robert Playfield.
Playfield, the electronics man?
Yeah. Look, do you have to ask so many questions?
Well, how do you think I make a living?
I know how you make a living, my friend, out of my sweat and tears. I get myself beaten up regularly, and you get the story.
Well, one of us has got to come out with something.
Get onto the FBI, Cal. And tell them to call you back. I'll drop by and find out what they tell you.
Okay, Stevie. Oh, one thing.
Yeah.
Don't be too careful in dark alleys, will you? Give the hoods an even break. Otherwise, I don't eat this week.
I hung up and went back to the doc, who was patching up Frankie Smith. The cabbie was okay, so we got back into his taxi, and he dropped me off at my place. The following morning, I was in my office bright and early. I checked with Cal Hendricks, found the FBI had given Michael Grant a clean bill of health. Then I got my first surprise of the day. Dr. Robert Playfield walked in and started talking without preamble.
You are Steve Granger, are you not?
I am, Dr. Playfield.
Mr. Granger, my wife has told me about employing you. At first, I was inclined to be angry at her interference, but when I remembered what happened last night, I agreed with her.
Oh, what happened last night?
It was at our place in Long Island. First, I noticed a taxi parked up the street. The driver was watching the house.
Oh?
Later, Michael Grant went outside. He was gone for some time. When he returned, he was quite evasive.
Michael Grant?
He's been my laboratory assistant lately. However, just recently, I've begun to distrust him.
Why?
Well, I can't tell you precisely. It's just a feeling. He's too curious about my work. He snoops around. He gets into things that are confidential. Frankly, my work is highly secret. If this invention were to fall into the wrong hands, it would be disastrous.
Do you want me to accompany you to the laboratory?
Oh, that won't be necessary. However, my wife is giving a costume party tonight. One she's planned for months. In spite of being extremely busy, I have agreed to be there. I want you there, too.
What time?
The party gets underway at 8.
I'll be there at 7.
Hiya, Granger. What'd you phone me for?
Go to a party, Frankie, my boy.
Party? It's right down my alley.
It's at Dr. Playfield's house.
Uh-oh. I better wear an iron skull cap.
You're going as a clown. Here's your costume.
A clown? Hey, now.
Don't get huffy. I'm going as one, too. And hurry up. We haven't got much time.
Hey, I don't get this business about both of us wearing the same costume. Hey, do I have to wear the mask that goes with it?
You certainly do. There might be a time during the evening when I'd like to have somebody think you were me.
Uh-oh. I just know I'm going to get it in the head again.
Mr. Granger, I'm so glad you could come.
Evening, Mrs. Playfield. May I present Frankie Smith?
How do you do?
Hiya.
He's acting as my assistant.
Oh, come in, please. Darling, Mr. Granger's here.
Oh, glad to have you, Granger. Granger, my suspicions regarding Grant are becoming stronger every minute. Please be very alert this evening.
Dr. Robert Playfield was attired in a fake suit of armor that added a grotesque note to the conversation. The guests began arriving, 18 in all. Grant was there in costume. Also a girl I'd seen at this house the night before. Her name was Linda Miller. Her job, Playfield's private secretary. A while later, Dr. Playfield motioned to me, and I followed him. What's wrong, Dr. Playfield?
Close the door, please. This morning, I told you that I've been working on a very hush-hush device for the government. It happens to be an improvement on the present guided missile.
Huh?
I have developed a new electronic follower, the performance of which has amazed everybody.
Go on.
What I didn't tell you this morning is that I have been approached several times by other interests.
How were these approaches made?
Oh, telephone calls, letters, and so forth. Recently, these people, whoever they are, have become more than insistent. This is the latest threat. I just found it on my desk.
You have 1 hour in which to make up your mind. You found this on the desk? You don't know how it got there?
No.
I'm afraid, Dr. Playfield, that this is out of my hands. I'm telephoning the FBI. I told Playfield to rejoin his guests and say nothing. Then I suited my action to my words. It took me almost a half hour to find Pete, the federal man, and make my report. I'd barely hung up when I heard it. I was out of that study and into the living room quicker than a dog after a bone. All right. Who screamed here?
Mr. Granger, in the alcove.
A guy in armor. Dr. Playfield. Stabbed.
Is he?
Doesn't seem to be any pulse. Let me lift his visor.
But that's Michael Grant.
Dr. Playfield,
Yeah. But how did he get into your husband's costume?
I don't know. Robert was wearing it when he was here a little while ago.
I heard a lot of commotion in here. Granger, what's going on?
Frankie, where are you been? What's the matter with you?
I feel awful sleepy, Granger. Awful sleepy.
You've been drinking. With whom?
No, nice girl. Linda Miller, awful nice girl.
She gave you this drink?
Yeah, you lie down.
Is he drunk?
Hardly. Somebody gave him a Mickey.
You mean poison?
Knockout drops. Now, look. Herd these guests into the other room. Nobody is to leave the house. I'll put Frankie on this couch. And Mrs. Playfield?
Yes?
Tell your husband I want to see him right away. Mrs. Playfield did as I asked. I hoisted the unconscious Frankie Smith onto a couch. This room, like most of the others, had a telephone. I called the local police first, the FBI second. I just hung up when I saw a figure outside the house holding up a tree. I slipped out the back door. All right, put up your hands.
Now, listen here, fella.
Stand still. Well, if it isn't Bill Walker, recently of the Bowery.
You've got me wrong.
Oh, no, I haven't. You're wearing a better suit of clothes and a nicer overcoat. But those eyes, I couldn't miss.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not. And just to play it safe, walk into that garage. I gotta tie you up for safekeeping until the law shows up.
You're not doing anything of the kind.
Well, I think not. I dragged Bill Walker into the garage, found a length of clothesline, and tied him up. Then I went back to the house, looking for two missing people. Linda Miller, the doctor's secretary, and Robert Playfield himself.
Granger.
Well, Dr. Playfield, where have you been?
I went downstairs for a few more bottles. Grace just told me about poor Michael. This is terrible. Whoever killed him must have thought he was me.
How'd you happen to change costumes?
Well, we were going to play a little joke on Grace, my wife. How about a drink? I could use one.
So could I. But first, where's your secretary, Linda Miller?
In the room with the other people.
Know where she was when the knifing took place?
In the cellar with me.
I see.
Let's go into my study right here. Do you have any suspicions about who did the killing?
Not at the moment.
Here. Take this drink. I'll be right back. I want to see how Grace is feeling.
I took a swig of the drink Playfield handed me as he left the room, but didn't swallow it. I got rid of it in a flower pot, wincing a bit as I tasted the drug in it. Then I decided to play along, see what went on.
That's Mr. Granger. Is he one of them, too?
Yes, he is, Linda. I found out that he and that Frankie Smith are after my invention. They're both spies.
What are you going to do with them?
Turn them over to the police when they arrive. Now, run along.
Very well.
And don't say a word to anyone.
All right, I won't.
I lay in a semi-recumbent position, pretending to be unconscious. Dr. Playfield waited a long second and pulled a revolver out of his pocket and moved towards me. He held the gun in a towel to deaden the sound.
Dr. Playfield, I wanted to tell you that... What are you doing with that gun?
He might come to and get violent. Now, please stay out of here.
You were going to shoot him, weren't you? I'm going out and tell...
Oh, no. You're keeping that pretty mouth shut.
Circle, you're choking me.
Hold it, Playfield. Granger, I thought you were...
Sorry to disappoint you.
Why, you...
Hold it, Playfield.
What?
I'm Carlson, Federal Bureau of Investigation. You're under arrest for the murder of a federal agent.
No.
Well, friends, that's the story. I'll be back to wrap up the case in just a minute. The man in the doorway was the same one who'd been guarding Robert Playfield's laboratory in downtown New York. His bullet took the doctor through the shoulder. After medical treatment, Playfield was taken to the city for booking. The FBI man, Carlson, filled in matters for me.
We couldn't afford to have you know the truth, Granger. We've been suspicious of Playfield for a long time. We planned a grant on the lab to keep an eye on him. Grant had found out that Playfield was dealing with a subversive group. That's why Playfield killed him.
And what about those threatening letters?
Playfield planted those himself. He was due for a big payoff tomorrow, then he was going to disappear.
And his secretary, Linda Miller?
Playfield fooled her. She's innocent. Even though she did feed Frankie Smith knockout drops.
I guess I wasn't much of help.
But you were, Granger. When Mrs. Playfield employed you as a guard, it brought matters to a head.
Well, at least that's a minor comfort. I imagine it was Playfield who slugged Frankie the night before.
It must have been.
Well, that ends that.
Well, there's only one more thing.
What?
One of our undercover men was assigned to watch this house. He's disappeared.
Say, would he be the guy I spotted in front of Playfield's lab? A guy whose name should be Bill Walker?
Yeah, why?
I discovered him on the prowl outside. I thought he was one of the spy ring. When he got tough, I slugged him, dragged him into the garage, and tied him up.
Walker? Oh, brother, is that funny?
Look, I'll see you later.
What's your hurry?
I just don't want to be around when you untie him. Steve Granger again. You've just heard one of the most interesting cases in my files. And I'll have another one for you. So be around next time.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle
Juliet
now.
4 to MP.
4 men.
Of watch.
Juno 1 to MP. Disturbance in High Street. Gang of youths
MP
fighting
to
with
Golf
knives.
1-1.
Request assistance over.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective, Stories of Crime and Detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, The Trap.
CID room, Sergeant Harrison. Who is that? Oh, hold a minute, he's just come in. Dave?
Yeah?
For you.
Who is it?
Ryson, the lawyer.
Not again. Sergeant Brooke here. Yes, Mr. Ryson. The court appearance is Friday. No, it can't be hurried. Your client will have to wait. Well, you can try, sir.
Trouble?
Oh, it's one of those weeks up to my neck.
I know the feeling.
If anyone wants me, I'll be getting a cup of tea.
You want it now, the old man.
Oh, right. Come in, Mr. Roach.
Come in, Dave. Busy?
You have to ask.
I've had a note from the commander. The replacement's through.
About time, sir.
It's a DC from Southwark. Should be here today.
Do I know him?
Shouldn't think so. He's 23. His name's Tully.
I hope he's useful.
Yeah, and I had a call from the governor of Brixton. Brady wants to see you.
Oh, did he say why?
He's still on remand, isn't he?
Sir, look, I've got 4 on remand. They all want to see me. And I've had no real help for 2 months.
How long has Brady been in Brixton?
6 weeks. And it could hang out for 6 months. There were 3 on that job. The cash is still missing. And all we got to show for it is Brady, and he's being no help. He's an insolent sod.
Well, I think you should see him.
Is that an order, sir?
It's a hunch, but I'll make it an order. See him this morning.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Dave?
Yeah?
Let the governor know you're there.
All right.
All right, Brady. Through you go. Wait for it.
Eh?
Wait for it. Carry on. Here we are. Here's your man, Sergeant. Thomas Brady. Do you want me to be present?
No, thanks. If you'll wait outside.
Sure. In you go, then.
Well, Brady?
What kept you?
I was only told this morning.
That bloody governor. It takes weeks to get action in here.
What's it about?
Can I sit down?
Yeah, sure.
You got a fag?
They're bad for your health.
So is this jail. I'll have the fag.
Yeah.
Cheers.
You asked to see me. What's it about?
It's about you. What else? You've had me banged up for 6 weeks all on my own. How much longer?
That's something you ask your brief.
He says you're getting nowhere.
Does that bother you?
How long can you keep me in here?
That's another thing you ask your brief. You're paying him enough.
I'm asking you. You're calling the shots.
All right, if you want it. You're not walking out of here free. Even if I can't find your witness, I've still got a charge against you, and don't forget that. You were found in possession.
It wasn't my gun.
It was in your car.
It wasn't my bloody gun!
You got the screw worried?
Trouble, Sergeant.
No, it's all right. I'll call you if there is.
Right.
Do yourself a favour, Brady. Keep your voice down. Are you saying the gun was planted?
No, I'm not saying that. It got left in the car, but it wasn't mine. You know I've never used a shooter.
You've never been caught with one until now.
You mean you'll do me on it?
Unless you give me a name.
You're a bastard. How long will I get?
Well, armed hold-up, standing alone in the dock because you refused to name your fellow villains, no recovery of the money, and in possession of the gun that was used. With your record, I'd say 7, if you're lucky. 10, if the judge wants to make an example of you.
That's what my brief says. 10.
Well, if that's the lot, I'll be off. And the next time you want to talk about your chances, send for your lawyer. Don't bother me.
Sergeant.
Yeah?
That isn't why I sent for you. My brief's a dead loss. Come back, will you?
Okay. So, I'm back.
Brooke, you know that wasn't my shooter. No, don't look like that. You know it wasn't.
So?
You could do yourself a favour. You're keeping me banged up until the trial, right?
Right.
And I'm here on my own because I'm playing it fair. I've said nothing, and you know that.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think I get for keeping my mouth shut?
Tell me.
Do you know how much we got on that job?
120,000 quid.
I've got a wife and 2 kids. In the 6 weeks you've held me here, not one of the sods has been near my wife. No one's bunged her a penny.
Maybe they can't touch the cash. It's hot.
Wake up, will you, Brooke? 2 lots of it have been fenced already.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. I'm not out of touch. I know how much it was sold for. And not a damn penny went to my missus.
Not nice, is it?
I play fair by the jokers, and now I'm out the way, they don't want to know.
How much has been sold?
Enough.
What was the price?
With traceable notes, not a lot. 65 pence in a pound. They've unloaded 50,000 quid's worth at that price. They got 35,000.
Who bought it?
Now you're asking too much. Anyway, even if you knew, you couldn't prove a thing. Not now.
So, what's the deal?
Another batch is being offered this week. Being spread around. A different fence. I could get you a place and time.
And what do you get out of this?
You don't pin that gun on me. And you put in a word so that I only go down for a 3.
Well, that'll be up to the court.
You can put in a word.
I'd have to see my governor.
I'll take a chance on that.
Okay. The time and place?
It isn't fixed yet. I'll know tomorrow at visiting time. If your governor goes along with it, come back and I'll mark your card.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see what can be done. Oh, you can keep the fags.
Ta.
What is it then? A pint?
Yeah.
How'd it go at Brixton? Brady, wasn't it?
Yeah, thinks the world's being unkind to him.
Miss, 2 pints, please.
Right, coming up.
Unkind to him? How?
Nobody looking after his wife and kids.
Nobody looking after his wife? You kidding? Have you seen her? Half the town would like to look after her.
Yeah, that's why he's worried.
My heart bleeds.
Here you are, your pints.
Cheers.
So, he was asking your help?
Yeah, to go easy. I'll have to square it with the old man.
Oh, you better drink up. He's got a meeting at 2.
Well, Dave, how did it go?
Brady's getting nervous, worried about the gun.
The one found in his car?
Yeah.
Do you think it was his? There were no prints on it.
Well, it has to be down to somebody. If he doesn't give us a name, it's down to him.
Has he come up with any names?
Not yet, but he might. He has a problem, his wife. Says the money's being fenced, but none of it's going her way. He thinks they're cheating on him.
And?
He might give me a place and a time to pull them with the rest of the cash.
Chief Inspector Roach? Yes, I remember. I'm on my way. A meeting with the super. I have to go. Anything else about Brady?
I can see him tomorrow. Wants us to go easy on him.
If you get a result, we might go easy. Oh, and your new DC has arrived. Is at your desk. Tully's his name. Here's his file. Introduce yourself. Oh, and see me later.
Right. DC Tully?
Yeah?
I'm Sergeant Brooke.
Oh.
Making yourself at home, then?
Oh, well, the Chief Inspector said to sit here until you came.
And he said you could go through all my papers?
Well, yeah. He said I could look through your caseload, get familiar with it.
Are you always so nosy?
I've got an inquiring mind, Sergeant.
So, you've been through my workload. What do you think of it?
Piling up, isn't it?
Well, that, Tully, is because I've been short of help, and I expect you to put it right.
Yes, Sergeant.
What you haven't seen among that lot is that we've got a case coming to court on Friday, 4 cases on remand, an arrest we expect to make this evening, and 6 legal aid forms to complete. Can you do legal aid forms?
No, Sergeant.
That's a good start, isn't it? Didn't they teach you anything at Southwark? Well, let's see how you are at answering the phone.
Right. CID room, DC Tully. Yeah? Who is it? Yeah, hold on. It's for you.
Who is it?
You won't say.
Right, sorry. Sergeant Brooke, who's that?
It's Tommy, Mr. Brooke. I've got something for you. You're looking for Chris Thompson, aren't you?
Yeah. Have you seen him?
Well, I know where he'll be this evening. He'll be at the Palm Beach Club.
Where's that?
In Kent Street. Very popular with the kids.
It's not the easiest kind of place.
Well, it's the best I could do, Mr. Brooke.
Where will he be before that?
No, I knows that, Mr. Brooke. He's going there with a bird.
All right. What time?
No one knows that either. It opens at 8 and it goes on till 2 in the morning. He will be there.
Okay. Thanks.
More work?
Yeah, part of the arrest we're doing tonight. It's going to start in a club, so I want you to do that bit.
What, on my own?
Yeah, on your own. You'll go in and bring him out of the crowd. His name's Chris Thompson, do you know him?
No.
Good. Well, he knows me, he doesn't know you. So you go in there looking for him and con him into coming out quietly.
But why should I be looking for him?
Because his cousin Steve sent you to find him. You got news about his brother, Gary.
What news?
That his brother's been arrested. He's in the nick at Camden.
And is he?
No, but he will be. The Thompson brothers are violent and always together. Taking them needs half the squad, but Chris, the young one, is going out with a bird tonight. So we take him at the club and then take brother Gary at his house in Camden.
How will I know if I have the right bloke?
He's about your height and weight. Here's his photo there.
Cool. They're evil. I wonder what the bird sees in him. What's the charge?
Housebreaking. They didn't get enough in the house, so they gave the owner, an old lady, a right banging about. 20 stitches in the head, arm and jaw broken.
This bloke?
And his brother. I want them for that and 2 other jobs tonight.
What if he has mates with him?
Well, if you're windy, I'll send a DC to keep an eye on you.
No, I didn't ask that. I can handle myself. I just asked if he has mates with him.
Well, we'll take another DC anyway. We don't want any trouble, not with a large crowd there. So you play it like a well-behaved lad sent by cousin Steve to tell him that brother Gary wants him.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, what time's it?
About 2:30.
Right, well, we've got time and work piling up. Get a typewriter. Get these reports typed on the right forms. It should be through by 6. Then get ready for the club. Nothing fancy, jeans. Like you'd come in a hurry looking for him.
Yes, Sergeant.
And as we'll be working together, I better know your first name.
Oh, well, it's John, but I prefer Jack.
All right, Jack it is. Now get on with that work, and at 7, book out a car and meet me in the yard. Jack, do you know Tim?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Tim O'Brien.
Yeah.
You new here, are you?
Yeah, just been transferred from Southwark.
Tim will be spare in case Thompson makes a fight of it.
Oh, yeah.
The club's in Kent Street. I'll drop you at the corner, and you can make your own way.
Right. Are the clothes all right? Will I pass?
What do you think, Tim?
Yeah, looks good. What's that say on your T-shirt?
Hey? No. I support Crystal Palace.
You must be the only one, son. Where'd you get it?
Borrowed it off my brother. Millwall's my club.
Millwall?
Yeah.
Your family certainly knows how to pick the winners, doesn't it?
All right, Tim, leave it off. Now, do you remember what you got to do, Jack?
Yeah, I don't know Thompson by sight, but I've been sent to find him. I've got a message from his cousin Steve. He does have a cousin Steve.
Yeah, that's the one that will bring him out. He's very close to his cousin. Okay, we'll drop you here. It's in the next street.
Right.
Hold on, here, look, take this radio. Our call is Alpha 1. All we want to know through that is if he's there and if he's with friends.
Yes, Sergeant.
Now listen, he's a tearaway. Watch him. And keep your radio open so we can hear how you're getting on.
Right.
And one last word. If there's trouble, walk away from it. Let us know and we'll come in.
Okay.
And good luck.
He's in.
Yeah, better him than me. Can't stand all that row.
Oh, it's not so bad, Sarge, when you're there.
Quiet.
Alpha 1. I think I've spotted him. He's with 2 birds and 2 blokes over by the wall. They all look a bit high. I'll wait until they split. Out.
Hi! Me? You talking to me?
I'm looking for Chris Thompson. Do you know him? Is he about?
Who wants to know?
His cousin Steve wants him. Is he here?
Who are you?
Look, mate, if you know him, just point him out. I've got a message for him.
Okay, I'll take it to him.
It's family. It's about his brother Gary. Look, if you're going to waste time, I'll find somebody
Hey,
else.
wait, just wait there. I'll tell him. Chris?
Yeah?
There's a bloke looking for you.
Where?
Over there, by the blonde.
What, the big bloke?
Yeah.
We seen him before?
Nah.
Oh, I don't know him.
Says Steve sent him with a message from Gary.
Hold on then. You looking for me? Chris? Chris Thompson? Do I know you? Oh, no. I was asking for you. Steve said to find you. Gary's in trouble. What kind of trouble? He's been nicked, hasn't he? The old biller holding him at Camden. Where's Steve? Well, he's waiting for you there. Says you can help. Look, I can take you to him if you like. What's your name? Oh, sorry, Jim. Jim Gray. You got wheels? Yeah, across the street. Okay. Cafe, we're leaving.
Oh, do we have to? I'm enjoying myself.
We're going right now.
Oh, okay.
What's going on, Chris?
A bit of trouble, that's all.
Do you want help?
Nah. You ready, Cafe?
Yeah.
Here comes Tully, Sergeant, with a bloke and a bird.
Keep low and be quiet.
This way, Chris. It's the Blue Austin. This one? Yeah.
In you come!
Get out!
Thompson, you're nicked!
Like bloody hell!
Keep you on his back,
You bastards! Get your hands off him!
Keep still, Thompson!
O'Brien, get the cuffs!
Right down here, sunshine.
All right, that's enough, miss. Your boyfriend's been arrested. You get back to that club or you'll get done too.
Cafe! Tell Bill I'm nicked! Tell him to phone me brief!
I'll do that, Chris!
Both of you okay?
Yeah.
What now?
We take Mr. Thompson here back to the station, then go over to Camden and pull Brother Gary.
Yeah, you're looking cheerful this morning, Dave.
Yeah, we nicked two last night. One down to Tully, one down to me.
You're letting him have one?
Sure, he earned it. Went in, brought Thompson out. All we got to do now is the paperwork.
Yeah, Mr. Roach is waiting.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, Dave, how did it go?
Yeah, well, we got the Thompsons. The young one put up a bit of a fight, but Gary came without trouble. He had a lot of stuff in his rooms, about 5 jobs.
Well done. Now, what about your visit to Brixton to see Brady?
Yeah, well, I can see him after visiting time. Did you speak to the commander?
Yeah. If you score, we'll go easy on that gun. When will you know?
His visitor comes today.
Okay. See him and let me know.
Right.
Did you speak to your governor?
Yeah, and he spoke to his governor.
What did they say?
If we get a result, the gun needn't be tied to you.
Can I have a...
A fag?
Yeah.
I should give that up. It's costing me a fortune. Yeah.
Cheers. So, you'll put in a word?
Yeah, if you help us. Did your visitor come?
Yeah. He says the fence this time round is being a bit careful. He won't name a place. He wants to meet the man with the cash in public and then lead him to a hotel.
Where are they going to meet?
In Oxford Street at 5 this evening.
In the rush hour? To hell with that. They could both get lost in the crowd.
They're not daft, you know. They play safe. But you can do it. You see, the carrier has to follow the fence. So you follow the carrier. And when they're in the hotel, they change the cash. Hot money for spending money.
How much?
50,000 again. Same rate. So the fence will be offering 30,000 for it. And if you're smart, you'll get both lots. 80,000. Makes what I'm asking cheap at a price.
Where in Oxford Street?
Outside D.H. Evans, at the curb. The carrier has to be standing there at exactly 5 o'clock. And to show that he has the cash, he'll be carrying it in a plastic shopping bag.
What kind of shopping bag?
A D.H. Evans one. Like he'd just come out of the store. I mean, no one would think there's 50,000 quid in a plastic bag.
Yeah. Anything else?
Yeah. Out the top of the bag will be sticking a newspaper, The Sun. The fence will then show himself and the carrier will follow him.
Who is the carrier?
You'll recognise him.
How's the wife and kids?
Well, if I pull a short sentence, They'll be all right.
OK, then. I'll be off.
Right.
Oxford Street? You must be joking. Where do we park in Oxford Street?
For 80,000 quid and the chance to nick 2 villains, it's worth making a traffic warden's day.
Yeah, OK. We'll park in the side street off Cavendish Square and have men on the pavements. A hotel. Oh, that area is lousy with hotels.
Some very discreet and expensive ones, sir.
Oh, with that kind of money, they can afford them. Take a look at the map over here.
Yeah.
Now, if it's a hotel, they can move north or south of the street, so we need 4 cars. One in Hollis Street, in Harwood Place, in Stratford Place, and Davis Street.
Yeah.
That should box them in. And the men on the pavements, Sergeant Harrison and DC O'Brien, you and DC Tully.
Yeah. And what if they jump on a bus?
You note the number, and the bus will be stopped at Marble Arch or Oxford Circus. And we have the tube stations covered. Well, that's it. Let's hope it's a quiet little hotel nearby. Yeah. The operation is called Handover, the call sign is Delta 1, and I'm in charge of this one.
Right.
So what are we looking for?
A man with a plastic carrier bag, a DHL's one.
Plenty of women carrying them, but no men. Wait a minute, there's one, and his bag looks heavy.
No, he's walking away. What time is it?
Coming up for 5.
Our man should be at the curb at 5.
Hey, up. There's a bloke on the other side. And he's got the right kind of bag.
Where?
Crossing towards us. Through the traffic, see him?
No?
But he's standing by the curb.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
Do you know him?
No. And he doesn't have a copy of The Sun sticking out. Keep looking.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's like every shopping bag has 50,000 quid in it. Grab them and it'll turn into the family joint. Sergeant Harrison's coming.
Hi, Jim.
You see anything?
No. Where's Mr. Roach?
Over there, on the Bond Street corner. It's almost 5 o'clock. You'll be wondering if Brady's messing us about.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, Jim, look, hold it. Someone has arrived. See at the front door there? He's got a plastic bag and a paper on top. What time is it?
5 o'clock precisely.
Brady said I'd know him when I saw him, and I do. It's Jarrett. He's bad news.
Why?
With Jarrett, if there's cash in that bag, he's carrying a gun.
A nice time to find that out.
Tell Mr. Roach it's Jarrett, and I think he's armed. And tell the lads in the cars.
Right.
He's moving now. He's spotted someone. Get ahead, Jack, and see if you can spot who he's trailing.
Okay.
Brook to Delta 1. Jarrett has seen the fence. He's following. Going your way. Over.
Delta 1. Message understood. We've spotted the fence. It's Frank Harper. Jarrett's close behind. Close in, but keep your distance. Over.
Understood. Over.
Delta 1. They're now in Melton Place. Going into a hotel. On the corner. The Carsdale. I want the hotel blocked off, and I want Harrison, Brooke, and Tully here. We're going in. Over.
Yes, sir. Can I help?
Mr. Harper came in a moment ago with a friend. Will you give me his room number, please?
Can I have your name, sir?
We are police officers. Chief Inspector Roach. Can I have the room number?
It's number 12.
Jim, Dave, Tully, upstairs and wait at the door.
Right, sir.
Have arms been issued, sir?
There's no time. We'll rely on numbers. Wait quietly at the door. I'll phone the room. When you hear the phone being answered, unlock the door and go in. Could I have the passkey, Miss B?
Yes, sir.
When the lift reaches the first floor, wait for the phone to ring.
Yes, sir.
All right, miss. Ring room 12 now.
Yes, sir. It's ringing, sir.
Who is that?
Mr. Harper.
Yeah?
I have a message from Mr. Jarrett.
Oh, yeah?
Will you bring him to the phone, please?
Harrison here. You there, sir?
Yes, I'm here.
We're in. A big surprise.
Here you are, Mr. Roach. 2 lots of money. It was being counted when we walked in. Do we count it or put it back in the bags?
Tully and O'Brien can count it.
And a gun, sir. A Browning. Jarrett had it in his shopping bag.
In this week's story of Detective Sergeant Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and Detective Constable Tully by Stephen Garlick. Thomas Brady, Stephen Greif. Detective Sergeant Harrison, Peter Cleo. Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley. Tommy, Michael Ripper. Bill, Michael Jenner. Chris Thompson, Peter Aker. Detective Constable O'Brien and Prison Warder, Anthony Jackson. Kathy and Hotel Receptionist, Eileen Tully. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.